Order, order. Question the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I call Minister Kemi Badenoch to answer the substantive question number 1 from Gavin Williamson. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the consultation on duty-free and tax-free goods carried by passengers in 2020, the government engaged extensively with various stakeholders and carefully considered 73 consultation responses. I've continued to meet stakeholders, including retail and aviation representatives, following our announcement.
Let's head up to Scotland to Gavin Newlands. Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But given the deep trouble within retail and aviation with Debenhams, one of many chains disappearing from high streets with the loss of tens of thousands of jobs, and as she'll be aware, with Stansted and its importance for employment in her constituency, aviation by and large grounded, does she not accept it was a mistake to scrap the VAT retail export scheme and the aside extra statutory concession, both of which brought us much needed revenue to our retail sector and airports, which is now lost from our economy, possibly for good?
Sir.
Mr. Speaker, we do not accept that. The Independent Office for Budget Responsibility set out their assessment of the fiscal impact of the withdrawal of the VAT res scheme, factoring in a higher than usual elasticity to account for spending on luxury goods, and their estimate is that this will result in a significant exchequer saving of around £400 million per year. On airports, we recognise the challenges the aviation sector is facing as it recovers from the impacts of COVID-19, and we have supported the sector throughout the pandemic and continue to do so. This includes the recently announced Airport and Ground Operator Support Scheme, which will provide eligible firms with support of up to £8 million per claimant.
A substantive question to Minister Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since their introduction, the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme and Self-Employment Income Support Scheme have been available to those unable to go to work because of caring responsibilities arising from COVID-19, such as caring from a homeschooling child or caring for a vulnerable individual. Those who are unable to work from home and have been told to shield have also been eligible for these support schemes, as well as for statutory sick pay and unemployment support allowance.
Let's head up to York to Rachel Maskell. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor has let the financial burden of COVID-19 fall on women who have undertaken twice as much homeschooling as men, with 1 in 5 having had to cut their hours, where 78% of working mothers have not been offered furlough and 71% of those who have asked for it have been refused. Will the Chancellor recognise that once again women have disproportionately paid the price due to the inequality in his policies? So will he undertake an immediate equality impact assessment and set out in his budget how he will bring redress to these widening gendered inequalities?
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that this pandemic has had a desperately difficult effect for the whole of the UK economy and for families and for people across our country and our regions. And I think it's appropriate to recognise the totality of the difficulty we find ourselves in. Now, it is true that many women have found themselves in the position of being either caring for homeschooling children or for vulnerable individuals, and they are supported and protected through the schemes we have put in place. And of course, over and above those, we have also put in place significant amounts of support for remote education and for laptops and for councils to help vulnerable individuals.
Let's head up to Ealing North with James Murray, the Shadow Minister. James Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, the Shadow Chancellor successfully called on the Chancellor to make clear that working parents and others can be furloughed due to childcare responsibilities. Most employers will want to do the right thing, but where an employer is refusing to follow the guidance and offer a parent furlough for childcare reasons, can the Minister tell me who the parent should report this to and what action will be taken?
Well, as the Honourable Member will know, furlough is an arrangement reached between companies and their employees, and HMRC and the government do not have a direct involvement in it. What they say is that where that agreement can be reached between those two sides, we will support them as laid out in one of the most generous schemes available in any country around the world. And of course, as I've said, that is just one part of a much wider panoply of support for people at risk through pandemic.
We now have a question to Minister Glan, the substantive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And throughout the COVID crisis, the government has sought to protect people's jobs and livelihoods and also support businesses and public services across the UK. And we do recognise that the food and drink wholesalers have been severely impacted by the necessary action we have taken to control the virus, but these businesses have been eligible for a number of our economic support schemes, including the Job Retention Scheme, VAT deferral and bounce back loans.
Let's head to Swansea to Carolyn Harris. Carolyn Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Food service wholesalers have again seen their trade drop by 95%, with hospitality business closing. Yet they continue to supply our hospitals, schools, care homes and prisons at a financial loss. Many now are on the brink of collapse. What more is this government going to do to help the industry who are suffering a double whammy of lost stock and ongoing fixed costs?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and indeed I met with representatives of the sector in my own constituency a few weeks ago. The Treasury is in regular discussion with DEFRA and they are assessing the systemic risk to food supply chain of the fulfilment of those public sector contracts to schools, hospitals and prisons. But we keep these matters under close review, but at the moment there is no threat to those supply chains, and as I referenced, the options that are available to those firms continue to be available.
Substantive question to Minister Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Treasury ministers regularly speak to their ministerial colleagues on all matters of public spending. Remediation of coal sites is a devolved policy, and responsibility lies with the devolved administration through their Barnett funding.
We're back to Wales to Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant.
Well, that was a depressing start to this answer, because the truth is that 40% of all the disused coal tips in the whole of the United Kingdom are in Wales, which is much higher than the Barnett formula would normally allow for. 90% of all the disused coal tips in England and Wales are in the poorest communities. So if the government really sticks to this policy of it's down to the local authority that have got to find the funding for this, you're going to see the poorest communities in Britain pay for the legacy of an industry that made this country rich. So would I please urge the Minister to think again about how we can make sure that communities are safe and that the money and the funding is there to make sure that the coal slip slides, which are likely to come more frequently, don't provide long-term financial and economic problems to those communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little surprised by his response there, because the last time at Treasury Questions when he raised this issue, the UK government responded extremely constructively with £31 million of financial support, including to address flooding of coal sites with £22 million and for coal tip repairs with £9 million, which I thought he might at least have welcomed. But notwithstanding that, at the request of the Welsh Government, the Coal Authority are supporting work to undertake a safety review of all the sport tips in Wales, regardless of ownership. But he should also recognise it is a devolved matter.
A substantive question to Minister Bartley.
Sport and wellbeing is of major importance for this government as we manage the effects of the pandemic. That is why we announced the £300 million Sport Winter Survival Package to protect major spectator sports. It's why we supported clubs through COVID business support schemes such as the furlough scheme, and why we have introduced the £100 million National Leisure Recovery Fund to support publicly owned leisure facilities through this crisis.
Head to Kent with Tracy Crouch. Tracy Crouch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chief Secretary shares my passion and enthusiasm for sport, and I know appreciates the consequences of good physical and mental health on the well-being of individuals. But he may also be aware that poor physical health and well-being costs the Treasury tens of billions of pounds per annum. So given that COVID-19 has had a negative impact on both, does he agree with me that our recovery strategy should put sport, physical activity and well-being at its heart? And will he consider the merits of a well-being budget that looks at shifting the focus away from GDP as the only measure of economic growth?
Minister.
I do agree with her that sport and wellbeing should be at the heart of our recovery plans, and pay tribute for the work that she has done, not just on football but on sport and also on loneliness in championing these issues. And I think there are lessons from other countries that we can look at as well. I think one of the areas I'm very keen to work with her on is the opportunities around social prescribing, where the role of sport and well-being in terms of how we treat people as part of mental health and recovery from COVID has a lot to offer, and I know that is something she will continue to champion.
Another substantive question for you, Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer this question together with question number 8. I have frequent discussions with the Scottish Government's Finance Minister, and I take this opportunity also to add my congratulations to the announcement yesterday of her engagement.
Let us head up to Scotland with Stuart C. MacDonald. Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think every member would join in congratulating Scotland's Finance Minister, Kate Forbes, on her happy news. But, Mr. Speaker, a decade of UK austerity delivered unprecedented declines to living standards and incomes, especially to those already struggling. And now even the OECD says cuts instead of investment after the financial crisis was the wrong approach. So with the Scottish budget set for Thursday, can he confirm that this time the UK government will invest to stimulate economic recovery, or will more Tory cuts put Scotland's recovery at risk?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a little odd in the year when Scotland, through the Barnett formula, has received £44 billion to be talking of cuts. But of course, as he refers to the Scottish budget, he will be aware there are opportunities with the powers the Scottish Government has, whether it's to exercise its flexibilities on elements of universal credit, whether it's on topping up benefits or creating new benefits, or indeed introducing new tax powers. So the Scottish Government does have powers. We await to see how they use them.
Mr. Speaker, in asking the public to stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives, there must be an understanding that in doing so, consumers are running up higher electricity and gas bills. So would the Minister understand that 2.1 million people are behind in their energy bills at the moment, and one way to help them would be to reduce VAT temporarily on home energy bills?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a fair point, which is that there are household costs, and that is why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, through the package of measures, has supported incomes of the poorest. The distribution analysis from the Treasury shows that it is the poorest working households that have benefited the most from the measures introduced by my right honourable friend. And the best way of supporting those families is through schemes that the UK, through its broad shoulders, is able to offer, such as the furlough scheme, such as the self-employed income support scheme, that have supported so many jobs across Scotland.
Let's head up to Scotland with SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor's chaotic stop-start approach to furlough last autumn undoubtedly cost jobs. Failing to continue the £20 universal credit uplift and extend it to legacy benefits and is set to plunge struggling families into hardship. And now the Conservatives are signalling tax rises and a return to austerity. So can he tell me to what extent does he believe this approach has contributed to 20 consecutive polls in favour of Scottish independence?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's just a factual error in her question in saying there was a stop-start approach to furlough. The furlough continued throughout. Well, it continued throughout, just as that is just a statement of fact. But in terms of the wider package, I would refer the Honourable Lady to the fact that the UK Government has provided £280 billion of support, and bodies such as the IMF has said that the UK's economic response has been one of the best examples of coordinated action globally. We're able to do that because we're working as one United Kingdom, acting together and using the broad shoulders of the UK.
We have substantive questions to the Chancellor.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question together with questions 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. The government recognises the significant impact of coronavirus on businesses across every region and nation of the United Kingdom, and that is why we have put in place an unprecedented series of measures to provide support, whether that's the CJRS, tax cuts, tax deferrals, government-backed loans and cash grants.
Let's head up to the northwest with Lucy Powell. Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Business support that was originally designed for 3 months is now wholly inadequate for 12 or 18 months. Business debts and deferrals mount and now have to start being repaid, and the holidays come to an end, all at one big danger point in April. And cash grants are worth less and many still don't qualify them for them. So whilst the Chancellor might pat himself on the back, reports out this week showed that nearly 250,000 businesses are likely to go bust this year, taking many jobs with them. So does he recognise that he can't pull the plug all in one go in April when many businesses won't have even reopened at that point? And that with the effects of the vaccine around the corner, it makes no economic sense to allow businesses to go bust at this critical point, having supported them for so long.
Mr. Speaker, no one, least of all me, is patting themselves on the back whilst hundreds of thousands of people are losing their jobs and many businesses are seeing extreme dislocation as a result of what is happening in our economy. I have put in place a series of measures, but I've always said that we cannot protect or save every job and every business. The Honourable Lady makes a fair point, and which is why we have said that we will review all our economic measures in place to support people through coronavirus at the upcoming budget and the first week of March.
To Beaconsfield with George Morrissey. George Morrissey.
Many female business owners have found themselves working full-time jobs at home while bearing full-time responsibility for childcare and homeschooling all at the same time. May I thank my right honourable friend for all the steps he is taking to alleviate the difficulties experienced by mothers who just want to work and contribute to the economy with their children safely back in school.
Councillor.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and we owe mums everywhere an enormous debt of thanks for doing the enormously difficult job of juggling childcare and work at this tricky time. I know she will join me in being happy that early year settings have been open for a while, but she's absolutely right. The only way to sustainably solve this challenge is to safely reopen our schools as quickly as we can.
We spoke with Caroline Ansell. Caroline Ansell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have long believed that there was a compelling case for reducing VAT for the hospitality sector, and the pandemic-inspired cut helped to save the season between lockdowns. Can I ask my right honourable friend, when he is looking at his budget, to consider making this cut permanent to power the recovery across the United Kingdom and in my destination town of Eastbourne, where 1 in 4 jobs depends on tourism?
My honourable friend is rightly a champion for her local tourism and hospitality businesses. She is not alone across the country. Hundreds of thousands of these businesses employ 2 million people, particularly vital in constituencies like my honourable friend's. That's why we reduced the rate of VAT. It runs all the way through to the end of March, and she will know we have an upcoming budget where we plan to review all our existing measures of support.
Let's return to the North West with Jake Barry. Jake Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, many of our manufacturers here in Lancashire worked through the pandemic. Would my right honourable friend congratulate businesses like J&J Ormerod, the Killalees, WEC and Perspex, who not only worked through the pandemic, but also show that high value manufacturing and the real economy needs to be something that the Chancellor fosters and supports in his forthcoming budget.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to join my right honourable friend in congratulating those businesses that he mentioned, and we know many manufacturers, especially those in his area, worked very hard, particularly with regard to ventilators and PPE at a time of this country's need. He's right, it should play a part in our recovery. One initiative I would point to, which I believe will be in and around his area, is the Made Smarter initiative, partnership between government and high-value manufacturing to foster innovation, digital adoption, and the latest and greatest management processes. It seems to be working very well, and I look forward to learning more about that initiative.
Let's head up to Greater Manchester with Mary Robinson. Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cheadle businesses who faced fines for failing to submit self-assessment returns by the end of this month will be relieved by yesterday's announcement of an extension until the end of February. This will remove a great deal of worry and anxiety from business owners already under great pressure. But with the original deadline only a week away, what steps will the department take to ensure that all businesses are aware of these changes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as an accountant herself, my honourable friend knows all too well the fantastic job that they are doing, an enormous strain at this current time, and I know she, as she said, she warmly welcomes the announcement yesterday by HMRC to waive penalties until the end of February for late filers, and she is right, we must make sure that everyone is aware of this. We are doing everything we can on all our channels of communication to make this news to businesses, and I would ask other colleagues across this House to do exactly the same in their constituencies.
Let's head to the South West with Chair of the Select Committee, Mel Stride. Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a looming bloodbath for many businesses at the end of March when the moratorium on commercial landlords taking action against tenants in arrears comes to an end. And could I ask, does my right honourable friend recognise this acute danger, and what action might my right honourable friend consider taking to avoid it?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend knows that the Housing Secretary is very engaged with this issue, and he's worked with the industry to put in place various codes of practice to encourage good and constructive dialogue between landlords and tenants through a difficult situation, and I think there are promising signs that that is happening.
We do have a substantive question to Minister Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Self-Employment Income Support Scheme is one of the most generous in the world and has received claims from almost 2.7 million people so far, totalling over £18.5 billion. The amount of the scheme grant is determined based on the applicant's average profits from self-employment in the previous 3 tax years, as reported through their tax returns. By calculating the grant on an average of 3 years of profits, the scheme supports people who saw a dip in profits for any reason, including pregnancy.
Let's head down to South Wales with Stephen Kinnock. Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor likes to claim that the UK offers one of the most generous support schemes for self-employed people in the world. But self-employed women who have taken maternity leave in the last few years are not supported generously at all. In fact, they've received a lot less financial support than their peers who have not taken maternity leave. The charity Pregnant Then Screwed reported that around 75,000 self-employed women have been subject to...
If you can get anything of that, Minister Norman, or not? Yes, if you can get something out of it, please.
Yes, thank you. If I may just say, the honourable gentleman is wrong. This is not a claim that is not validated by third parties. It's understood internationally that the scheme is one of the most generous in the world. He will be aware that this issue is subject to legal challenge, and that limits what I can say. But I would tell him that the government is well aware that some self-employed people found that their eligibility for the scheme was affected if they'd taken time out of their trade in 2018-19, and that is why in June of last year it revised the eligibility criteria of the scheme to ensure that people in that situation were able to claim the self-employed income support.
Let's return to SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this pandemic, the UK government have consistently failed to prioritise support for women on maternity leave. And despite this issue being raised by me and a host of others repeatedly in this House, the UK government was taken to judicial review last week by Julie Brearley and the tireless campaigners at Pregnant Then Screwed. So does this UK government now accept that it's not a sabbatical, it's not sick leave, it's not a holiday, it's maternity leave? And will they end their discrimination against 75,000 self-employed mothers?
I'm not sure if the system was working, but as the Honourable Lady will have known from my previous remarks, this is subject to legal challenge. I can't discuss it. But I will say that I met with maternity groups as part of the excluded in early December, and we have taken steps to remedy it where we have been able to do so in relation to those who took time out in the year 18-19.
We have a substantive question to the Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the government is clear that we will drive growth by investing in infrastructure, innovation and skills, and in doing so we will build back better and greener as we recover from the economic impact of coronavirus, starting of course with the Prime Minister's Green 10-point plan.
Let's head to Arundel with Andrew Griffiths. Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. Would he agree with me that the UK is exceptionally well positioned to prosper from the initiatives that he's referred to, and that this is another example of the government unleashing Britain's potential?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Our 10-point plan can create hundreds of thousands of jobs up and down the country, and he's also right that we can lead the world in this journey, being one of the fastest countries to decarbonise over the past few years, one of the leading countries in phasing out coal, phasing out ICE vehicles, but also in offshore wind and carbon capture and storage. Where Britain goes, the world hopefully can follow.
We now come to Shadow Minister Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, the UK Government has a chance to show global leadership on the climate emergency as the host of the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. Green gilts will be a vital part of the transition to a clean economy. Last year, the Chancellor promised to launch the first ones this year. Can he tell us when and why not yet?
Mr. Speaker, we're doing the technical work required to make sure that the launch of our green gilts are successful. I hope to provide an update at budget, but the Honourable Lady can rest assured that we're working very hard at it, and as I said, this will be the first step in building out a green curve, and it's by doing that and making sure that the curve has fidelity in terms of confidence in where the money is going, that we can unlock investment for the private sector across the economy, and I know she will join me in welcoming that progress.
Substantive question to Minister Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to answer this question with question 21. The Self-Employment Income Support Scheme was designed to target support at those who most need it while protecting the taxpayer against error, fraud and abuse. The government recognises that some of the rules and the criteria that have been vital to ensuring that the scheme worked for the vast majority have meant that in some cases people were not able to qualify. This is one of the reasons why the government put in place a much wider £280 billion support package, including increased levels of universal credit, bounce-back loans, tax deferrals, rental support, mortgage holidays, self-isolation support payments and other business support grants.
Let's head up to Nottingham with Alex Norris. Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's understandable that as support schemes were constructed on short notice, there would be gaps in them. It's less understandable that why a year later those gaps haven't been better closed. Many of my constituents are amongst the millions that have been excluded from support schemes so far. So I wonder, as we approach that anniversary, what message the Minister would have for my constituents?
Well, the message would be that the Treasury is doing everything it can to protect jobs, families and livelihoods in the face of the worst pandemic crisis we've experienced in recorded history. I think it's important to say that in the case of this scheme, we have spent a considerable amount of time engaging with groups that have brought forward potential ways of addressing some of the gaps in support that may exist. And as I mentioned, we've had meetings in December and evaluated suggestions all the way through last year, including a concrete suggestion coming in relation to the Director's Income Support Scheme. So we are very heavily leaning into this issue.
Let's head up to Greater Manchester with Mike Kane. Mike Kane.
Mr. Speaker, I want to raise the case of my constituent Teresa McGough, who is a newly self-employed special educational needs expert. She has not been eligible for any financial assistance during the pandemic. Does the Minister think that the government is doing enough to help people like Teresa and others?
Well, as I've already said, the government is doing everything it can, has been working round the clock for a year now in order to address the full needs of the country across all of the different aspects of our economy and society. And of course, that also includes through support for those who are self-employed.
We now go to Shadow Minister Abena Opongasare in Thamesmead. Abena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Self-Employment Income Support Scheme's third grant closes this Friday. The crisis hasn't ended, but the Chancellor has not provided any details on the future of this scheme. Can the Minister explain why he thinks it's right that employers can be furloughed until April the 30th but self-employed people have no clarity about the future of support beyond the end of this week.
I think it's well understood that the Chancellor will be setting out further plans in the March budget, and it is normal for this time of year for different decisions to be consolidated into that important fiscal event for well-known reasons.
We've got a substantive question to Minister Glenn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And equivalence is an autonomous technical process which each side is undertaking separately. Officials have had a number of meetings with their counterparts in the Commission over the past 12 months to discuss each other's processes, and we remain open and committed to continuing dialogue with the EU about their intentions for equivalence.
Let's head to South London with Stephen Hammond. Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for that answer? It clearly would be disappointing if the EU couldn't follow the UK's offer on equivalence, given the relative starting positions. I wonder if my right honourable friend could comment on the government's ambitions with regard to mutual recognition of professional qualifications, what those ambitions are and whether he hopes those to be achieved by the signing of the memorandum in March.
The honourable gentleman has a lot of expertise in this area, and he will know that alongside the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, we did have a joint declaration to establish a structured regulatory cooperation for financial services to discuss a whole range of matters around equivalence determinations going forward. The Memorandum of Understanding will be agreed in discussions between the EU and UK by March 2021. That will establish a framework for that cooperation. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to give a running commentary on that, but the plans over the coming weeks will come to fruition.
Let's head to Shadow Minister Pat McFadden. Pat McFadden.
Mr. Speaker, the Brexit deal was in effect a no-deal outcome for financial services, and already some trade has moved, and there's big uncertainty hanging over access to European markets for this vital UK sector. So can the Minister confirm that it is in fact a government negotiating aim to secure equivalence recognition for UK financial services in the Memorandum of Understanding being discussed between now and the end of March?
Well, I think I just need to clarify for the right honourable gentleman, the equivalence granting process is an autonomous separate process to the MOU discussion. The MOU is about a framework to evaluate the future direction of financial services across the EU and the UK. I remain very ambitious for the financial services sector. The Chancellor and I are continuing to have dialogue with roundtables with representatives of the sector this week, next week, and one-to-one meetings to ensure that we listen to them and respond appropriately and ambitiously for the future.
We now have a substantive question to the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Mr. Speaker, we've secured an unprecedented free trade agreement with the European Union, the first free trade agreement that the EU has ever reached, based on zero tariffs and zero quotas across sectors and regions. It is a good deal that will protect jobs and investment.
South Yorkshire with Paul Blomfield. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The assessment conducted by the Treasury in 2018 concluded that there would be significant regional variation in the impact of any Brexit deal. And we're certainly seeing that with fishing fleets grounded, manufacturers hit with extra costs, and the Department for International Trade apparently advising businesses to move parts of their operation to the EU to avoid problems. It's clear there's going to be significant regional impact. Does the Chancellor agree he needs to redress that regional damage from the Brexit deal? Or does he agree with the new Business Secretary's comments in Britannia Unchained that regional division is an irrelevant debate?
Mr. Speaker, no one can doubt this government's commitment to uniting and levelling up across our United Kingdom with an unprecedented infrastructure investment programme, and notably in the spending review we announced something called the Levelling Up Fund, Mr. Speaker, which will fund the infrastructure of everyday life in communities up and down the country on top of our, once in a generation increase in infrastructure investment in road, rail, broadband that will benefit equally all parts of our United Kingdom.
We've got a substantive question to Minister Patel.
Mr. Speaker, the consultation on aviation tax reform has been delayed in recognition of the unprecedented circumstances that the aviation industry is currently facing. However, I will update honourable members on the timing of the consultation in due course.
Let's head down to Crawley with Henry Smith. Henry Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom charges the highest air passenger duty out of any country in the developed world. And now we have left the EU on domestic air passenger duty. That is something that we can also alter. As we seek to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and take the advantages of global Britain, can we have an early review of this tax that is a pressure on our industry?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The government recognises the important role that the aviation sector plays in the UK economy. The sector can draw on the wide range of support measures, including the recently announced Airport and Ground Operators Support Scheme, which will provide eligible firms with support of up to £8 million per claimant. However, I would like to reassure my honourable friend that we remain committed to delivering the consultation and will look to proceed once the challenging circumstances the sector is currently facing have eased.
Minister Bartlett with a substantive question.
As healthcare is evolved, it is for the Welsh Government to ensure that the NHS in Wales has enough funding, using the over £20 billion of funding it receives from the UK Government through the Barnett formula.
Let's head to Wales with David Jones. David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 vaccination programme in Wales is unfortunately lagging behind England. But despite that, the Welsh First Minister has announced that he intends to slow the release of vaccine to avoid, as he puts it, vaccinators standing around with nothing to do. Can my right honourable friend confirm that there are no financial constraints that he is aware of that would justify this perverse and irrational policy decision or prevent the Welsh Government deploying the vaccine as quickly in Wales as in any other part of the country?
Happy, Mr. Speaker, to confirm to my right honourable friend that there are not financial constraints. The UK Government has guaranteed that the Welsh Government will receive at least £5.2 billion in additional resource to deliver their coronavirus response, including the vaccine deployment activities.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the government recognises the significant impact of COVID-19 on every region and nation of the UK. I can assure honourable members across the House that levelling up remains a key priority for the government. That is why the spending review also announced longer-term measures to support every region and nation, including a new £4 billion levelling up fund to invest in local infrastructure priorities.
It's good to hear that the government is still committed to levelling up. But all the academic studies that have been done have shown that COVID has disproportionately affected the regional economies. Greater Manchester is the third most badly affected region in the country. Therefore, those regions need more support, but transport for the north is being cut, Northern Powerhouse Rail is being cut. That is going in exactly the opposite direction, isn't it, Mr. Speaker?
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, I would dispute the honourable gentleman's claims. We have taken unprecedented steps to support people and businesses around the country. We supported 19,100 jobs in his constituency through the CJRS. Greater Manchester Combined Authority has been allocated £54.2 million from the Get Building Fund for a wide-ranging package of projects. We've also provided over £170 million for Greater Manchester, Preston City Region and Liverpool City Region to improve public transport. And we have also supported the regeneration of 33 towns in the northwest through the Towns Fund. There is a lot that is happening on levelling up, and if the honourable gentleman would like me to write to him to explain everything that we have done in his region, I'm very happy to do so.
Substantive question to Minister Bitt.
Mr. Speaker, the impacts of tax and welfare policy are best analysed at the whole household level. As the IFS has said, because most people live in households with others and we don't know how incomes are shared, it is very hard to look at effects separately for many men and women. That is why the government support has been targeted at the most vulnerable. Our distributional analysis published last year shows that the government's COVID-19 financial support protected the poorest households' incomes the most as a proportion of their income.
Let's head to Hampshire with Maria Miller. Maria Miller.
The pandemic has been a difficult time for pregnant women in work, and 1 in 4 have faced discrimination, including being unlawfully singled out for redundancy, a problem not confined to the pandemic. Will my honourable friend look again at how other countries tackle this problem and consider adopting Germany's approach of protecting pregnant women from redundancy, which would also give families much needed financial stability at what can be a very challenging time?
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. We are aware of the difficulties that families are experiencing during the pandemic, and we have put in so many measures in place to look at this. But if she has specific schemes happening across the world that she would like me to look at, I'm very happy to do so within my other role as Minister for Equalities.
To withdrawn, so it's to Minister Bartley to substantive.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer this question together with question number 31. The Government has committed over £10 billion to support local authorities dealing with COVID this financial year and next, including an unprecedented guarantee to compensate them for their income losses as a result of the pandemic.
Let's head up to Warwickshire with Craig Tracy. Craig Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the considerable support that's already been given to local councils during the pandemic. But after recent discussions with leaders from North Warwickshire Borough Council, which is an incredibly well-run council, they're still finding a shortfall of around about £500,000 against their annual budget of 10 million due to a mix of both loss of revenue and providing additional services to residents, such as extra home waste collection services. So can the Minister advise what more can be done to ensure that we give these councils the full backing that they need to continue to provide the services?
Thank you. And North Warwickshire has received over £1 million to meet their expenditure pressures this year, exceeding the expenditure pressures which they have reported to MHCLG. And so I would urge him to express any further concerns to MHCLG at the earliest opportunity, for, as he recognises, a comprehensive package of support has already been provided and that support continues.
We now come to topical questions to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I call Chancellor Rishi Sunak to make a statement on his responsibilities. Then I will call Tracy Brabin to ask her supplementary. Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this crisis, our overriding economic priority has been to support people's jobs and businesses through a range of measures worth over £280 billion, including the furlough scheme, tax cuts, tax deferrals, loans and grants. There will be a budget on the 3rd of March where we will set out the next steps in our economic response to coronavirus.
Let's head up to Yorkshire with Tracy Brabin. Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Chancellor received a detailed and costed policy proposal for a targeted income grant scheme written by Rebecca Seeley-Harris and supported by the Gaps in Support all-party parliamentary group. Now, this scheme would be a vital first step in giving meaningful financial support to many of the millions who've been locked out of the current schemes, desperate after nearly a year of the COVID pandemic. So can the Chancellor tell us today whether he plans to progress with this proposal, or does he have another scheme in mind for the millions in need of support?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to tell the Honourable Lady that my Honourable friend, the Financial Secretary Treasury, met with the authors of the report, I believe, back in December, and is considering it alongside all the other submissions that we receive at the Treasury.
I said to Yeovil with Marcus Fish. Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What will my right honourable friend do to make the UK a more attractive destination for investment and capital formation, to encourage the jobs and opportunities of the future that people rely on the private sector to provide?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right about needing the private sector to drive growth and create jobs. I'm pleased to tell him that the Prime Minister and I chaired the first meeting of the Build Back Better Business Council, where we outlined our plans to invest in infrastructure, innovation and skills alongside businesses. But also we have established a new Office for Investment led by Lord Grimstone, which is charged with securing high-value investment opportunities. And I look forward to hearing from him what ideas we can productively take forward.
Send up to Oxford with the Shadow Chancellor with the first of two questions, and Liz Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent days, the Treasury has been at loggerheads with the DWP. insisting on taking £20 a week from the pockets of 6 million families. It's also been at loggerheads with the SAGE committee by claiming financial hardship is not inhibiting self-isolation. Why is the Treasury putting our economic and health recovery at risk in this way?
Mr. Speaker, I'd say to the Honourable Lady that she shouldn't read everything, shouldn't believe everything she reads in the newspapers, but I can say that the Treasury and this government has put in place a comprehensive and generous set of support to help people get through this crisis, and as my colleague said earlier, the results show that we have protected those on the lowest incomes the most.
Let's return to Annalise Dodds with a second question. Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually following the words of the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions and the words of the SAGE Committee, but I appreciate the Chancellor's response. Perhaps I can ask him also about the Kickstart scheme. Now, that scheme was much heralded, but yesterday we learned it appears to be missing out around 99 of every 100 young job seekers. What does the Chancellor say to them today?
I'm not entirely sure I know the figures that the Honourable Lady is referring to. What I can say is that since the scheme was announced at the beginning of July, open for applications in September, and now has created over 120,000 jobs for young people, and that is, I think, an extraordinary achievement. I pay tribute to the team at DWP for doing that. I'm grateful to the thousands of businesses who are taking part in this scheme, and they are working with us to provide hope and opportunity to a generation of young people so that they are not scarred by coronavirus, but can look forward to a brighter future.
Let's head to Yorkshire with Jason McCartney. Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lockdown or some form of restrictions set to continue well into the spring, will the Chancellor please give some certainty to those businesses and individuals struggling financially by announcing an early extension to his various support packages, including help with VAT, business rates and stamp duty, the self-employment scheme, and of course the universal credit uplift?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, I hope, will appreciate the various things he just mentioned total about, I think, 20 or 30 billion pounds, and so he will understand if it's reasonable that we consider all of these things in the round at budget when we will set out the next stage in our economic response to coronavirus.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the OBR, they estimate that the HMRC will forego around £800 million in customs income and VAT over the next year. Some of that is deferred, but much is foregone. Will the Chancellor tell us what he's doing to make sure that that number shrinks and that revenue comes in at a time when the Exchequer needs it very badly?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is, I will have to go and check the exact figures, so she'll forgive me for not knowing the specific paragraphs that she refers to. But in general, what the HMRC is doing is providing easements over the course of the next few months as we transition to a new set of trading relationships. But she can rest assured we are always mindful of the impact on revenue and intend fully, very much so, to have a robust set of mechanisms in place. That she will know there is a phased response for getting to that point between now and July, and hopefully we can work with her to make sure that that path is as seamless as possible.
Let's head to Epsom with Chris Grayling. Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor has been widely praised for his work in recent months, but he's also been honest about difficult decisions ahead. I've had constituents raise concerns with me about capital gains tax. He will know that the current rates were set to optimise revenue from the tax. I know he can't comment on individual measures, but can I seek his assurance that he won't take any steps to raise taxes without doing a proper assessment of the Laffer curve principle that higher rates do not always lead to higher revenues?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, which tempts me into indiscretion. If he may be aware of this, but HMRC publish annual estimates to illustrate the impact of changes in tax rates in a document sexily entitled Direct Effects of Illustrative Tax Changes. It's worth saying, however, that these estimates are themselves uncertain because of different levels of behavioural response to tax changes, the potential for wider macroeconomic impacts, and of course the interaction with other measures.
Christian Matheson.
Mr. Thank you. The pubs and hospitality sector so far have done everything that's been asked of them during the pandemic, but so far 46% of pubs have not received the local restrictions support grants for November, let alone December, and 74% of pubs have yet to receive the Prime Minister's Christmas bonus of £1,000. So what will ministers be doing to speed up these payments, and when will the pubs and hospitality sector get their money?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely right that businesses get the funds as quickly as possible. What I would say is central government has dispersed that funding to local councils across the country. So it is actually for businesses to take it up with their local authorities as to why they haven't received the money. There are two sets of grants. There, of course, are monthly grants, which have been going for a while now, the one-off payments of up to £9,000 that we announced earlier this year, but the honourable gentleman is right to urge urgency. I know my colleagues in the business department are doing exactly that with local councils, but ultimately the responsibility will lie with individual councils.
Vickers.
Speaker, Teesside's on the up. It's a place with untapped potential, skills and expertise, a place with boundless ambition that will play host to the biggest economic success story of the next decade. Can my right honourable friend think of anywhere better to host Treasury North and one of the country's first free ports?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He is a doughty champion for his region, and he should know that we remain focused on the commitment we made at Budget 2020 to have 750 roles across the economic campus by the end of the Parliament. The Treasury is still considering a range of location options for the new campus. We want to ensure that the chosen location supports our wider levelling up agenda, but we will certainly take his comments and his representations into account.
Let's head up to Nottingham with Lillian Greenwood. Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government claims that its central economic mission is to level up. Can the Chancellor assure me that his government will deliver HS2 in full, including the whole of the eastern leg? Because this will be the litmus test for their real commitment to levelling up.
Minister.
Well, the honourable lady is right to draw attention to the commitment this government has made to infrastructure, including in the forthcoming integration infrastructure plan. But the levelling up is not just about rail, as the Chancellor said. It's also about the £4 billion levelling up fund, and it's also, most importantly, about the review to the Green Book, so that, as Lord O'Neill and others have commented, that ensures that a whole range of projects better address the levelling up alongside the very significant investment in rail and other transport infrastructure.
Right, we've got another question from Wrexham with Sarah Atherton. Sarah Atherton.
Mr. Speaker, Wrexham is a town partly founded on brewing. It's home to 4 breweries, 64 pubs pre-COVID. The industry supports nearly 1,700 jobs and generates 11 million in taxes. Whilst hospitality businesses like the Magic Dragon Brewery Tap tell me the UK government's furlough scheme and wider support packages have been a lifeline, their future remains bleak as a pandemic rolls into a second year. Would my right honourable friend in his forthcoming budget consider deferring business rates and VAT payments even further so pubs can have a fighting chance of pulling another pint and keeping the ales in weight?
Mr. Speaker, the government understands that this is a very challenging time for the UK's hospitality sector, and we are constantly reviewing the package of COVID-19 support. And in order to ensure the best decisions are made to meet these challenges, we will outline plans for 2021-22 business rates relief early this year. But she should let her constituents know that for existing tax liabilities, the VAT deferral new payment scheme will allow businesses with deferred VAT to spread their payments over up to 11 equal payments to 31st of March 2022, interest-free.
Let's head to Scotland with Patricia Gibson. Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the global health pandemic, it's worth noting that paid leave following a bereavement is entirely at the discretion of employers. Grief experienced by employees cost the UK economy £23 billion per year and the Treasury nearly £8 billion a year, with those in lowest paid jobs much less likely to have paid bereavement leave. In his upcoming budget, what consideration will the Chancellor give to statutory paid bereavement leave for all workers who lose a close family member?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to look at the specific question that the Honourable Lady raised. As you'll know, in the last budget, we introduced a manifesto commitment to bring in neonatal leave, which I know was warmly welcomed and many had campaigned for, and I know will make a difference to families up and down the country.
Let's head to rugby with Mark Palsey. Mark Palsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard many times this morning about the very welcome support that the Chancellor has provided to hospitality businesses, which have been required to close during the pandemic. However, suppliers to the sector are dependent on its success, and many have seen dramatic falls in sales. Ahead of getting hospitality up and running again, is there any additional support he can provide at this particularly challenging time?
Minister.
My honourable friend raises a point that's been mentioned by several members in this House about the difficulties that businesses in the hospitality sector and their supply chain have had during the pandemic. What he can tell his constituents is that £1.6 billion is being made available for local authorities to support those businesses ineligible for closed business grants but who might still be impacted by restrictions. And local authorities have discretion to determine how much funding to provide to businesses, and they also have the flexibility to target local businesses that are important to their local economies, and this could include those businesses in the supply chain to retail, hospitality and leisure.
We've got audio only with Mr. Virendra Sharma. Virendra Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some small businesses in my constituency cannot access the support they need to continue to employ staff and survive. The government's incomplete guidance to local authorities has left this gap in support. Will the minister fix this flaw in this system and commit to help small businesses today?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman happily write to me with the specific issue he has with the guidance, but in general, the grants have been functioning, I think, very well, and local authorities are getting them out to businesses. They also have access to discretionary funding, and as the name suggests, although there are broad guidelines, ultimately that funding is to be used at the discretion of the individual local authorities.
Let's head to Lancashire with Scott Benton. Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The support packages that my right honourable friend has made available to the hospitality and tourism industries over the course of this pandemic have proved invaluable to thousands of businesses in Blackpool. As we look to reopen these sectors later on this year, will he commit to extending the reduction in VAT for tourism, hospitality and leisure businesses to help maintain thousands of jobs in my constituency?
Minister.
Well, as my honourable friend says, and I thank him for it, the temporary reduced rate of VAT was introduced to support the cash flow and the viability of over 150,000 businesses and to protect 2.4 million jobs in the hospitality and tourism sectors. It was extended in September and extended again and will now run, I should say, until the 31st of March of this year. But the relief comes at a significant cost, and while the government keeps taxes under review, it has no current plans to extend it further. But I would remind my honourable friend that there are many other aspects of our financial support which may be of assistance to his constituents.
16 withdrawn, so we're going up to Blythe Valley with Ian Levy. Ian Levy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Eat Out to Help Out scheme was seen by many in the hospitality industry as a lifeline for the survival of their business after the lifting of restrictions last summer. Could my right honourable friend assure me that his department will carefully consider reinstating the scheme or something similar once we come out of lockdown?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Of course, across the pandemic, the government has created a number of innovative responses like Eat Out to Help Out. We will continue to examine very carefully what package of measures that we need to intervene with, and the Chancellor has indicated that he'll be coming forward at the budget with an update to the House on that package in due course.
Final question, James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, given the current imperative to forge new trade deals worldwide and also to make the new EU trade deal work, what incentives have been considered by the Treasury to both attract new companies to the UK and also retain those that are already here?
Well, as my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, set out a moment ago, through the Office of Investment, led by Lord Grimstone, It is focused on exactly that issue, working in tandem with the Build Back Better Business Council that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor chair.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. I now call Nick Thomas Simmons to ask his urgent question. Nick Thomas Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Home Secretary to make a statement about COVID protections at the UK border.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from January 2020, the government has had a comprehensive strategy for public health measures at the border. The Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office swiftly discouraged all but essential travel to China and announced that anybody entering the UK from Wuhan should self-isolate for 14 days. In February last year, Sage Advice recommended that those from Thailand, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia and Macau, and those who were symptomatic should also self-isolate. Regulations were also introduced to allow officers to detain and direct individuals. And in March last year, Mr. Speaker, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office advised against all non-essential travel, initially for 30 days. And then on the 23rd of March last year, the Prime Minister advised that everyone should stay at home and only travel for essential purposes. A raft of measures followed in May, and they were announced, including 14 days self-isolation, passenger locator form, and fines for those who failed to comply with these mandatory conditions. And in July, the government announced the introduction of the international travel corridors, and the countries on those travel corridor lists were kept under constant review and removed as the risk of importing COVID-19 increased. However, Mr. Speaker, as the safeguarding of the vaccine rollout has become the government's priority, we have introduced stricter controls. In December, following the identification of a new variant of the virus, we introduced a travel ban on arrivals from South Africa, later extending to a ban on South America and Portugal. We suspended travel corridors and required all passengers to show proof of a negative coronavirus test before they embark on their journey to the UK. Anyone arriving must also self-isolate for 10 days. And, Mr. Speaker, these new measures are being robustly enforced to keep the public safe. Passengers must continue to fill in a passenger locator form, with those who fail to comply facing a £500 fine. Carriers are under a legal obligation to check each passenger has proof of a negative test and are liable for a fine of £2,000 for not complying. To date, Border Force has checked an estimated 3.7 million passenger locator forms, issued over 2,300 fixed penalty notices and referred over 22,000 cases to the police. Mr. Speaker, the UK has a world-leading vaccination programme, which is something we should all be proud of. It is therefore right that the government does everything and continues to do everything it can to protect the rollout of the vaccine from new strains of the virus. And, Mr. Speaker, we keep all measures under review and will not hesitate to take further action to protect the public.
Secretary Nick Thomas-Simmons.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for granting the urgent question and for the Home Secretary's response. Indeed, it's good to see the Right Honourable Lady, and I hope we will see her again to answer questions on how 400,000 police records were deleted and give us the promised update on that matter. The efforts of the British people and the hopes of the vaccine are being undermined by the government's inability to secure our borders against COVID. Conservative incompetence is putting our country at risk. Labour is calling for a comprehensive hotel quarantine system with protections to secure us against new strains. It cannot be restricted to only a handful of countries, leaving gaping holes in our defences against different strains of the virus emerging around the world. And the government must announce a sector support package for aviation. The government's proposals being briefed to the press are half-baked and will be ineffective. As ever, it's too little, too late. And from the start of the pandemic, the government's handling of measures at the border has been chaotic. There hasn't been a comprehensive strategy, as the Home Secretary suggested. Indeed, from January last year to the 23rd of March, only 273 people were formally quarantined. I wrote to the Home Secretary in April and asked her to learn the lessons of that. But still by May, the UK was an international outlier with virtually no travel controls. And when formal quarantining was introduced in June, the policy was so badly handled it was ineffective. It isn't being properly enforced. And the government's own figures show that only 3% of people are being successfully contacted to ensure they're observing the quarantine. Even the introduction, Mr. Speaker, of mandatory testing was delayed because the government couldn't get the structures in place. Now, on the brief plans for hotel quarantine, can the Home Secretary confirm when formal plans will be introduced? Will they be comprehensive or limited to a few countries? And if it is limited, how would that be acceptable when the quarantining system is in such disarray? Put simply, what confidence can the public have in the government on this issue if ministers are not prepared to learn from their own mistakes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just begin by starting by saying that I welcome the Honourable Gentleman's chance for us to discuss these measures. And he's also mentioned about the PNC, which we will provide an update in due course. I can just give him that reassurance. I think, first of all, Mr. Speaker, there has been a comprehensive strategy across government, and it actually dates back to January last year, from the 27th of January. The Honourable Gentleman will be fully aware and cited off that. That started with travel advice, FCO in particular, followed by guidance by SAGE, right down from the 10th of February last year, new statutory instruments, regulations, new powers of medical professions and the police to detain individuals carrying symptoms of coronavirus, guidance to airports around how to handle coronavirus in February last year, and then a flurry of travel advice, then supported by self-isolation measures, and in March, of course, the Coronavirus Act, but then the parcel of mandatory quarantine, passenger locator forms, shutting the border with Denmark when the new strain was identified, test and release, banning flights, as I said already, from South Africa, pre-travel tests and carrier liability. This is a comprehensive approach and a comprehensive strategy. And I would just like to say, Mr. Speaker, on this, it's important to note that throughout, when it comes to coronavirus and measures at the border that involve other government departments as well, the measures set out naturally come with logistical and operational challenges to work with. So I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank our operational partners, our airports in particular, Border Force who've been on the front line day in, day out, checking passengers. I mentioned the figure earlier on about the number of checks, and Border Force are now checking 100% of passengers arriving in the UK. We have the Isolation Assurance Service as well. They're increasing the number of checks to 5,000 per day, and the National Police Chief Councils are already surging capacity as well to provide those checks. I think, just if I may, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has referred to newspaper reports and speculation. It would be wrong of me, Mr. Speaker, to speculate about any measures that are not in place right now as policy is being developed. But the Honourable Gentleman does speak about quarantining, and he claims that his party has been calling for tougher restrictions. But I think also the party opposite, if I may say so, should also reflect on their position. Because in August last year, the Honourable Gentleman himself called quarantine a blunt tool. In July, the Shadow Transport Secretary said quarantine measures should be lessened. And in June last year, the leader of the opposition also said that this system was a blunt instrument. Measures are always under review. It is right that the government reviews all measures. And as I said in my statement, Mr. Speaker, we do have a world-leading vaccination programme. We are proud of that programme, and the government will do everything that it can to protect that vaccine from new strains of the virus.
I said to Kent with Damien Green. Damien Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for her unwavering commitment to keeping our borders secure? In that context, she'll know that in Kent, we of course support that, but also the free flow of legitimate haulage traffic across the channel, not just for the sake of the national economy, but to keep our local roads flowing freely as well. Can she assure me that any new measures will not impede the flow of freight traffic through the tunnel and across the channel?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I'd like to thank him as well as a Kent MP for the work that he's been doing, particularly on flow but hauliers. We absolutely have, throughout the last 12 months, through difficulties as well, if we recall back in December, protected the flow of freight critical supplies, and that'll continue.
Let's head up to Scotland with SNP spokesperson Joanna Cherry. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's simply not accurate to say that there's been a comprehensive strategy in place since January 2020. And it's really quite extraordinary that a Home Secretary previously so obsessed with stopping people from entering the country and deporting those already here should have taken so long to properly address COVID protections at the UK border. As the Home Secretary knows, in April and May of last year, I wrote to her asking for comprehensive health protections at the border. And I referred to the measures which had been introduced in other countries in Europe and indeed across the world. Now, last week, the Home Secretary admitted that we, quote, should have closed our borders earlier. So why did she fail to take precautions which she knew were needed? What stopped her? Was it her cabinet colleagues? And if so, why didn't she resign and speak out, given the risk of increased transmission from people entering the country? And finally, it's good that Four Nations discussions are now taking place, but it's the Home Office which collects and holds passenger data. And the UK Border Force, as the Home Secretary explained, reports to the Home Office, a UK government department. So can she confirm that all proper cooperation will be afforded to the devolved governments going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady and I will disagree on a number of things, including her opening remarks around the government strategy. I've already outlined, Mr. Speaker, and I don't need to run through the range of measures that have been undertaken. But I would just like to reflect on a point the Honourable Lady has made, which is about cooperation across the Four Nations. She will be very well aware that cooperation has taken place from the outset through the introduction of travel corridors, through the work that Border Force do across the United Kingdom. And if I may say so, they do that incredibly well at our ports and at our airports across the UK. And in fact, earlier on last year as well, I'd visited many of our Border Force officers in Scotland, both at Edinburgh and Glasgow. So the cooperation is incredibly strong. The dialogue always continues and does exist, and that will continue as potentially measures may change, as they have done throughout this coronavirus pandemic.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for the statement she's made in regards to the work being done by our border forces. Does my right honourable friend agree that whilst our efforts to contain the original coronavirus strain were working, because of the increased transmissibility of the new strains, it is right that we re-evaluate the work being done at our borders?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and throughout this pandemic, I think we should all reflect upon the way in which this pandemic has changed all our lives, but also touched our lives as well in many, many ways and sad ways. All our measures have been under review, and that will continue at the border and also with regards to the vaccine rollout, as my honourable friend has pointed out.
Let's go to the chair of the Select Committee, Yvette Cooper in Castleford. Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary lifted all the self-isolation rules for travellers on March 13th last year, and in the following 10 days, up to 10,000 people with COVID arrived in the UK, making the pandemic worse. So lessons must be learnt this time, and the further delays in strengthening quarantine and testing are a serious problem. So can she tell me why we saw crowded scenes at Heathrow on Friday at the UK border, the very opposite of quarantine? Is it true that for months people have been waiting for hours in those queues in unsafe circumstances? And is it true that the Border Force lifted some of the checks that she just said were being applied to 100% of passengers because those queues were unsafe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chair of the Select Committee will be aware, with regards to her comments from last year, that the advice from government was to stay at home, and clearly the point of that was not to travel. She's asked rightly about the scenes at Heathrow Airport at the weekend, and the fact of the matter is those queues materialised because of the compliance checks that Border Force had put in place. I do want to emphasise, Mr. Speaker, that, and I'd like to thank Heathrow Airport, because the Chair of the Select Committee will also be aware that we, colleagues in Border Force, work with the airport operators in terms of social distancing measures at the airport. That is a joint piece of work that takes place, and all airports take responsibility for their work and how they manage their own flows. And Border Force in particular are there to enforce the checks, and as they are doing now, achieving 100% coverage. And they are also now working with London Heathrow Airport's assistant organisation, their contractors, HAL, who are also working as a triage function to make sure that people are being checked. I think the British public and the travelling public would just like that reassurance and that welcome news as well, that checks are in place, and if that means queues, and obviously we're working with airport operators in terms of how they are supported and triaged as arrivals come into the airports.
Let's head up to Bishop Auckland with Deanna Davison. Deanna Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the nature of the new variant and the unique challenges it's presented, I'm pleased that new measures have been introduced, such as COVID testing at the border, to help keep people safe as we continue our excellent efforts in the vaccination rollout. But does my right honourable friend agree with me that, of course, it's right that border measures are kept under constant review as we battle this fast-changing virus, and that it's much easier to be in opposition, making loud and sometimes conflicting suggestions with the benefit of hindsight?
Honourable friend for her question, and I think again it's worth reflecting on the fact that we're in a global health pandemic and all measures must be always under review. But she's made the point as well in terms of opposition parties and the flip-flopping. At the end of the day, the government has to make difficult decisions and choices, working with operational partners, and that's exactly what we have done from day one throughout this pandemic.
Let's head to the West Midlands with Zara Sultana. Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of asylum seekers are being housed in decommissioned army barracks in Kent and Wales. Locked in, residents of the Napier camp in Kent are forced to sleep in dormitories of 28 people. Social distancing and self-isolation are therefore impossible. Now, 100 people in the camp, that's 1 in 4, have tested positive for COVID, 1 in 20 are on suicide watch. These are disgraceful, inhumane conditions, and the Home Office has now belatedly said that it will move those with COVID out of the Napier camp. Will the Home Secretary now respect the rights and dignity of these people, close these camps, and provide good, safe, and livable housing instead?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important for the honourable member to understand that the accommodation facilities that we are using are military bases that are of very strong standards, so much so that they were housing and accommodating our service personnel, men and women, prior to the base being made available to asylum seekers. And the reason why the base was made available is because, in line with Public Health England guidelines, because of coronavirus, we need space for social distancing, which has been absolutely in place. These accommodation sites are in line with Public Health England guidance, as we've always checked guidance and worked with PHE throughout coronavirus when it comes to accommodation. I can see the Honourable Lady shaking her head. Perhaps she'd like to listen to the facts and not some of the sort of jaded views that she may hold herself. And alongside that, the reason why we have removed a number of asylum seekers over the weekend is actually to protect others from catching coronavirus. That is absolutely the right thing to do, because public health and public safety is important. And that, of course, is in line with following PHE guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also pay tribute to my right honourable friend for the work she's doing to secure our borders. Given the current situation with a new virus, a new, more transmissible virus, could I please ask if she agrees with me that we need to look again at our rules and our guidance with regard to the borders to make sure that we're limiting the amount of virus that comes through the borders? Thank you.
Honourable friend for his question, and he absolutely is correct in terms of we have an amazing vaccine programme. The world is speaking about our vaccine rollout programme, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, and we should be very proud about that. But of course, until we get the rollout, advancing the way in which we would like to, we do have to take measures. And of course, as I think the House has heard me say several times now, all measures throughout this pandemic are under review.
Let's head up to Scotland with Alistair Carmichael. Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Measures of this sort have been a feature of all the systems that have been most effective in tackling coronavirus around the world. So the question that most people will want to hear answered today is what took so long to get here. Will the Home Secretary do a bit to bolster public confidence in her decision-making by publishing the evidence on which she has based today's decision, as well as the evidence that she has relied on to make different decisions hitherto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd say to the right honourable gentleman that throughout the pandemic, all decisions have taken place through looking at scientific advice, and the honourable gentleman will be well aware of that. And that's no different in terms of protective measures at the border. The right honourable gentleman has already heard me say and speak about shutting the border when the mutant strain from Denmark was prevalent, taking action around South Africa and flights. And that's absolutely right, and other countries. That is based on scientific advice, much of which has also been put out in the public domain.
Mr. Speaker, I recognise the Home Secretary can't talk about measures that are being discussed at the moment, but I hope she can assure the House that if decisions are taken today, as we expect, that a Minister will be appearing at the dispatch box tomorrow to update the House about those measures. And can I just ask her, given the Chief Scientific Advisor has said that coronavirus is going to be with us forever, are the measures that are being contemplated expected to be permanent to deal with that permanent risk of a mutating variant of the virus that the vaccine can't deal with, or temporary?
No, I thank my right honourable friend for his question. It's actually an important question. So first of all, all announcements were made in the conventional way and to the House, as Mr. Speaker would expect. But secondly, measures are always under review. The right honourable gentleman understands that fully. Decisions will be taken, obviously, through the consultative process within government, based on evidence, based on discussions, based on a number of facts. But of course, the virus itself is changing. Well, it's still with us, but also vaccine rollout is a new element, a new consideration in terms of the nature of measures. And I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, and to the right Honourable Gentleman as well. We've seen a layered approach with these measures, as we've seen escalation and de-escalation. Right now we have escalated them through the ban-in of the travel corridors. So these measures will be under review, and naturally, as the rollout progresses, new strains may not materialise internationally. We would obviously have to take everything under consideration around permanency and the timetable and timeframes around application of certain measures.
Let's head to Northern Ireland with James Shannon. James Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her answers today to the urgent question? The Secretary of State will be very aware of the substantial concerns at the Northern Ireland border with the Republic of Ireland as pertains to COVID travel. And further to the announcement from the Republic of Ireland, can the Secretary of State confirm what, if any, contact has been made to ascertain the current situation and to share information regarding passengers' travel to the Republic of Ireland and potentially to Northern Ireland that should not have been withheld at any stage? And further, what steps will be taken to save lives by being sensible about our shared border? Thank you.
Well, my other friend makes a really important point. First of all, the advice is not to travel. It is, of course, to stay at home. For the very point that the Honourable Gentleman has made, we are in a pandemic and we need to protect public health. And he's highlighted, you know, some of the things that are taking place right now. I think, secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for me to emphasise that this is a joint effort. There's collaboration that takes place, obviously in relation to the CTA as well, and the sharing of information and the sharing of data around passengers and flows. That has always been the way. That will continue. But I think I would still emphasise to everybody, there is no need for individuals to travel. You know, when it comes to the CTA and the areas I know that my honourable friend is referring to, we are also thinking predominantly about goods and hauliers and the movements there. And of course, there are checks in place for those particular examples.
Let's head up to Darlington with Peter Gibson. Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend outline what supports the government will be providing to regional airports like Teesside International to assist with these measures?
My honourable friend for his question. Of course, we are speaking about current measures that are in place right now, that have been put in place by the government. And of course, my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, is constantly working with airports across the country in constructive dialogue, you know, in terms of the measures, the impact on flow and changes in flow. But again, I would just like to emphasise that even recognising that these are difficult times, of course, that people should really not be travelling unless, of course, you know, there are exceptional circumstances.
Let's head to South Wales with Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wrote to the Home Secretary in April on COVID border measures, and the reply on her behalf from her Home Office colleague, Baroness Williams, said, "We've brought in the right measures at the right time." But we now know that the Home Secretary didn't believe that, because she said publicly recently she'd wanted the borders closed. So isn't it the case that not only does my right honourable friend believe that these new measures she's going to introduce are too late, by her own admission, she believes it herself?
Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, to the Honourable Gentleman, I've already outlined a very comprehensive package of measures that were brought in from January last year. I think it's all very well to say in hindsight about measures in the past, but at the same time there are many, many discussions that took place. But alongside that, you know, the measures are clear in terms of testing, test to release, obviously now banning various flights and carrier liabilities. These measures are in place. They will continue to be in place. But as I have said, you know, as evidence changes, the situation changes, measures are under review and changes will be announced in due course.
Desmond Swain.
Is it usual to bill prisoners for the cost of their incarceration?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer my right honourable friend to my statement earlier on.
Let's go up to Warrington North with Charlotte Nittles. Charlotte Nittles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As an island nation, there is absolutely no reason why we could not follow the lead of countries like New Zealand, who had strict border measures in place from the start of the pandemic and where normal life has been able to resume, something we are all watching with envy from lockdown 3. As we approach a year since the first COVID case in the UK, can the Home Secretary tell the House why it has taken her so long to put in an effective strategy to stop COVID, and particularly new strains of COVID, from entering the country, and what steps will be taken to prevent travellers circumventing travel restrictions by flying through countries with no restrictions.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm intrigued by everybody's new hindsight that they've all seemed to have adopted rather quickly, when I've already outlined the position of the party opposite earlier on in my remarks. The Honourable Lady has heard my comments around the comprehensive approach, the list of measures that have been put in place, the people that we've worked with in government and out of government as well in terms of operational partners. So we have a comprehensive strategy. That strategy has been in place since January last year. But as I have said repeatedly, measures will be under review, as they have been throughout this entire pandemic, including health measures at the border.
Let's head to Wokingham with Sir John Redwood. Sir John.
I congratulate my right honourable friend on what she has been doing. Will she strengthen the law against people trafficking, which remains a worrying danger? And can she ensure that necessary travel controls do not stop essential work travel?
Friend is absolutely right. First of all, in terms of people trafficking, he's been assiduous on this, and he's heard me a number of times in terms of the measures that we are bringing forward in terms of legislation and plans around tackling people trafficking and the smugglers. And we have some good reports on that in terms of some of the criminal penalties and sanctions that are being levelled against individuals. And secondly, he's absolutely right in terms of fines that we are putting in place, and but the actual exemptions that are required around key areas such as goods in particular coming into the country.
We're going up to Scotland with Dr. Philippa Whitford. Dr. Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pacific countries which control their borders have suffered less economic harm from COVID. With evidence growing that the South African and other variants are resistant to antibodies, which could undermine the vaccine programme, when will the government introduce this more rigorous quarantine, and how will they support the aviation sector through 2021 when these measures are likely to be needed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer the Honourable Lady to both my statement, but also to the comments that I've made about measures being under review and announcements will be forthcoming. It's not for me to give a timetable in terms of what is taking place, because obviously there is a lot of work that takes place day in, day out across government around border measures, but actually the overall approach with regards to coronavirus.
Let's head up to Derbyshire with Nigel Mills. Nigel Mills.
Thank you. And can I welcome these proposed measures? Clearly, at times of highest risk, we need the strongest measures. But would she agree to be transparent and publish the criteria the government will use for deciding what measures will be in place at what time between quarantine, self-isolation or travel corridors being allowed?
My honourable friend makes an important point. Of course, I don't want to speculate around new measures, as my honourable friend will bear with me, and he's heard me say this a number of times. There are processes around making decisions, and clearly, when changes come forward, the government will absolutely announce those and the details of them in due course.
Let's head up to Greater Manchester with Andrew Gwynn. Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. It's not hindsight. She knows the Home Affairs Select Committee on which I sit took evidence from New Zealand and Singapore last year about what they were doing to successfully apply effective COVID controls at the border. It does feel 10 months on that the Home Secretary is closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. Can I ask her simply, why didn't our measures work? Did they not go far enough? And does she take any responsibility for that?
First of all, as a member of the Select Committee, the Honourable Gentleman will also be aware that in April last year, we discussed health measures at the border at the Select Committee and the work of the government in particular. And in terms of effectiveness of the measures themselves, he will be very familiar, in fact, with all the measures, the statutory instruments, the regulations, the directions to airports, border force and the ports as well. And, as I've always said throughout, not just myself, but members of the government as well, Mr. Speaker, but particularly today, all measures are under review, and that is effectively the right thing to do.
Sent down to the southwest with Steve Double. Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary will be aware that the aviation sector has been one of the most adversely affected by this pandemic. And while it's right the government take all appropriate steps to protect public health, she will also be aware that any further restrictions will have another damaging impact on the sector. So can she reassure me that if any new restrictions on travel are brought in, that they will only be in place for as long as absolutely necessary? And will the government work with airports and airlines to find ways to safely allow flights to recommence as soon as possible?
Home Secretary.
Honourable friend, that the reassurance around the way in which the government across the board has worked with the aviation sector. He is right. He's absolutely right in terms of the impact that coronavirus has had on global travel, international travel, airlines, and obviously people that work within the sector as well. Government will continue to work with stakeholders and partners within the sector. They are operational partners. We work with them every single day at our key airports and our ports, and that'll continue.
Let's head up to Gerald with Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Home Secretary does not want to comment on any measures that are still to be confirmed. But can she tell me, if people are required to self-isolate on entering the UK, will the government consider putting support in place to help those who cannot afford to finance their own quarantine, but may be travelling due to, for example, a family emergency or bereavement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to restate the point that I've made earlier on. I'm not going to comment on speculation, and all members will have to, I think, if I may say so, be a little bit more patient and wait for formal details as and when announcements are made.
Let's head to Caroline Noakes in Hampshire. Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend would agree that returning British citizens need certainty about what to expect at the border. Please can she assure me that advance information to travellers will be as explicit as possible, so nobody can turn up at the airport claiming they did not know which test to get, when, and what documentation they would need to prove it?
Thank my right honourable friend for her question. She's absolutely right, of course. And the role of the FCO throughout this pandemic has been very clear in terms of advice and also the Department of Transport. That will continue.
Let's head to South Wales with Gerald Jones. Gerald Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Home Secretary indicate if she feels it appropriate that the Isolation Assurance Service has been checking just 3 out of 100 on quarantine compliance? Surely the Home Secretary realises that this is totally unsatisfactory and falls far short of what is required to keep our country safe.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to our colleagues who are working, obviously, on checks. The Isolation Assurance Service have throughout increased their checks, and those numbers are wrong. And I absolutely think it's right and vital to point out that the collaboration that takes place with the IAS, Border Force, but also police and others is absolutely right and vital, and that is working. And, you know, as an organisation, they themselves have been stepping up on the checks that they've been undertaking.
As the MP for Redcar and Cleveland, I represent many of Teesside's offshore oil and gas workers. Can she assure me that if any additional border restrictions are put in place, it won't negatively affect this important part of our economy?
My honourable friend, rightly so, is a strong advocate for his constituency and obviously very important sector in his constituency as well. And there have been certain very limited and restricted exemptions. But if I may repeat again, if the honourable gentleman bears with us on this and has patience, you know, announcements will come in due course. But he's right to highlight, you know, his constituency interest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As is the case in relation to any COVID restriction, what businesses, operators and the public want and need is clarity, certainty and notice. So if the government is going down the route of border closures and noting what the Secretary of State has said already, can she provide an indication of how long any restrictions are likely to be and provide reassurance that the government will give support if it means no 2021 season for inbound tourism operators and their supply chains?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important at this particular stage to just reflect upon the amount of support that government has put in to businesses throughout this pandemic. And of course, she's right in terms of certainty for businesses, but also for others as well, with regards to coronavirus restrictions. Nothing has changed on that basis. And of course, we'll work with all sectors, as we have done throughout this pandemic, when it comes to support, but also giving them information up front.
Let's head to Lee Anderson in Ashfield. Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could my right honourable friend please confirm that people should not be travelling in and out of the country unless absolutely necessary? And must you please assure me that airports are fully aware that they too have a moral duty to ensure social distancing is in place?
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his question, and he is right. We are in a global health pandemic. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, the daily numbers that we see of people being hospitalised and the impacts of COVID, I think is a sobering reminder of all of this. Just a couple of points. Of course, passengers are checked at the airports. We've just discussed that today. But every airport across the UK, they are our operational partners. They have a responsibility to comply with those social distancing and COVID compliant measures. And we will continue to work with them and support them to do so. But as ever, my message again is people should not be travelling. We are in a global health pandemic.
Let's head to Scotland with Richard Thompson. Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary will be aware that the Scottish Government cannot unilaterally close the border in Scotland to international arrivals. Could I ask then, in the event that further restrictions on international arrivals are imposed, can the Home Secretary commit to offering the full resources of the UK Border Force, including funding if required, to ensure that Scotland is able to operate effectively as part of a four-nations approach?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable friend has made the case for a stronger United Kingdom and made the case for the Union working together, which is absolutely right. And we have been doing that, Mr. Speaker, with Border Force in particular. And I pay tribute to my Border Force colleagues across the country for the very strong work that they're doing in Scotland, in Wales, across the United Kingdom, because they have been on the front line every single day.
Let's head up to Lancashire with Scott Benton. Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that a key benefit of Brexit is that decisions regarding our immigration, national security and borders are now exclusively matters for Her Majesty's government?
Well, of course, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and he will know, Britain post-Brexit, we're very clear in terms of the powers and the decisions that we are able to undertake. And of course, that is effectively what the government is now doing, and he's highlighted some very clear areas where that change has now happened.
Let's head to Wales with Liz Saville-Roberts. Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr, Lefarydd. The first COVID case in Wales was recorded on the 28th of February last year, yet almost a year later, the UK government remains reluctant to follow the science wholeheartedly in relation to the health risks implicit in international travel. While today's answer is insufficient, the government's measures will also be difficult to sustain in the long term. Now, of course, given that health is devolved, what plans are in place for UK government and Welsh government to work together on a long-term plan to ensure that international travel is not again a threat to public health?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if I may take the Right Honourable Lady back to January last year, where she's just mentioned again travel measures. Travel measures were brought in January last year, and I'm not going to run through the various measures that have been undertaken again. If I may say so, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the devolved nations, there is work taking place, there is support that takes place, there are calls that take place on a near daily basis, and that is absolutely right that we take a united approach to dealing with measures, restrictions, but also tackling coronavirus. And I would absolutely urge ministers across the four nations, if they have any particular issues about joining up, speaking with one voice, being much more united, the government's door is well and truly open, because that's exactly what we've been trying to do over the last 12 months.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by commending the Home Secretary for all the work she and her department is doing to keep our borders and people safe during this period. What aerospace workers in Burnley need more than anything else is for planes to be back in the air. So could she assure me that her department is looking long-term at what measures might be needed on the border to allow travel to resume in a safe and secure way?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, can I commend my honourable friend, first of all, for speaking about the sector, aerospace, and also the innovation that takes place within the sector itself. And of course, across government, recognising that coronavirus has been very, very challenging for the sector, for aviation. Those discussions will always take place. They are, have taken place, but also support will continue to, be part of that wider discussion, and the government's committed to that.
Let's head up to Wallasey with Dame Angela Edel. Dame Angela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the day that ONS figures show that the UK now has the highest number of COVID deaths per million population in the world, and given that the Isolation Assurance Service currently does not check the vast majority of those required to isolate, how can the Home Secretary assure us that enforcement of these new rules will be adequate and that they will not be more honoured in the breach than the observance?
No, well, the Right Honourable Lady has made a very important point today, that the number of deaths from coronavirus has reached 100,000, and every death is an absolute tragedy, and I think it does put, this discussion today into some context, a great deal of context, in fact, regarding measures, but also the fact that we're working night and day to reduce the spread of coronavirus. I have highlighted, Mr. Speaker, the checks of the Isolation Assurance Service, but actually it's not just themselves. Border Force, if I may give the Right Honourable Lady reassurance, are now fulfilling 100% compliance checks. We'll have airport staff as well that they are triaging, working with in terms of bringing those checks in, working with airports and ports around queues and managing flows coming in. These are important measures, but it does come back to the need for compliance, which is why I urge everyone again who should not be travelling to please stay at home.
Let's head up to the Potteries with Jack Brereton. Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the huge efforts everyone has made that have now got infection rates back under control, and given the rise of new COVID strains in a number of countries around the world, would my right honourable friend agree we cannot risk further importing new strains of the virus into the UK, which would undermine all this work?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I've spoken already about our incredible vaccine, our world-leading vaccine that we are proud of, and therefore our work, our focus, since the development of the vaccine has been about protecting that vaccine from new strains, hence the measures that we brought in December, the pre-travel tests, the carrier liability for pre-travel tests as well. These are important measures, and they are clearly linked to the vaccine, but also stopping the spread of coronavirus.
Let's head up to Greater Manchester with Debbie Abrahams. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Home Affairs Select Committee has said, the APPG on coronavirus also recommended tighter border restrictions to suppress the virus in our report last year following our inquiry. This reflected the success of those countries who followed a SARS-MERS pandemic model rather than a flu pandemic model. It just isn't credible for the Home Secretary to say that there were adequate protections at our borders. So given this, why has the government been so slow to protect the country's public health and the economy via its borders?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm naturally going to disagree with the Honourable Lady and do so respectfully. She will also recall, last year, as I've already said, at the Select Committee, we had a lengthy discussion around coronavirus measures at the border, the number of people coming into the country, but I've also highlighted the measures that we have taken in place. These are stringent measures, strong measures that have been put in place in a layered approach throughout the pandemic. When the situation changes, when the evidence changes, when new strains materialise and develop, the government has taken the right action at the right time.
Sarah Britliff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many residents in Hyndburn and Haslingden have raised their concerns about people entering our country and then not following the isolation when they arrive. So can the Home Secretary please reassure my residents that more stringent measures will be in place if necessary to control this virus?
Thank you. I'd like to reassure the Honourable Lady and her good constituents as well around the IAS service, which is the Isolation Assurance Service. As I've said already, they're working with Border Force, with police, around absolutely following through on those compliance checks. And the IAS service is linked with Public Health England. So clearly, they take the lead on that. But as I've said, her constituents should be reassured by the checks that we have in place. They are very, very clear. And as I've said, Border Force and others are working together to make sure that they are working.
Let's head up to Scotland with Owen Thompson. Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary said last week that she was an advocate of closing the borders last March. Given she chose not to answer my honourable friend from Edinburgh South West on this, could I ask again, why did she not make stronger public representations at the time, or was she silenced within her own department?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer the honourable gentleman to my comments earlier. I've been very clear about the measures that have been brought in since January last year. So for any member of this House to say that the government has not taken action, they are completely wrong. And, you know, I'd be more than happy to write to him with the list of every single step, every single measure from the Home Office, from the Department of Transport, from the FCDO, in terms of the measures that have been brought in at the border.
Let's head to Wales with Stephen Crabb. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Home Secretary understands the importance of trade, and I know she understands the pressures facing many UK hauliers right now. So could I ask my right honourable friend to confirm that regardless of what new measures are brought in at the border, hauliers will get all the support they need to keep vital trade flowing in and out of the country?
Friend is absolutely right, and the role of hauliers, goods, freight, medical supplies as well have been at the forefront of all our actions when it comes to keeping goods flowing. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, just point my right honourable friend to the work that he would have seen at our ports at Dover with testing measures. These are important measures that do exactly that. They help to keep goods moving, and that will continue.
Let's head up to Bradford with Naz Shah. Naz Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a tragic day when, according to the ONS, UK COVID-related deaths are about to surpass 100,000, many of them from poorer and working class backgrounds, can the Home Secretary confirm to me today any upcoming plans on borders and hotel quarantining will not disproportionately affect the poorest whilst being a luxury for the richest in our society?
Home Secretary.
The honourable lady makes a very important point. I think, first of all, I'm not going to get into speculation around new measures and things of that nature, but it is a tragic day. It is a sad day. It's a terrible, terrible and shocking reminder as to how coronavirus has touched the lives of so many people. And it is right, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that all our measures are kept under review. And today's figures, I think, are a sobering reminder as to why we do that.
It is a really miserable time for everybody involved in the travel industry, and yesterday Hayes Travel announced it was going to close 89 of its 535 stores, and at the moment it's unclear if that will impact on the 4 stores in Northamptonshire, including the shop in Kettering. Will my right honourable friend ensure that if the government does tighten these border controls, it revisits the financial help available for the travel industry?
No, I thank my honourable friend, and I completely hear his remarks, comments, and as I've said, you know, all our operational partners and the people within the sector, they've had a very torrid time. And of course, it's for my colleagues across government to continue that work and dialogue. I should just emphasise, dialogue always takes place with sectors and businesses, and of course, that's important, and that will absolutely continue.
Let's head to Wales with Tonia Antoniazzi. Tonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary pays tribute to border staff, but the risks they face working in close contact with arriving passengers and clandestine arrivals, particularly since the end of the EU, without commercial-grade masks or PPE. Can she say what additional measures have been put in place to protect the staff she rightly speaks so highly of?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I will always speak highly of my frontline partners in Border Force. They do exceptional work across ports and airports. And from the start of this pandemic, we have supported Border Force staff, resourced them with PPE, the equipment that they have asked for and needed. She shakes her head, but we absolutely have. And the head of Border Force, who I work with day in, day out, can absolutely testify to that. And so, you know, measures are always under review, as I've already articulated at the border. They are incredible staff. They themselves are, you know, being put under pressure when, for example, airports are very busy. They are there. We have measures in place to protect them through the way in which we rota them, but also through the way in which we keep them distant from travelling members of the public.
We have the final question coming from Warrington with Andy Carter. Andy Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I offer my support to the work that the Home Secretary has undertaken during the pandemic by reacting to the ever-changing challenge of this virus? As you will know, Warrington is getting used to having a more significant connection to UK ports, to Ireland and the Channel Tunnel with the recent addition of an inland border facility. Can she assure me that new measures won't impact the flow of freight and cause issues with lorries queuing in my rural villages?
Secretary.
My honourable friend raises an important point, and obviously as part of the end of transition, inland sites were stood up and created to assist with the flow of goods, as we have spoken about this afternoon. We'll put in all measures, and again, Border Force are involved with inland sites. That will absolutely continue, but of course, you know, with measures under review, we also make sure that we can operationalise these measures, and of course that equally applies to the inland sites that he's referring to.
I am now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order.
Order. Order. I call Kate Green to ask her urgent question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister for Schools Improvement set out the Government's plans for the reopening of educational settings?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Throughout the pandemic, the Government has been clear that education is a national priority. We had worked hard to keep all schools, colleges and universities fully open, but the scientific advice we received in January meant that we had no choice but to close schools and colleges to all but vulnerable children and the children of critical workers, and to restrict in-person teaching in university to those studying to be future critical workers. It is the Government's strong desire to reopen all schools, colleges and universities as soon as possible. We will prioritise the reopening of schools as we begin the process of lifting lockdown restrictions. We are acutely aware of the damage to children's education and development, particularly to the most disadvantaged pupils, by being away from school, and of the increased burdens that are placed on parents. And that's why we allowed early years providers to remain open throughout this lockdown. But the decision about when and how we can reopen has to be based on clear public health data and guided by scientific evidence and the advice of SAGE, the Joint Biosecurity Centre, Public Health England and the Chief Medical Officer, including issues such as hospitalisation rates and mortality, the rate of vaccination, and the challenge of new variants. Ultimately, it was the pressure on the NHS that caused us to move into a national lockdown, and the Government is monitoring NHS capacity carefully as it reviews whether easing lockdown might be possible. The government recognises that head teachers, support staff, parents and carers need time to prepare for reopening. And that's why the Secretary of State made it clear last week that we will give 2 weeks' notice to schools, colleges and universities so that they can prepare for a return to face-to-face education. We want to give 2 weeks' notice so that parents can make arrangements for the care of their children, and we will be making announcements in the next few days. Until schools can reopen fully, it is crucial that they continue to provide high-quality remote education alongside the on-site provision for vulnerable children and the children of critical workers. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank teachers and school leadership teams across the country for working around the clock to keep schools open for some, while also rising to the challenge of providing remote education for the millions of children who are continuing their education from home. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, remote education can never be a substitute for days spent in a classroom led by a brilliant teacher or for children being with their friends. We want these days to return as quickly as possible, and with them this government's continuing determination, made still more urgent by the pandemic, to raise standards in all our schools, to improve the life chances of every child, and to transform the start in life for those children facing the toughest challenges.
2-minute limit. Kate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I was pleased to see the Schools Minister at the dispatch box. I've more hope of receiving answers from him than I'm used to from the Secretary of State, but even he has failed to give parents, students and staff the credible plan they deserve. We simply don't know what the government's plan is for school reopening, other than what we read in the newspapers. In recent days, we've had reports that the Prime Minister wants pupils back before Easter, the Health Secretary is saying he wants pupils back after Easter, Public Health England saying overnight that primary schools are already safe to reopen. So which is it? What is the plan for full reopening? The Schools Minister mentioned some metrics but was vague about the required performance against them. Can he give us some more clarity? Will schools only return if R is below 1? We've read reports that Public Health England believe primary schools are safe to open. Are these reports accurate, and will he publish the scientific evidence? Will there be a credible testing plan in place as pupils return? How will the government get this chaotic system back on track? Can he tell us in what order pupils will return to the classroom? Will it be exam years first, primary schools first, or a regional variation? And what's the plan for the return of college and university students? Why has the government repeatedly ruled out the use of rotas to keep pupils in the classroom as a means of reducing transmission? What will be done to help pupils catch up on the learning they've lost? And can the Minister guarantee that schools will be first to reopen when it's safe to do so, or will other restrictions be lifted before children return to the classroom? Parents and staff need support, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they need to be able to plan. They need answers to these questions, and they need them now.
Well, the honourable member asks for a plan. There is a plan, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Schools were closed as part of the national lockdown, a lockdown introduced to tackle the growing pressure on the NHS. And there are clear criteria for emerging from the lockdown, including hospitalisation rates and the other 3 criteria I mentioned in my opening comments. We've always been clear that schools will be the last to close and the first to open as we emerge from the national lockdown with when the criteria says it is safe to begin to do so. Now, she's asked about the safety of schools. Well, we've always been clear that these restricted attendances in schools is not because schools are unsafe, but it's in order to reduce the overall number of social contacts in our community. She asked about testing. Lateral flow device testing is taking place in our schools. We're testing staff twice a week to identify asymptomatic COVID cases. And for those pupils returning to secondary school or being in secondary school at the moment, they will be tested twice as they return to school. And she said again, why aren't schools the first to open and the last to close? Well, that is something we've been making clear all along. And I have to say to the Honourable Lady that the problem with her is that she repeatedly calls for action that we are already taking. She's always 2 steps behind, and the opposition really has no plans, no direction, and no clarity on what is the biggest crisis facing this country and the world for nearly a century.
Video link. Chair of the Education Select Committee, Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank all teachers and support staff for all their work that they are doing to try and teach children at this time. My right honourable friend will be aware of what a number of paediatricians who've written to the Times today talking about children's anxiety, depression and self-harm all at frightening levels because of school closures, that parents are showing signs of psychological stress and breakdown as a result of the pressures of trying to homeschool their children, sustain their jobs and businesses. We just need to get our schools open again sooner rather than later. So could I ask him, why not open schools and colleges in the areas where COVID cases and the R is significantly lower? Will he put mental health practitioners in all schools to help children and parents during this time? And finally, what discussions has he had with the JCVI on priority vaccinations for teachers and support staff so we can help put an end to this revolving door of learning that's characterised education this year? We just need to get our children back in school full time as soon as possible.
Minister.
Well, my right honourable friend is right to pay tribute to teaching staff in our schools, and he's right to point to the very difficult circumstances that both parents and students face when they are having to learn from home and they're not with their friends. And we all know that being in school is the best thing for young people rather than learning from home. All the decisions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we are taking are with the well-being of students at the forefront. We understand the disruption, the panic, the pandemic is causing to students' education and the impact that this may have had on their mental health. And we remain committed to introducing the new mental health support teams for schools and colleges, and also to support the return to school. We have put in place a range of measures and guidance and a new £8 million training initiative for school staff to support children's well-being. And the health elements of the new RSHE curriculum includes teaching about mental health and well-being. And of course, the NHS continues to run 24-hour helplines for those for those people that have mental health problems. He asked about regional differences in infection rates. We will always be led by the science when making decisions about moving away from the lockdown conditions. And he finally asked about vaccines. Well, the JCVI advises that the first priorities for the COVID vaccination programme should be the prevention of mortality. And with regard to the next phase of the rollout, the JCVI have asked the Department of Health to consider occupational vaccination in collaboration with other departments, including the Department for Education.
A 1 minute limit. Video link. Carol Moynihan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we're all acutely aware of the impact of school closures on our children, none more so than those of us that actually have children and are trying to juggle work and homeschooling. But can he assure the House that schools will only reopen when the scientific evidence indicates it's safe to do so, and not because of pressure from the backbenches? I would hope that the Minister has a set of key targets that must be met before reopening. Could he share these with the House today? Is there a maximum R value that the government is looking at before reopening? And I would just echo the calls from the Chair of the Education Select Committee that JCVI looks at the prioritisation of teachers for vaccination. Thank you.
Well, can I just say to the honourable lady, as I said to the honourable lady opposite, that we have not restricted attendance because schools are unsafe, but in order to reduce the overall number of social contacts in our community. Both PHE and the Department of Health and Social Care confirm that the system of controls that we have in our schools, the extra hand washing, the hygiene, the ventilation, the one-way systems, the masks in communal areas and so on, create an inherently safer environment for children and staff where the risk of transmission of infection is substantially reduced. This is about reducing transmission in the community, and it is one of the measures after Tier 4 that we introduced to do that. She asked about the criteria for emerging from the lockdown. As I said at the beginning of this UQ, those criteria about emerging from lockdown include issues such as hospitalisation rates, mortality, the rate of vaccination, and the challenge of the new variants. But we will be led, and I can assure the Honourable Lady that we will be led by the advice of SAGE, the Joint Biosecurity Centre, Public Health England, and the Chief Medical Officer in any decision that we take regarding the reopening of schools.
Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I think to the previous point, I hope the backbenchers get louder on this point because it is more important than ever. And we need to hear about my Stroud dad who contacted me because he is so desperately worried about the mental health of his children being at home all day. And the parents that are contacting me on Instagram. Instagram is for pictures of cats and they are absolutely at their wits' end about juggling childcare and work as well. Will my right honourable friend reassure Stroud's parents that the reopening of schools is being treated as a national emergency? And taking his point about evidence, will he work with the 6 Gloucestershire MPs to see if our falling COVID case rates and the low transmission in schools mean that our primaries can reopen after half-term?
My right honourable friend is right, and we do take the mental health of pupils and parents, and indeed school staff, very seriously in all the decisions that we are taking. Indeed, my honourable friend on the front bench is convening a mental health action group to look at the effects on children and young people and staff in the education system, and we'll confirm the next steps about that as soon as we can. But at every step, we will be led by the scientific advice about when it is safe to reopen schools.
Video link. Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And following on from the Chair of the Education Committee's question, the Children's Commissioner, who leaves her post shortly, is a terrific advocate for young people and has highlighted the effect of school closures on children's mental health and well-being for many months. And families in Hull North are struggling. And as a nation, we are storing up a time bomb of mental health issues for a generation. So I'd like to know, what discussions has the Minister had with the Secretary of State for Health about real and additional support to schools, to CAMS and to the voluntary sector groups helping children and families now?
Well, she will be aware of all the work that the Department for Education, Ministers, Secretary of State have done in recent months, and indeed more than that, over a year ago, on the mental health, the children and young people's mental health green paper, to ensure that we roll out over the next few years a very serious series of support for mental health provision in our schools. It's a huge programme and it's designed to help children with serious mental health issues. It's also designed to alert and to take action when there are early signs of mental health conditions in children. It's a huge project, one we are continuing with. And during the pandemic, of course, we have put a range of measures in place to help tackle the mental health concerns that the pandemic is throwing up, including, as I've said, the action group set up by my honourable friend and the £8 million training initiative for school staff to support children's well-being that is already up and running.
Video link. Felicity Buchan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The majority of parents in Kensington would like to see their children return to school after the half-term break, especially with proper testing in place. The Prime Minister assured me in early January that there was a cautious presumption for children to return at that time. Since early January, rates in London have fallen significantly. Can my honourable friend assure me that everything is being done to get children back into school and that we have not ruled out a return after the midterm break?
Well, as a schools minister, no one in this House, not even my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, or indeed my honourable friend, is keener to see all schools back and open to all children and young people. But we will be led by the scientific advice when we make that decision, and that will be how we best tackle the transmission of this virus in our communities.
Video link. Roshnara Ali.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Parents and children have faced unprecedented pressures, in part thanks to the incompetence of this government. We've had the failures with test and trace, we've had indecision about school closure and now schools opening, and we've also had huge issues with the distribution of laptops. In Tower Hamlets, we have 60% of children facing poverty, the highest in the country, and a shortage of 10,000 laptops. Can the Minister update the House on when my constituents can get the laptops so that they can get the education that they need urgently while we are in lockdown? The government's had nearly a year now, and we've got children whose life chances are going to be damaged further if this isn't sorted out immediately.
Well, she failed to mention, of course, the fact that this government has purchased hundreds of millions of doses of vaccine from a range of different providers, that we were one of the first countries to begin rolling out the vaccine process. She failed to point out that we have already purchased 1.3 million laptops for disadvantaged children in our schools who may not have a device, on top of the 2.9 million laptops and tablets that already exist in our schools. And so far, we have delivered to the hands of children and local authorities and schools 876,000 laptops purchased in a demanding global market, built from scratch, imported and distributed. It is an amazing logistical exercise. It would have been nice if the honourable member could have paid tribute to the work of hundreds of staff in Computer Centre and in the Department for Education for such an amazing achievement.
Video link. Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Minister would join me in paying tribute to the two special schools in my constituency, Alderman Knight and Milestones, as they carry out such amazing work with pupils who are very challenged. These pupils are less aware of social distancing requirements, and the school staff need to work in close proximity to those pupils, coming into frequent physical contact with them because, for example, of the disabilities which some of the pupils may have. So does the Minister agree with me that vaccinating teachers and staff at all schools would bring great benefits, and particularly so at special schools?
Well, my honourable friend, of course, makes a very good point. I pay tribute to all the staff who work in our special schools. They remain open for vulnerable children, and they do a wonderful job. And for children with SEND, attending attending their educational setting is crucial so that they can receive high quality teaching and the specialist professional support that they need. And my honourable friend makes an important point about vaccines. The priority for the first phase is on mortality, but in the second phase the JVCI will be looking at different occupations, and the Department for Education will be pressing the case for the education workforce.
Video link. Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For months, parents, teachers, unions, MPs and local authorities have been calling for rotas in schools, for school transport that is ring-fenced to a single school to reduce transmission, for laptops and internet access for children, for vaccinations for teachers, mental health funding for young people, and the myriad of extra COVID costs facing schools, for directly employing supply teachers for one-to-one catch-ups and trusting local public health directors and schools to decide how best to reopen. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ideas are there on how to reopen schools safely. So why is there still no plan?
As I set out at the beginning, there's a very clear plan for reopening schools. It's based on the fact that schools are part of the national lockdown, and there are clear criteria for how and when we emerge from that national lockdown. It will depend on vaccinations, it will depend on mortality, it will depend on tackling new variants, and most importantly of all, it will depend on the pressure that the NHS is facing. And all those other issues that the honourable member trotted out, we have been working on them. We have, in May, we entered into a contract to purchase 200,000 laptops. We increased that in August, we increased that in September, we increased it in October, we increased it in November. These computers are built to order, there is a long lead time, but we anticipated and prepared for every contingency, which is why we have orders in place for 1.3 million devices, of which 876,000 are now in the hands of young people. and schools. She raised the issue of rotas. Well, you know, the rotas are difficult for secondary schools to implement at the same time as providing full-time education for vulnerable children and critical workers. Rotas don't prioritise exam years, and we only ever restrict education as a last resort where transmission is exceptionally high, and rotas are a less effective means of reducing transmission risk than the approach set out in great detail in the contingency framework.
Video link. Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, I took part in a mental health summit with Peterborough citizens, our local CCG, and many pupils from Peterborough secondary schools. Despite the best efforts of this government, the mental health of many students is being impacted by school closures. Will my right honourable friend join me in congratulating local students for raising these issues with me? And while I've heard what my right honourable friend has said about following scientific advice, will he, when considering the right time to reopen schools, put the mental health impact on students at the very top of his priority list?
Yes, and my right honourable friend is right to raise the issues that he does. And we do put mental health concerns at the forefront of all our decision making when it comes to schools and when it comes to the reopening of schools. And I pay tribute to those students who have taken this issue as seriously as they have done, and which is why we have, over the longer term, putting in place the recommendations in our Green Paper on children and young people's mental health, which will, I believe, once it's fully rolled out, transform the provision of mental health services for children in our schools.
Video link. Ian Mearns.
Very grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister is insistent that there is a clear plan for reopening schools. And of course, we know that schools are largely open for those important children with additional needs or who are children of key workers. But surely we've got to be doing more than hoping for the best. We've actually got to be planning for the worst and letting school leaders and their governors know what these proposals consist of. If they don't know, they can't plan and prepare for the eventuality of being told what the plan is by the Minister. And Minister, can we also please have delivery of laptops which are free of malware? All too many of the laptops delivered to schools in my vicinity, and not all of them have got them yet, by the way, but all too many have had laptops delivered to them with malware.
Well, of course, we do want to give schools the appropriate notice, and that's why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said last week that we would give schools and colleges and universities 2 weeks' notice. And it isn't just for the schools, of course, it's for parents as well who need to know precisely what the childcare arrangements are going to be for their children. As for the malware issue, this occurred in a very small number of devices. They have been dealt with. The virus has been removed.
Video link. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I know my honourable friend is as keen as everyone is to get schools back fully open with children back in school. But as we emerge from the national lockdown, it's likely that we'll go back into some form of tiered approach. So can he update the House on what the plan will be? Will all schools of a particular type be fully open, or will it be based on the tier in which a particular area is based? Because that's going to be vitally important in terms of heads and senior staff planning for how they reopen their schools fully.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise these issues, as he always does. But we continually talk, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to stakeholders, to advisory groups, and we discuss all options about how we open schools when the scientific advice says that it is safe to do so.
Video link. Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to put on record my thanks to teachers and the support staff in schools for the tremendous job they're doing at the moment. Well, my question to the Minister is this. Some teachers who have COVID-19 are not just absent for a few days, but actually in some cases for many weeks. Will he ensure that when schools reopen, resource will be available to cover long-term staff absence, ensuring that children do not fall further behind?
Well, the honourable member is right to pay tribute to the teachers and staff in our schools. Sunday, Mr Deputy Speaker, was International Education Day, and we should be paying tribute to staff in our schools, but also in our FE colleges, in our universities, and in early years settings as well, and to pay tribute to parents during this time, and to pay tribute to the resilience of children and staff as well. Of course, we monitor staff absence rates in our schools, and there are regional teams of support for schools, the regional schools commissioners' offices, who will offer help and support to schools that are suffering excessive or high rates of staff absence due to COVID.
Video link. Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Getting our children safely back into school is clearly a priority for this government, and it's right that reopening next month remains under review. I'm sure many parents in East Devon will be concerned by significant delays, as we all know that although schools across Devon are going above and beyond to provide virtual learning, nothing beats the classroom. Could my right honourable friend confirm the government will keep all options on the table for reopening schools, including reopening on a regional basis, if the scientific evidence supports a phased return based on vaccinations and case rates in different parts of the country?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that the government does want to see schools open. We believe that face-to-face education, being in the classroom, being with their teacher, is best for the education of young people and for their mental well-being as well. So we do want to see schools open as soon as possible, as we've always said during this pandemic, that schools will be the last to close and the first to open. We do consult with stakeholders and advisory groups about the options for reopening, and we keep all those issues under review.
Video link. Mohammed Yazin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are children in Bedford and Kempston who still can't access remote learning today because they don't have a digital device or broadband. So will his government urgently tackle this inequality and put forward a long-term IT strategy for schools so every child can learn from home and catch up after a year of disruption to their education?
Yes, I agree with the honourable member. We have already purchased 1.3 million computers. They've been built to order and imported and distributed. We've distributed 876,000 of those devices. But it isn't just, of course, about devices. It's also about data. We have partnered with the UK's major mobile phone operators to provide free data for disadvantaged children to get online, as well as 4G wireless routers. And I'd like to pay tribute, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, to 3, to EE, to Tesco Mobile, to Smarty, to Sky Mobile, to Virgin Mobile, to O2, to Vodafone, to BT Mobile and Leica Mobile for working with us on this service.
Video link. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the public health risk of allowing schools, particularly COVID-secure primary schools, to reopen is modest, particularly when set against the 3/4 of COVID symptomatic people who are currently not self-isolating, with all the risk that that brings to public health?
Well, my friend, of course, my honourable friend raises an important point, and he will know, given his own background, that what matters is all of us obeying the rules that are set out very clearly and how to, as a nation, we can manage the reduction in the transmission of this very deadly virus, and it is beholden on all of us to obey those rules. And the more we do that, the quicker we can reduce infection in our society and the quicker we can move out of the lockdown position.
Video link. Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to echo the concerns of colleagues from Harlow and Hull North about the warnings given by paediatricians and the Children's Commissioner today about children's mental health. I particularly want to ask, children who haven't yet been assessed for EHCPs, so are now at home, what progress is being made in trying to ensure that they do get the assessments even though they're not in school? Because we know that any delay in getting them assessments could have a serious impact on their educational and social development.
Well, the honourable member raises an important point, and this is something that my honourable friend is monitoring very closely with our expert advisors.
Mark Harper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Before I just ask my question, can I just take the Minister back to something he said in his statement when I think he said that schools were closed to stop community transmission. In her evidence last week, Dr Jenny Harris, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, said it was the other way round, actually. There was no evidence that schools drove large-scale community transmission. It was that community transmission led to infections in schools. But I wanted to press him on was what he said about the criteria for reopening schools. He mentioned a number of indicators, hospitalisation rates and so forth. Can I ask him to set out at what level do those indicators have to get to trigger the reopening of schools? These are decisions not for scientists, they're decisions for ministers, and we want to know at what point that those measures have got to. Will ministers take the decision to reopen schools to all children?
Well, the point I was making about the reason why schools were been asked to restrict access to children other than vulnerable children and the children of critical workers is nothing to do with the safety of the schools themselves. It is about reducing community activity, and that in turn will then help to reduce transmission risk in those communities. That's the reason behind adding school closures to the other closures in the economy that have taken place prior to that decision that we were advised to take in January. Now, my honourable friend rightly asks about what are the criteria that will determine whether and how soon we move out of the national lockdown position. And as he reminds me, I mentioned those in the opening comments about hospitalisation rates, mortality, the rate of vaccination, and the challenge of new variants. And we do rely, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the advice of SAGE and the Joint Biosecurity Centre and Public Health England and the CMO and the Deputy CMO, Jenny Harris, as well, when those criteria are assessed and whether they believe it is right to start to undo some of the national restrictions that we're now facing.
Lydia Link. Kate Osmore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In Edmonton, almost 7,000 children live in poverty, families living in multi-generational crowded homes, experiencing food and job insecurity, are really struggling. What is the Minister doing to ensure that all vulnerable children are able to access the support and services they need during this lockdown?
Well, the honourable member does raise a hugely important issue. It's been at the forefront of our decision-making right from the very beginning of this pandemic. When we closed schools for the first time, but we did allow vulnerable children to attend school and the children of critical workers, but the attendance rates were quite low, certainly low compared to the rates of attendance from those children today. And we took action to ensure that local authorities made contact with the families of those children and schools as well to find out why they weren't attending school, whether there were good reasons for that, and to encourage the most vulnerable children to attend school, and that remains our position now.
Lydia Link. Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to thank all the teachers that continue to work so hard to teach our young pupils. But given by mid-February we should have vaccinated those accounting for 90% of mortality risk, why can't pupils return to their classrooms later that month? Surely by that time the risks from school attendance will be lower than last autumn when the school gates were open to all.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise these issues, and I agree with him to the extent that vaccination is an important criteria that will determine how and when we emerge from the national lockdown position, of which schools are an important part. But it's only one of the criteria. Hospitalisation rates are also important, mortality rates are also important, and so is the challenge of any new variants. And we rely on the advice of the scientists to weigh up those different criteria and to advise us on when and how soon we can undo the national lockdown.
Lydia Link. Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to send my thanks and solidarity to all the teachers and support staff in my constituency of Liverpool Riverside who are working through these very challenging times. Mr Speaker, the pandemic and school closures has had a widening education attainment gap for working class black and white pupils. The catch-up funding is not sufficient to achieve the levelling up required. Will the government review progress made with the financial support allocated to schools and provide more funding when necessary? Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Well, the honourable member is right. I mean, everything this government has been seeking to do since 2010 has been about closing that attainment gap between children from disadvantaged backgrounds and their peers. And we don't intend to let this pandemic divert us from that overarching objective. But there's no question that the pandemic itself, during this period, has widened that attainment gap right now, and our objective is to close that attainment gap again as soon as we can. That's why we secured £1 billion of funding, catch-up funding, of which £650 million is a catch-up premium for all pupils, and £350 million of that is funding the National Tutoring Programme, designed to help the most disadvantaged young people with one-to-one and small group tuition, which is an effective way of helping children to catch up.
Video link. Steve Baker.
Mr Speaker, I refer to the declarations I've made relating to the COVID recovery group. Would my right honourable friend please either open the schools or justify the decision to keep them closed by quantifying the harms and the benefits of his policy?
Well, as I've said, my honourable friend, of course, you know, I'm always happy to debate these issues with him. And the national lockdown was based on very clear criteria, and emerging from the national lockdown will also be based on very clear criteria. And the schools element of that national lockdown is very much part of that process. So we continually talk to stakeholders, we continually talk to advisory groups, but we will ultimately be led in our decision making by the advice of SAGE, the Joint Biosecurity Centre, CMO, and the Department of Health.
Video link. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all want schools and other educational settings to reopen as soon as it is safe to do so. It is absolutely right for the Shadow Education Secretary to be calling on the government to publish their plan defining the conditions for this safe reopening, given once again the confusing mixed messages from this government. The Minister has said that NHS pressures and the level of COVID circulating in the community are key criteria for determining lockdowns, including of schools. So what discussion has the Education Secretary had with the Transport Secretary about the DVLA outbreak and the impact that workplace transmissions is having on COVID case levels? Thank you, sir.
Well, these are criteria that, of course, are monitored the whole time. Wherever there are outbreaks, in whatever segment of society or the economy that those increasing or decreasing transmissions take place, that is the criteria upon which SAGE, the Joint Biosecurity Centre, and CMO and Public Health England will advise us about when it's safe to reopen schools.
Michael Fabricant.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, contrary to the mood of this urgent question so far, can I just point out that today is a day where we have surpassed 100,000 people on deaths in the United Kingdom. 37,000 people are currently in hospital for COVID. And now's not the time to set arbitrary deadlines for the opening of schools or arbitrary targets, which means that schools can then be opened. We must go by the medical advice. And in connection with that, may I ask the Minister, does he not think it's a good idea if we were to vaccinate everyone who is an adult who works in school sooner rather than later to stop public transmission of COVID?
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to point to that very tragic milestone, and our thoughts, I'm sure the thoughts of everyone in this House, are with the families and friends of people that we have lost during this COVID pandemic. And he is right, therefore, to point out that there are 37,000 people in our hospital at the moment with this virus, which is higher than it was at the peak of the virus last year. And that's why we have to take these decisions about the national lockdown very seriously, and we have to rely on the advice of SAGE and the Joint Biosecurity Centre and Public Health England, and we have to look at the pressure on the NHS when reaching those decisions. Now, he is also right to point to the issue of vaccines. The priority initially is on mortality, which means that they focus on age, where the rates of mortality are higher. But once we're through that phase one, then we will be looking at occupations, and the Department for Education will certainly be making the case to the Department of Health for staff in the education sector.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was one of those advocating for schools to stay open as long as possible, but I do agree with the Minister that with the height of the pandemic that we're in now, it was the right thing to do. I say that very reluctantly. However, the longer it goes on, the worse it is, as we all know, for pupils. There's a lot of fanfare about the National Tutoring Programme, but what serious consideration is he and the department giving to providing proper catch-up summer lessons and so on, particularly for those young people going into exam years, because these young people won't get that time back, however good the online learning is?
Yes, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and this is an issue that we are considering the whole time, and the £1 billion catch-up fund is important, so is the National Tutoring Programme, but of course we have to also take into account what we're going to do when children are back for the longer term, to make sure that we do help these young people to catch up, and the older they are as school children, the less time they have left in school before they leave. So this is an issue we are giving a great deal of thought to as we plan further announcements in the near future.
Video link.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree with me that Scotland would be better served if the SNP bothered to care about more than their fixation on yet another independence referendum, and rather than callously exploiting the crisis, began prioritising the education of Scotland's children, who the SNP shamefully continue to let down by years of failing education policy due to the SNP's poverty of positive ideas and responsible leadership?
Well, my honourable friend is preaching to the choir when it comes to advocating prioritising education policy above all other policies in government. I think as a schools minister, I would say little else.
Not sure whether the minister was the right person to ask that question of, but nonetheless. We'll pass on. Video link. Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Special schools in my constituency, Brent Knoll, Riverside and Watergate, remain open and are doing a tremendous job, often providing personal and medical care on top of teaching. I echo calls that the school staff be a priority for vaccinations, but will the Minister also consider treating staff in special schools akin to frontline care workers and be prioritised for the vaccine without delay?
Yes, that is an important point to raise. And as I've said before, the JVCI's priority is mortality, which is based principally on age, and also they prioritise those working for the National Health Service and in care homes. But the second phase will be occupationally based as well, and we will be making the case for staff in special schools, as well as other staff in the education sector.
Video link. Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister join me in thanking teachers across Cheadle who have educated vulnerable children and children of critical workers in school, as well as managing the challenges of remote learning? When schools fully reopen and the Minister assesses the inevitable variation in children's learning throughout COVID, will he also recognise the educational impact of regional COVID restrictions, which cause pupils to lose even more time in the classroom due to our local higher case rates in the autumn? And would he consider additional targeted educational resources and teaching support to address any educational disadvantage as we move beyond COVID?
Well, I certainly do join my honourable friend in paying tribute to teachers in Cheadle, combining both teaching vulnerable children and critical workers children full-time in school, as well as providing high-quality remote education to those pupils who are at home, is a huge challenge. And of course, teachers also have to maintain all these safety measures that are in place in schools to ensure that we minimise the risk of transmission in schools. So we're all aware, I'm aware, of the very real challenges that teachers face. And of course, catch up, making sure that those children who have not coped as well with remote education as they would in the class are able to catch up as swiftly as possible once they return to school is a key priority for the department, and we'll be saying more about that in the weeks ahead.
McDonagh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Of course, schools need a return plan, but what about those children unable to learn remotely in the meantime? The government slowly distributes laptops that are unusable without connectivity, but 1 million children have only mum's mobile as their connection. A further 500,000 have no connection at all, so cannot receive network data boosts. 9 months on, why has the Minister still not ensured these children can connect from home so they don't fall even further behind?
Well, if I'm allowed to, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to the honourable member for her assiduous work on the issue of remote education. We have purchased 1.3 million computers for children and young people in our schools and colleges at a time when there's a huge global demand for these devices. They've been built to order, imported and shipped and distributed. 876,000 of them are in the hands of schools and pupils now, which is also right to point to the issue of data, and we have partnered with the UK's major mobile phone operators to provide free data for disadvantaged children so that they can get online using, for example, their parent's smartphone, and they won't have to pay the data charges for downloading educational material.
Video link. I think we can see you. Could you ask your question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Apologies, the audio went there. Will the Minister join me in thanking all of the hard work done by the teams at our schools in Great Grimsby? And as Grimsby now has one of the lowest infection rates in the country and has reducing hospitalisations, will he consider allowing at least infants and primary schools to return in the town after the half-term break?
Delighted to join my honourable friend in paying tribute to teachers in Great Grimsby for the work that they are doing in keeping schools open for those vulnerable children and children and critical workers, as well as all the other work that they do in continuing to teach children while they remain at home. Look, you know, we take the advice of SAGE and the Public Health England and the CMO in terms of how and when we can remove the restrictions on access to our schools. It will be part of the national lockdown decisions, and we will take their advice when we make those decisions.
We heard you perfectly there, Leah. Thank you very much. Rupert Huck.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister tell me, did the PM's much trumpeted army of catch-up tutors from the first lockdown ever happen, or was it just Ealing that got left out? And how will he fund, after a second year of disruption, not just the academic deficit, but the emotional damage done, not just to pupils, but to teachers? We expect them to be superhuman with their own bereavements, bursting bubbles, kids, long COVID, and yet they've had no recognition in pay or vaccines, and CAMS had a 2-year waiting list even before coronavirus.
Minister.
Well, the National Tutor Programme is a big programme. It is overseen by the Education Endowment Foundation. There are 33 tutoring companies, 15,000 tutors are signed up, and we intend to reach 250,000 of the most disadvantaged pupils. This is a very effective evidence-based approach to helping catch up. If there are particular circumstances the Honourable Member wants to bring to my attention, I'd be delighted to have those details, and I will take it up with the Education Endowment Foundation.
Video link. Jane Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm increasingly concerned about the mental health of our young people while schools remain closed. I'd like to thank Wolverhampton's youth MPs, Tutsirai Rakawa and Ruby Cochrane, for discussing this with me recently. Many young people are struggling with feelings of isolation and are worried about falling behind with schoolwork. They're anxious that this will impact their future exam success, their choice of university and their career path. What measures will the government be taking to really support these people with their mental health?
Well, the government has made children's well-being and mental health a central part of our response to the pandemic. We've already set up the Wellbeing for Education Return project, backed by £8 million, to help support the well-being and resilience of pupils, parents and staff in light of the COVID pandemic and lockdown. And we're very aware and concerned about the impact that this pandemic has had on the mental well-being of so many children in our schools or at home trying to learn remotely.
Video link. Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Before the lockdown, children in the north had missed many more days than their counterparts in the south. But schools have also suffered a financial crisis as the pandemic has cost them eye-wateringly sums of money just to keep things safe. How will the Minister ensure that children in constituencies like mine in Stockton are not left behind and that their schools have the extra funding they need to ensure regional attainment gaps don't get even wider than they were before the pandemic?
Well, we did secure a very good 3-year settlement for school funding with the Treasury, and that was confirmed in the Spending Review 2020, despite all the other challenges on the Treasury. In addition to that, we secured £1 billion funding for schools for catch-up, and there are also specific funds to help schools tackle and pay for the additional costs, that they have incurred due to COVID, such as the costs incurred between the March and July last year and extra staffing costs incurred in November and December last year as well, when schools went back. And for those schools that are in difficult financial constraints, they are always able to talk to their local authority or to the EFSA if they are an academy.
Tom Hunt.
The Minister would be aware of a letter from HMC, which is, and actually Ipswich School is one of those schools, which has shown great spirit and really rolling its sleeves up and saying that we want to help. We think we can vaccinate all teaching staff and staff within a very short period of time. If the Joint Committee of Vaccination takes a decision once all of the most vulnerable get their first dose, that teachers should be prioritised, would it be an appropriate moment at the point to which all of the most vulnerable have had their first dose, which provides a significant amount of protection, and all teaching staff have had their first dose, which provides a significant amount of protection? Surely at that point, the harms and the dangers caused by school closures become greater than any potential public health risk.
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point. I'm sure it will have been heard by the Department of Health. I've got a lot of responsibilities on my plate, as does my honourable friend, but I'm not responsible yet for the rollout of the vaccine programme, which is, in my judgment, going extremely well, with over 6 million people vaccinated so far.
Video link. Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Kensington School in East Ham is Pearson National Teaching Awards Primary School of the Year. They asked for 100 devices for children to learn. They need more than that. They've so far received 32. When can they expect the rest? The Minister's indicated there's about 500,000 devices purchased but not yet distributed. When will they all get out, and will the department be purchasing more?
Well, I'm very happy to look into why that particular school didn't receive their devices, and I will be in touch with the honourable member, the right honourable member. In terms of when, there is a lead time in all these, which is why we were putting in orders in August and September and October last year. We put in an order for 340,000 in November that are now being delivered. And on January the 12th, we put in another order for 300,000 computers, which again are beginning to come on stream. Well, will be beginning to come on stream shortly.
Video link. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a paediatrician, I can see the damage that is being done to children's mental health when they're not in school. As a constituency MP, I'm hearing about the difficulties that families are facing when their children are trying to learn from home while they work from home. And as a parent, I can see some of these challenges for myself. With a vaccination programme steaming ahead, levels of COVID falling and in some cases lower than they were last time when schools were open, does my right honourable friend agree with me that the balance of risk is now in favour of reopening schools and that they should reopen at February half term at the very latest?
Well, my honourable friend, with her experience in the NHS and her experience as a mother, is right to point to the importance of children being back in the classroom. It's right for their education, it's right for their mental well-being, it's right for them to be with their friends. And it is our priority as a government that education will be a national priority during this pandemic. Schools will be the last to close and the first to open, and that remains our position.
Video link. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Teachers have taken on many additional tasks during the pandemic, as well as developing online learning. It's a substantial job in itself. Could the Minister therefore consider providing extra support to schools in delivering the testing that's needed? Would he also say a little bit more about plans to address lost learning, which affects all years and not just those with imminent exams?
But the honourable gentleman raised the issue of testing. We are testing staff in schools twice weekly to identify any asymptomatic cases, which I think is an important measure that we have taken. And we are helping schools with the cost of rolling that out, with £78 million of funding available for schools to employ agency workers and others to help them deliver those lateral flow device tests. He's right to point out lost education is important. It's why we are supporting the Oak National Academy. This is set up by a group of teachers. We've funded it with over £4 million. They've had 3 million individual users, and 32 million of their lessons have been viewed online.
Video link. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's commitment that it's the government's absolute priority to reopen schools and, I should say, get undergraduates back to university. And I'm reassured that he keeps open the option of returning after half term. In the meantime, can I thank all of the teachers and heads in Arundel and South Downs for their hard work during this crisis, and also the Minister himself for his help in getting free laptops to Upper Beeding Primary School after I raised it with his department.
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend and neighbouring MP, I'm very happy to join him in paying tribute to teachers in his constituency, and I'd like to add, if I may, since he's a neighbour, to all the teachers in Bognor Regis and Littlehampton as well for the sterling work that they are doing and his teachers are doing in supporting children during a very challenging period.
Video link. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Schools are currently doing a fantastic job of providing remote education and reaching out to vulnerable families, but inevitably some pupils will fall through the cracks. As our 2020 Youth Violence Commission report highlights, the links between young people disengaging from school and an increase in the likelihood of them being victims or perpetrators of serious violence are well established. Now, until schools reopen, what extra support can the Minister put in place to ensure schools are able to support those most at risk?
The honourable member raises a very important point. It's why we've kept alternative provision open, it's why we keep special schools open, and it's why we keep schools open to vulnerable children, to make sure that they are in school where they can be protected. And I do share her view that the most important risk factor, leaving aside the pandemic, for young people is not being in school. So we need to do everything we can to help children remain in school in normal times, and it's why we want to reopen schools to all pupils as soon as the science allows.
Video link. Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to the teachers across Harbour, Erdby and Wakeston who have done an incredible job in keeping schools open for key worker and vulnerable children during very difficult circumstances? And does he agree with me that given the huge uncertainties about how fast infections will fall, the risks from new variants, the effect of vaccine rollout, we have to make schools reopening decisions, which we're all desperate to see, based on scientific advice rather than arbitrary deadlines?
Yes, I will join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the teachers in his constituency who, like teachers up and down the country, are working around the clock to ensure that both the children in the school have a safe and caring environment, but also they're helping to educate children while they are at home. And can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the way that he has analysed a lot of the scientific data and helps those of us who are less scientifically minded to understand the huge raft of data and science that is out there. So I pay tribute to him for that, and he is absolutely right that in all the decisions that we take, we need to make sure we are led by the science.
And can I thank the Minister for responding to the urgent question for over an hour, answering 40 questions, of which 34 were remote. So we'd like to thank the technicians for making that absolutely possible. We will now suspend for 3 minutes for hygiene purposes. Order. 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 Presentation of Bill, Secretary Ben Wallace.
Armed Forces Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now move on to the 10-minute rule motion on football regulation, and I call Mrs. Helen Grant.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill
to establish an independent football regulator in England, as on the order paper. The governance of English football is broken. Our national game, the beautiful game, is in crisis. These issues are not new, but have been laid bare and amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, during which, sadly, football has failed to speak with one voice. We've seen much-loved clubs go to the wall. Sadly, many more may well follow. And at the heart of this is broken governance and gross financial disparities between the rich clubs and the poor clubs, and unsustainable business models. Indeed, it's staggering that the wage bills of championship clubs are equal to 110% of their revenues. Just one example of the downward spiral as lower league clubs seek the financial nirvana that Premier League promotion dangles. Ultimately, it's the loyal football supporters and communities up and down the country who suffer the most. Football is different to any other sector of the economy. It's not just a business. This is our national sport. Our football clubs are societal assets at the beating hearts of towns and cities, making a huge contribution to the culture and identity of our nation. We, in this place and the other place, surely have responsibility to protect them from maladministration, blinkered leadership and commercial suicide. Football's failing governance has been clear for many years, but again and again, football has failed to reform itself. The conflicts that have dogged the game's integrity and financial probity have become more obvious under the current pandemic. In recent weeks, the authorities have failed to show decisive leadership on whether matches should be paused due to rising COVID infections. The FA chairman resigned after using offensive language, showing himself to be out of touch with the modern players, the modern game, and indeed modern Britain. We've also witnessed the tragically slow progress on addressing the link between dementia and heading footballs. For me, this demonstrates a failure that's tantamount to negligence. Locally too, working alongside Maidstone United in my own constituency, I've witnessed the flawed distribution of emergency national lottery funding to National League clubs. This botch, failing to account for lost gate receipts, has left many National League clubs in dire financial circumstances. These examples, very sadly, illustrate that in England, no one is speaking for the football world with the independence and authority needed to address the big issues. The Football Association, allegedly the governing body of the game, I'm afraid to say is outdated and out of touch. Its own governance leaves much to be desired. Frankly, it's not up to the mammoth task of driving through reforms that football so desperately needs. And other powerful stakeholders within the game are too invested and too self-interested to bring about the changes required. Even as I speak today, the Premier League are midway through a lengthy governance review of their own. But to me, this feels like students marking their own homework. And does anyone seriously expect them to make the radical and fundamental changes needed across the wider professional and grassroots game? I think not. So now is the time for fundamental reform. Reform that can only be achieved through the creation of an independent football regulator. That was the central recommendation of Saving the Beautiful Game, Manifesto for Change, a recent report co-authored by a group, of which I was part, of experienced individuals with a deep interest in football. Such a step would not be unique. In France, for example, lawmakers intervened to make governance of football fairer by implementing rules around club ownership and player contracts. In Spain, the lawmakers again intervened to ensure fairness in the sale of La Liga broadcasting rights. And in Germany, professional clubs already operate under a tough licensing regime. A regulator appointed by this bill would be absolutely independent, funded from within football, not by public money, and would not require government to run the game. It would have the power and responsibility, among other things, to do the following: distribute funds in the interest of the wider game of football, introduce a comprehensive licensing system for professional football clubs, review thoroughly the causes of financial stress in the game, bring forward reforms to modernise and strengthen the FA, work with supporters groups to advance the causes that really matter to them, and drive and promote diversity and inclusion, areas where football, from the coaching field to the boardroom, continues to fall well below the standards enjoyed in so many areas of modern British society today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, association football is the most popular sport in the entire world. It's played by over 250 million people in over 200 countries. And it was born in England 150 years ago. It is a huge part of community life across the length and breadth of our country. But if we want to protect and preserve that fabulous heritage for generations into the future, our football governance needs emergency surgery, and it needs that surgery now. So let's drive through the radical change required. Let's create an independent football regulator, and let's make governance of the beautiful game that we all know and love fit for the 21st century.
I've had no indication that anybody intends to oppose the 10-minute rule motion, so I intend to pose the question. And the question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Damien Collins, Heather Wheeler, Dawn Butler, Jamie Stone, Christian Wakeford, Carl McCartney, Jason McCartney, John Cryer, Joy Morrissey, and myself, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mrs. Helen Grant.
Football Regulation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
Tomorrow. Thank you very much. We're just going to suspend for 1 minute in order for people to safely leave and enter the chamber for the next business. Order! Order. We now come to motion number 2 on business of the House, environmental bill, carryover. Minister to move.
I would like to move the motion to carry over and to take my mask off, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I should like just to say a few words at the very start. As members on all sides of the House will be aware, the COVID pandemic has upended the familiar proceedings we are all used to following in this place, and indeed across almost every aspect of our life and our lives. The necessary changes we've had to make to our procedures in order to keep members, the public and of course staff safe have put extraordinary pressure on the parliamentary timetable, and I want to reassure all members that the government remains committed to getting this environment bill onto the statute book. We committed in our manifesto to create the most ambitious environmental programme of any country on earth, and this bill forms the cornerstone of that commitment. And across all areas of the environment, the bill will drive improvement: cleaner air, greater biodiversity, a greater emphasis on nature, less waste, healthier rivers, more recycling, restoration of our precious habitats, less deforestation, polluting plastic waste exports to developing countries banned, all underpinned by new legally binding targets and watched over by our tough new Office for Environmental Protection. Work on delivering these improvements will not pause, and indeed much is underway already, Mr Deputy Speaker, and will speed up apace. We are launching consultations, collating evidence and driving forward implementation to restore and improve our environment as soon as we can. And we have appointed the chair of the Office for Environmental Protection, Dame Glenys Stacey. We've published a policy paper on targets, and we will shortly be publishing our environmental policy statement. Mr Deputy Speaker, I, like many other members, want to see this bill made law without delay. I hope that I have been able to provide some reassurance that both I and my department, and indeed the whole government, is working to implement these measures without delay, even if the parliamentary passage of the bill will take place in this session and the next. This carryover motion is absolutely essential in ensuring this flagship piece of legislation does not fall at the end of this session. The Environment Bill will resume early in the second session. I wanted to make that absolutely clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, with royal assent by autumn. And one could say, Mr Deputy Speaker, by spreading it over 2 days with the space in between, we will get 2 bites at this really, really important environmental cherry.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have been say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the programme motion. Minister to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have been say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Environment Bill as amended in Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now.
Can I just point out that after Caroline Lucas has moved with new clause 1, those who are contributing on backbench contributions, please plan for 4 minutes for a time limit. We now begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all the selected new clauses and amendments in the first group as listed on the selection paper. And I call Caroline Lucas via video link to move new clause 1. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to move new clause 1. This bill could not be more important. It is 25 years since the last dedicated Environment Act was passed. During that time, the speed and scale of environmental destruction has increased dramatically. The UK is now one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, and ministers simply aren't rising to that challenge. According to the RSPB, the government is failing to meet fully 17 out of 20 UN biodiversity targets. And despite the government's aim to be, and I quote, the first generation to leave the environment in a better state in which they found it, this bill has languished in Parliament for over 200 days before committee stage resumed, and as a consequence, there is now a governance gap with only interim measures in place where a fully fledged Office for Environmental Protection should have been, And worse, we're now hearing the bill is to be delayed by at least 6 months, probably, because ministers have apparently run out of time to pass it in Parliament. Now, of course, we understand the pressures that COVID have put on the parliamentary timetable, but the government has had more than 4 years since the referendum, 2 years since the draft bill, and 1 year since the UK left the EU to get these plans in place. Their failure to do so is utterly incompetent. And so will the Minister give us a precise date, both for the next report stage and for the missing policy statement that is linked to the environmental principles? And it is to those principles that I now turn, because my amendments NC1 and Amendment 1 are on the environment principles, and I plan to push NC1 to a vote. Ministers promised that post-Brexit, environmental standards will not only be maintained, but enhanced. Yet this bill doesn't even come close to making up for what we've lost by leaving the EU. It sets out 5 important principles, including prevention, precaution, and polluter pays. And under EU law, it's a requirement that they're actually applied when lawmaking, and that they cover all public bodies, not just ministers. However, this bill significantly weakens their legal status because they don't apply to public bodies, and there is no such duty on ministers to act in accordance with the principles. Instead, there's only a duty to have due regard to a policy statement which the government hasn't even bothered to publish yet. You know, the ministers tried to persuade us that due regard is at least as strong as in accordance with, yet her case simply doesn't stand up to scrutiny. In 2018, the Lord's NERC Select Committee precisely found that the duty to have regard to contained in the 2006 NERC Act was, and I quote, weak, unenforceable, and lacks clear meaning. Adding the word due in front of it doesn't change that. And there are plenty of examples of other legislation where public authorities are required by statute to act in accordance with or to take actions to comply with. The 2010 Marine Regulations, for example, the Marine Strategy Regulations, or the 2008 Planning Act. So we can only conclude that in this instance, the government deliberately intends to weaken these provisions, and as a consequence, to drive a coach and horses through fundamental EU protections. So new clause 1 would extend the duty to all public authorities. It would broaden the scope of the principles and crucially strengthen the duty from have regard to act in accordance with. And it would apply it directly to the principles rather than a non-existent policy statement. Amendment 1 addresses further absurdities in the bill. In this case, the exclusion of the MOD, the Treasury, and indeed anyone spending resources within government from having to consider the principles at all. Now that really is ludicrous. So my Amendment 1 removes the proportionality limitation from the environmental principles clause, as well as the exclusions for the MOD and the Treasury. Moving on, new clause 17 is a vital amendment because it recognises that even if we do succeed in strengthening this bill, efforts to protect and restore nature will ultimately fail unless we also address the underlying economic drivers of biodiversity and ecosystem destruction. New clause 17 therefore requires the government to prepare a strategy for the adoption of new economic goals so that social and environmental gains sit at the heart of the government's economic plans and measurements. Because if we stick with the current economic rulebook, we'll continue to see the hard work of DEFRA undermined by the overriding short-term economic priorities of the Treasury, and above all, the pursuit of infinite GDP growth on a planet of finite resources. For decades, we've seen ministers commit to environmental goals and targets, and then for those goals to be missed time and again. Nature's dangerous decline continues apace at a high cost to current and future generations. This time, we need to do things differently. And some major business voices are also urging government to do the same. Consider this from the Business for Nature Coalition, who say, and I quote, governments, companies, and financial organizations would take better decisions if they used information beyond short-term profit and GDP, that includes impacts and dependencies on nature, as well as synergies and trade-offs informed by science and planetary boundaries. New clause 17 is all about better, more consistent decision-making across government, so that the environmental ambition in this bill is not undermined by conflicting goals of other more powerful departments. And while I won't be pushing it to a vote, I do hope the Minister will commit to taking it forward with the urgency it requires. Turning now to Amendment 21, green space has become more important than ever over the past 10 months, yet access to nature is far from equal, and my Amendment 21 seeks to address that. 2.6 million people in the UK have no publicly accessible green space within walking distance, and 1 in 8 British households have no access to a garden, an inequality that disproportionately affects those in Black and minority ethnic communities. Now, currently the bill states that the Secretary of State may set long-term targets on people's enjoyment of the natural environment. However, because it's not a priority area, it risks being overlooked, with funding and resources being diverted elsewhere. Now, my amendment remedies this omission by promoting access and enjoyment to nature as a priority area for long-term targets. And this change not only has the potential to equalise access to nature, but it would also come with wider benefits to physical and mental health. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to indicate support for a number of other amendments, including Amendment 23 on the OEP. When it comes to enforcement, the Office for Environmental Protection is being presented as a new independent watchdog. In reality, it's more like a ministerial lapdog, kept on a tight leash, with ministers given the power to steer it by offering so-called guidance, which the OEP is bound to consider. But since ministers also control its budget and its board, it seems highly likely that such guidance will actually be felt in practice rather more as an instruction. Now, the minister has argued that the government already routinely offers guidance to other non-departmental bodies. And while it's true that they do to some, they certainly don't have power to issue guidance in relation to bodies charged principally or partly with enforcing potential breaches of the law by other public bodies. That is a crucial difference, and that is why I support the amendment that would delete this guidance which was added into the bill at a very late stage. I would also like to support amendments that are intending to ensure interim targets are legally binding. There are strong amendments to improve air quality, to align our state of nature targets with those from the Convention on Biological Diversity and with the objectives of the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, which I introduced into Parliament last year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a hugely important bill. It is unbelievable that we are seeing yet again a delay to it coming forward. But what the Minister must do now is to undertake that in that extra time that she is going to achieve, that what she has to do is to strengthen this bill, to make it fit for purpose, so it comes close to some of the aspirations she and her ministers have expressed before.
Environmental principles, public authorities.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. And before I call the Minister, as I've indicated, there's a 4-minute limit on backbench contributions. The vast majority of contributions will be via video link. And can I say to those who are contributing via video link, there is a time clock on the device that you are using. Please keep an eye on it. There are no interventions on you, so it should be straightforward as to when you finish your contribution. If you try and exceed that time, you will be automatically cut off. For those contributing within the chamber, the clocks will be working in the usual fashion. Rebecca Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by setting out why this Environment Bill is so important. Members on all sides of the House agree, despite, I must just say, some notable successes where farmers, government and conservationists are working together. On the whole, though, we all agree that the desperate decline of our natural environment and biodiversity has gone on for far too long. We need to act to improve the quality and the quantity of habitats for our fellow species across the board, and we need to re-establish the equilibrium of the habitats and ecosystems. Our UK indicator for farmland birds has showed that we've had a decline of 50% in those birds since 1970. Those lapwings I grew up with on the farm at home, Mr. Speaker, are no longer there, and nor are the yellowhammers. And insect pollinators have declined by 30% since 1980. So in place of that hazy buzz we were all so used to, there is now, in many places, silence. This matters not only because people treasure our species and habitats, And goodness, we've really appreciated that during the pandemic, haven't we, in lockdown? But also because they underpin vital processes like carbon storage or pollination. That is why we are laying the foundations for nature's recovery through this bill, delivering the tools needed to drive the change we want to see. Legally binding targets for environmental improvement across at least 4 priority areas must be set. Our ambitious targets across air quality, water, waste and biodiversity will drive long-term action. Through this government now and future governments, we will be held accountable by Parliament if progress lags. I know this House will also be particularly interested to hear that we will set not 1, but 2 legally binding targets to tackle harmful air pollution across the country. The bill will require current and future governments to produce an environmental improvement plan, which must be reviewed and reported on regularly. And the bill creates a tough new independent office for environmental protection to hold all public authorities, from local authorities to central government, to account on reaching these goals. It will enforce the delivery of all environmental law, including, for example, our net zero target. Very briefly.
Yes, I wondered if she would congratulate Year 4 from Christchurch Primary. They've sent me 100 different essays on exactly the topic she's talking about and deforestation. And just secondly, what does she say to the Chemical Industry Association? They bemoan us leaving REACH. They say it opens the door to harmful chemical pollution, potentially to animals and humans, because it's the government who's responsible for the replacement.
Minister.
Thank you, and of course I'll be absolutely delighted to welcome those letters from Christchurch Primary School. Indeed, if you would like me to send a letter from the Environment Minister, I would be delighted. Always so pleased to speak to our students and young children about what we're doing on the environment, and they are our future generations that we're doing all this for. So thank you for that. And we're going to talk about REACH later on in the bill. I engage very closely with the industry, so we'll discuss that in the second half of the groupings today. So I would like to take this opportunity. I've mentioned just before that the new Independent Office for Environmental Protection. I'd like to take this opportunity to provide the House with an update on the OEP. We want to ensure that this is located in a good long-term place. And trust me, there are an awful lot of contenders. And upon considering wider locations, we've decided that Worcester will be an excellent location for the headquarters of the OEP. This is part of the government's commitment to ensuring that opportunities are spread fairly across the country. I've just got to say my heart goes out to people in the area who may have been flooded this week, but I hope this gives a little bit of good news in terms of the OEP being based in Worcester. As the Prime Minister set out in the government's 10-point plan to net zero, protection, restoration and enhancement of our natural environment is crucial. This bill will play a key part in that mission. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion for beginning the debate today by raising some important points on the environmental principles. The environmental principles will work together to protect the environment from damage by making environmental considerations central to the policy development process across government. I'm keen to hear views from across the House, and actually there have been many references to the principles in some of the other amendments. So I shall respond in more detail to some of her points on the environmental principles and other important issues at the end of this debate. I do want to reassure her, though, that we are working at pace during the break between these two report sessions. We will continue absolutely unstintingly to deliver measures in this bill. Before I go further, though, I now want to mention some government amendments. I want to move these amendments. Some of them are relatively technical changes that will improve and enhance the bill. Government Amendment 6, tabled by the Deputy Secretary of State, clarifies that both the terrestrial and marine aspects of England's natural environment will be considered when conducting the significant improvement test in Clause 6. This has always been our intention, as I explained during committee, but this amendment puts it beyond doubt, and I'm delighted that this amendment absolutely spells out that marine is absolutely part and parcel of what we mean when we talk about the environment. With regards to the Office for Environmental Protection, Government Amendment 31, also tabled by the Secretary of State from DEFRA, is a technical amendment that simply serves to clarify that Section 31, brackets 2A of the Senior Courts Act 1981 does not apply on an environmental review, providing the courts with a full range of remedies for the OEP environmental review procedure. Government Amendments 9 to 20, also tabled by DEFRA Secretary of State, align the clauses relating to the OEP's Northern Ireland enforcement functions with the amended Part 1 provisions. And I just wanted to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that these amendments have actually been personally requested by Northern Ireland ministers. So now I would welcome the opportunity to hear from honourable friends and members from all sides of the House on this absolutely vital bill, and I look forward to responding at the end of the debate.
Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move new Clause 9 and Amendments 25, 39 and 23 in my name and those of my honourable friends. Mr Deputy Speaker, Parliament declared a climate and ecological emergency on the 1st of May 2019. A year and a half has passed and the need for more urgent action on the environment has only increased. If we are to avoid catastrophic climate change that would only destroy jobs, homes, biodiversity and our planet, we have just 9 short years to cut carbon emissions and protect nature, according to the UN's experts on climate and biodiversity. As David Attenborough says, the living world is on course to tip and collapse. Indeed, it already has begun to do so. This bill is a cobbled together set of disparate actions that is sinking under the weight of greenwash that's been applied by ministers. This bill does not take the urgent action that is so desperately needed. This legislation is not perfect by any means, but this bill should already be law. The deliberate pausing of report stage after today means this bill won't see some amendments debated by MPs until May, it won't be in the House of Lords until just before the summer, and it risks not being on the statute book until the autumn. This means we could be waiting over 6 months more for an environmental watchdog, for powers to stop our children breathing unsafe air, and to regulate ministers' actions. The minister said in her remarks earlier that she didn't want to see a delay in the bill, while she was moving a motion to delay the bill. This simply isn't good enough. What a terrible message to send to the world in the year we're hosting COP26. This was supposed to be in law before Britain left the Brexit transition period, and it's not. It was supposed to be bold and world-leading because of the urgency of the climate crisis, and it's not. But this is a go slow government when it comes to environmental action. If you could solve the climate crisis with press releases, then the planet would have nothing to worry about. But it's actions, not words, that we need. We need faster action to create the well-paid green jobs our communities need, and we need bolder action on improving standards and protecting habitats and species so we can strengthen our economy and rebuild our country. If building back better after the pandemic is to be genuine and not a smash and grab of the language of the environmental left, it must be underpinned by bold policy. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill has a number of important issues, so let me deal with some of the main ones. First, air quality. The whole House remembers Ella Kissy Deborah, a 9-year-old girl who tragically died following an asthma attack in London 7 years ago. The coroner's court found that air pollution made a material contribution to Ella's death. I pay tribute to my honourable friend for Lewisham and Deptford for working with Ella's mum, Rosamond, in demanding bolder action. This Sunday would have been Ella's 17th birthday, and as her mum wrote in The Sun on Sunday, had World Health Organization air pollution limits been in place and enforced then, according to the coroner's report, Ella would still be here today. Air quality is a matter of social justice, of equality, of poverty, and requires fundamental change in the way that we do business. There are 3 amendments on air quality in the names of my Devon colleague, the chair of the Environment Select Committee, my honourable friend from Swansea West, and in my name. All those amendments seek real action on air pollution. Labour will back all of them if they're put to the vote. According to figures published by NHS England, an average 5% of deaths in those over 30 can be attributed to PM2.5 air pollution. What this means is 40,000 deaths a year are caused by poor air. 40,000 deaths. The Confederation of British Industry estimates a 1.6 billion economic benefit to the UK could be realised if we met WHO guidelines. It's frankly bizarre that faced with such mounting evidence of the unnecessary deaths caused by poor air, that ministers still refuse to put World Health Organization air quality standards into law. I want to see DEFRA step up and hold ministers' feet to the fire. That means taking the case for the toughest World Health Organization air quality targets to force the Department for Transport, local government and other departments to radically up their game. If ministers still refuse to accept our amendment, can the minister confirm she will use the powers in this bill to adopt WHO targets and exceed them if she can, whenever this bill eventually gets on the statute book? A Labour government would adopt WHO targets because it is simply the right thing to do, so everyone in all our communities has clean air to breathe. I won't for time's sakes. You cannot build back better if you're struggling to breathe. Secondly, let me turn for the Office of Environmental Protection. This bill should have been passed by the end of the Brexit transition period, and the OEP should be up and running now. Labour offered to work with ministers to ensure that this happened, but here we are, with that date passed, and this bill still unlikely to become law until autumn, which is a year too late. This means the UK is now without an environmental watchdog, as the OEP, the Office of Environmental Protection, has not yet been set up. We're concerned that this will be a weak watchdog with no real teeth, and calling it tough in itself will not make it tough. The OEP needs to be vigorously independent. That's why our amendment would delete a clause that would allow the Secretary of State to give guidance to the OEP and effectively let the government mark their own homework. This is backed by the cross-party EFRA Environment Committee, who concluded that we should make sure that every step is taken to ensure the Office of Environmental Protection is as independent from government as possible. Although I think many of us would have preferred an out-and-out environmentalist to be leading the OEP, the appointment of Dame Glenys Stacey is welcome, and I hope the board members she is now recruiting will look a tad greener. But I must say to the Minister, as a South West Member of Parliament, I'm deeply concerned that the government has just robbed the South West of the Office of Environmental Protection. She will know it was announced in October 2019 that it would be going to Bristol. She knows that the expectation is that this would be a South West-based regulator, and she knows of the anger that this will cause in the South West for finding out that it's been sent to somewhere that she claims is near Bristol, but Worcester is nowhere near Bristol, and that promise is nowhere near being met. The South West has been robbed of a regulator, and I think that is deeply, deeply worrying. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me briefly now turn to bees and Labour's amendment to prevent the government lifting the ban on bee-killing chemicals. I'm a fan of bees. My family keep bees on the farm in Cornwall. Since 1900, the UK has lost 13 out of 35 native bee species. Bees are essential to the future of our planet, to pollinating our crops, to our rich tapestry of biodiversity. Bee health is non-negotiable. This is what MPs on all sides of the House say in good times. So I expect them to say it now. Labour's amendment would oppose the Conservative plan to lift the ban on bee-killing pesticides. If bee health really is non-negotiable, then this ban must not be set aside just because it's convenient to do so now. There's no doubt that sugar beet farmers have been hit hard by crop blight, but lifting this ban is not the solution. Improved sugar contracts, compensation, and accelerating blight-resistant varieties offer a much better answer. Of course, Labour backs our British farmers. We stood with them against the government over food standards, and we do so again about the risk to small family farms from the new Farm Payment Support Scheme. Members opposite in the debate will no doubt say how many European nations have sought to lift the ban on bee-killing chemicals too. But this is about England. This is about what we do as a country. Whether to take the tough calls to address the ecological crisis or to make excuses about going backwards. Today, Labour MPs will vote to save the bees, And the government will whip Conservative MPs to allow the ban on bee-killing pesticides to be lifted. In the year Britain hosts COP26, when we should be a showcase for environmental best practice, when we should shine as a force for good, a beacon nation, we'll be allowing more bees, more pollinators to be killed by neonicotinoid pesticides. Save the bees and back Amendment 39. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, Labour will not vote against this bill today. We will not do anything to frustrate our fight against the climate and nature emergency. Even go slow action is better than no action at all. But we will push our amendments to the vote because this bill really should have been better and bolder. It should be an embedding an insatiable drive and a green passion at the very heart of this government, but it doesn't. I'm proudly red on the outside and green on the inside, but instead of this bill being a deep green, it's merely a bland beige, necessary and needed but pedestrian in its ambition. It needs more focus and more priority than the government has offered to date. Labour will be also supporting amendments in the name of my friends from Leeds Central on the state of nature and from the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion, with whom we have common cause in the climate and ecological emergency. This bill does not do enough, nor is it fast enough. I genuinely want us to build back better. But if this bill was insufficient before the pandemic, it is wholly inadequate now. The pandemic's horrors have been laid bare. I encourage the House of Lords to get this bill to where it should be, and I urge members of this House to put our planet, our precious habitats, our vulnerable species first in voting for the amendments today. Thank you.
4-minute limit. Video link. Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the DEFRA ministers for their hard work on this bill. The Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee has looked at the Environment Bill over the last few years, including pre-legislative scrutiny, the Office for Environmental Protection, and on issues like plastic waste, tree planting and air quality. The bill has come back into Parliament in several shapes and sizes, and I think it might be about to happen again. I hope that in carrying over the bill to the next session, it is because the government wants to come back to amend the bill to include all my amendments on deforestation and air quality. On deforestation, the Amazon is losing an area twice the size of Devon every year. Government amendments to ban the sale from illegal deforestation go some way, but we can go further still and target the finance behind it. And on air quality, while I speak about, which I will speak about in the second debate today, this is an environmental public health emergency with which needs swift action. I appreciate the government's argument that we need more time to do work on the science, but we have known about the seriousness of the situation for many years, so it can't be put off much longer. We also need to ensure that the bill comes back quickly in the summer because we currently have an environmental governance gap. The government and public authorities are not being adequately held to account over their compliance with environmental law, and it is not the best look. The court of public opinion is ultimately our judge, so I suggest gently that the bill was brought back immediately in the next session to demonstrate its importance. Now that we are outside the EU, we do not have the Commission to fine us and hold us to account. We are regulating ourselves. This is that we need a strong protection in domestic law in this environment bill. And we need a strong Office for Environmental Protection, the OEP2. I welcome the appointment of Dame Glenys Stacey as chairman of the OEP. Through this process, I have called for the chair to have independence from government. Dame Glenys Stacey's track record as an effective regulator has used both carrot and stick to hold public bodies to account, means I have faith in her achieving that. But like other government agencies, they need to have resources and teeth to bite. The OEP will not be independent if it's constantly worrying about its budget. I think the government and its ministers actually have excellent environmental credentials and are not going to water down protection in any way. But we need to act more quickly and should be a little bit braver when it comes to scrutiny. We also have a duty now to set the right environmental laws and framework for the future governments and generations. The Prime Minister is taking up the green recovery. DEFRA Minister also believe that it's a better environment, as do many people in this House and across the country too. We are fortunate to be hosting COP26 later this year. It is an exciting time for environmental policy in this country. Outside of the EU, we have a real opportunity to do better and show global leadership on the issues of global importance, whether it is air quality, water quality, soil health, tree planting, plastic waste, or species protection. Let's be ambitious with our environment policy. This environment bill is a landmark bill, and the government has put great effort into it over several years now. With a few more tweaks and a firm commitment to bring the bill back early in next session, I believe we can have set a great example to the rest of the world and have a modern environmental act that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Video link, and it's a front bench contribution from Deirdre Brock. Happy Australia Day, Deirdre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And speaking to SNP amendments 43 and 44. This is a bill which concerns England in the main. Most of these policy areas are devolved, and Scotland has its own environmental legislation, which frankly is light years ahead of this. This is a bill that has made its way rather painfully through the process, and it has seemed for far too much of that time that it was more about the UK government trying to hide the fact that it has no real environmental ambition to speak of. Only a few months after stepping in to overturn a council's planning permission for an open cast mine, the government has chosen to stay out of the planning process for a deep coal mine near Whitehaven in Cumbria. A less trusting folk than I have suggested that might have something to do with what happened in that constituency in December 2019, but such cynicism is surely unfounded. The UK has made little or no progress in tackling the really big ticket items, carbon emissions, air and water pollution, tree planting and so on. In fact, one of the areas explicitly excluded from this bill, the military, is one of the worst offenders. Now, I've talked at great length about the environmental impacts that we know of, particularly the historic dumping of unwanted explosives, ammunition, ordnance, radioactive waste and so on into the sea. Now, we know that the area around Beaufort's Dyke between Scotland and Ireland has millions of tonnes of unsavoury stuff littering the seafloor, but we don't know what's down there because the dump records have been mislaid and the MOD appears to have no intention of seeking to clean it up. Similarly, I've been told that the MOD has done environmental impact studies on its land estates, but they haven't been shared. There was a report in May, however, by Scientists for Global Responsibility, which found that the carbon footprint of British military spending was around 11 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent, some of it relating to arms exports, but most of it from MOD operations. Now, that's not all. Not one single nuclear submarine has been dismantled since the first one was decommissioned more than 40 years ago. 4 decades on, and the UK has more redundant nuclear subs in storage than it has in use. And I should add in here the hundreds of nuclear safety breaches at the naval bases on the Clyde that I discovered through written questions, interestingly not matched by similar figures elsewhere. It's clear that the environmental impact of military operations is more than substantial, even if it is not officially acknowledged. And you would think that any government that wanted to, in the Prime Minister's words, do extraordinary things on the environment would want to do something about that. So I assumed that it was an error which led someone in government to exempt defence, national security and the armed forces from the requirement to have due regard to the policy statement on environmental provisions and from any consideration of environmental issues on tax, spending and allocation of resources. I raised the issue during the committee stage, so ministers have had plenty of time to consider it, and they should consider reversing their position. The procedural oddities of this place won't allow for everything to be considered, however, so the issue has been set on the back seat for the moment to allow Labour's amendment on neonicotinoids to be voted on. It is a devolved issue and treated differently in Scotland, but it is, of course, important for England. We have 10 months until COP26 takes place in Glasgow, pandemics permitting, and the UK government really has to step up to the plate and start showing some real leadership. Talking about it is not enough. Painting the fence green isn't enough. Government actually has to become green, become environmentally friendly, work for the future of the planet, the future of the human race. We've seen in the last year how a virus can disrupt our world. But that would be nothing compared to the devastation that the climate crisis threatens. All of us have a role to play in addressing that challenge, but there is little point to individual households doing what they can while government fails to do what it is capable of. I think this bill will go down as a missed opportunity, but that doesn't mean that the government is powerless to act, and I look forward to a change in priorities and move to action. This isn't a time to delay, defer, and dissemble. It is a time to move forward purposefully. The question for the government isn't whether it wins or loses its battles today, but whether it really decides to lead over the next year and the coming years.
Thank you, Deirdre. The 4-minute limit is now imposed again for all further backbench contributions. Video link, Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to speak to my Amendment 4. The precautionary principle is a whole new way for the government to legislate on environmental matters, which can be applied to a huge range of environmental principles. However, in application, it could be used in the extreme, for example, to introduce policies such as stopping people from driving motor cars on the basis that they damage the environment. That is why my amendment, in an increasingly legislative field, is so important in ensuring government can clearly define the purposes for use of the precautionary principle, beyond those in the mere principles documents outlined in clauses 16, 17 and 18. And indeed, the Minister has confirmed in a letter to me this morning, she says, I can confirm that Ministers of the Crown are only required to have due regard to the policy statement when making policy by virtue of clause 18.1. The environmental principles duty is not designed to apply to individual decisions or other public bodies. So, in other words, the statement of principles is really pretty nearly toothless. So my amendment clearly constrains when and where the precautionary principles can be used. And I ask the Minister that the Minister goes further than just going into the principles in her summing up, but to include some of my amendments on the face of the bill. And a particularly important one is the one at the end, 3C, which says that the precautionary principle should only be used in response to risks that are more than hypothetical in nature and serious and irreversible. Now, I cannot see any reason at all why that shouldn't be applied on the face of the bill. And I hope that if the Minister isn't inclined to include them, that their lordships will pick it up when it goes to their House. Because the precautionary principle is not consistently applied to different activity. It is frequently used to constrain certain activities where any impacts are deemed to be unacceptable. For example, Natural England are currently seeking to restrict game shooting around European protective sites due to evidence of damage in only a mere 1.5% of all sites. They want to introduce a licensing system. So I just say, in summing up, could the Minister really please bear in mind all the constraints that are in my amendments? Otherwise, I think this principle could well become oppressive to people's freedom in the futures, and we may well rue the day that we put this particular provision in the bill. So I'm really looking to the Minister in her summing up to tell me why it is not possible to include some or all of my constraints on the face of the bill, because that's where it ought to be. The statement of principles as written in the bill is pretty nearly toothless, and this precautionary principle gives the Minister or any future Minister in a government of a huge, overwhelming power, which we may well live to regret.
Video link, Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to speak to new clause 5 on the state of nature target. There are few things that can lift our spirits as much as time spent with nature. Who does not feel a sense of awe and wonder at the astonishing biodiversity of our landscapes and its creatures and its plants? So as well as ensuring that that same sense of awe and wonder can be enjoyed by future generations, it should frankly be self-preservation that urges us to confront the threat of biodiversity and habitat loss. It should be respect for the soil from which we came, the soil that has given us everything we can see around us: food, fuel, raw materials, medicines, the ability to capture carbon, and the soil to which we will one day all return, a reminder of our place in the natural order of things. The truth is, we can no longer take all of this for granted. Why? Because we are destroying our natural world at an alarming rate. In the words of the Minister's own department, much of England's wildlife-rich habitat has been lost over the last century, and there has been widespread species loss. The latest State of Nature report records a decline of 13% in the abundance of UK species since 1970. 15% of UK species are now endangered, including the red squirrel, the water vole, the ghost orchid, and the meadow clary. The number of moths has decreased significantly in the last 50 years, and a third of British wild bees and hoverflies are in decline. And 97% of our wildflower meadows have been lost since the 1930s. This is a crisis caused by agricultural practices, pollution, urbanization, habitat loss, and climate change, and it requires action. And that's what this new clause seeks to do. Now, I welcome the government's commitment to binding targets, but I think it can be strengthened to make a good bill better by putting on its face a target to halt and begin to reverse the decline of habitats and species by 2030. This should not be too difficult in principle for the Minister, because this is exactly what the United Kingdom called for in drawing up the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, which commits to reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. But of course, to reverse loss, one must first halt it. And the problem is that the bill's timetable for setting targets doesn't fit in with the 2030 biodiversity pledge. So this new clause would place a requirement on ministers to draw up, before the conference of the parties later on this year, a 2030 state of nature target to halt and begin to reverse the decline in species and habitats, and to set out a plan to do so, including how the target would be measured. It would need to cover the abundance of species, their risk of extinction, and the extent and condition of habitats, bearing in mind that widely accepted and reliable sets of indicators already exist to enable us to assess these things. Now, I accept that the target is ambitious, but if we're not going to be ambitious now, then when are we going to be ambitious for the state of nature? And it's not as if we don't know what works to bring about change for the better. We do. We just need a lot more of it. The truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this: we have always known that the natural environment sustains our souls, but we've now come to understand that it also sustains our very existence. That's why it matters, and that's why we should do now what we know in our hearts to be right. And I hope the House will vote for this clause later on today. Thank you.
Video link, Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to make a brief contribution to this important debate. It is a great relief to see the Environment Bill come back to this House, but equally a great disappointment to learn today that it will just be for today, and we will have to wait until the next parliamentary session begins after Easter before we have the second day. I would just urge the Minister, in responding today, later on today, if she could give some indication that it is her intent to ensure that royal assent is received as soon as possible and that the Lord's procedures conclude before the summer recess. We have to go into the COP26 conference in November with clarity that this groundbreaking piece of legislation is on the statute book. I'd like to speak about two aspects of the bill today: the Office of Environmental Protection, and I'm delighted to welcome the Minister's announcement today that the office's headquarters will be in Worcester, near my constituency in the West Midlands. Worcester, of course, is on the River Severn, which is the largest river in the country, recently been in flood through my constituency. And the whole Severn catchment is an area which requires considerable attention, and it will get greater focus from the from Dame Glenys Stacey's presence there from time to time in her new role. Alongside the EFRA Select Committee, the Environmental Audit Committee did pre-legislative scrutiny of this bill, and we were calling for a greater degree of independence for the OEP, having met Dame Glenys with our pre-appointment hearing before in December. We took some comfort that she is the right person to lead this organisation, but we are concerned that she has sufficient budget to be able to recruit the number of people that's required, the experts she needs, and to be able to reflect the responsibilities for the OEP in helping deliver the 25-year plan. We've also are concerned about in our pre-legislative scrutiny about the environmental improvement plans. And we felt that the OEP should be advising the government on the establishment of targets, as has been the case under the previous regulatory regime through the European Commission. We welcome the fact that there are targets enshrined in this bill, but we think it's very important that one of the body in who will have responsibility in part to monitor compliance with those targets is also involved in setting them. And we would very much like to see that the confirmation from the Minister that the date for establishing the environmental targets can be confirmed ahead of COP26 with a statement of intent. In relation to the second aspect, I'd just like to talk to Amendment 28 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Gloucester, which requires the government to include steps to improve people's enjoyment of the natural environment within the environmental plan. As part of our inquiry into biodiversity and ecosystems, my committee has repeatedly heard that central to restoring our greatly depleted natural environment, which we've heard from other speakers today, is building a better relationship between people and nature. This was called for in the Glover Review. We'd like to see this enshrined in this legislation and would urge the government to support Amendment 28.
Video link, Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak in favour of Amendment 2 put down by the EFRA Chair that World Health Organization air quality limits should be put into law. I speak as the Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Air Pollution and put down my own Clean Air Bill 4 years ago in 2017. And at that time, the Royal College of Physicians had already reported that 40,000 people in Britain are dying prematurely every year at a cost of £20 billion. Now the figure is thought to be 64,000 people. People are affected in their brains, their hearts, their lungs. Unborn children's mental health and physical health are affected. Young children's concentration, depression, anxiety, dementia. So the list goes on. And in fact, the number of COVID deaths is up 8% for each microgram of PM 2.5. DEFRA, of course, claim that overall pollution has come down in the last 10 years. But the reason for that is because we've closed down our coal-fired power stations, we've exported our manufacturing. And in urban environments, the death and the pollution is going up. And that's why we need these limits, imposed universal limits, because it's the poorest and most diverse neighbourhoods that are suffering the most from the pollution and hence the greatest level of COVID deaths as well. It's no good the government saying they'll have average concentrations where they average the amount of concentration in a rural environment with a toxic urban environment. Those limits would not have saved the life of Ella Kissy Deborah, who tragically died. And of course, we all know the coroner's inquest heard that a cause of death was the levels of air pollution. It's caused her asthma, it caused her to go into hospital 28 times in just 3 years before her tragic death. We want World Health Organization universal limits applied so thousands of children can be saved and protected. It is everyone's right, in my view, to have clean air, and it is government's duty to deliver that right. Therefore, we need Amendment 2, which is in fact a guiding light around which other targets can coalesce. It requires requires PM2.5 to be 10 micrograms per cubic metre by 2030. We need all government departments and public bodies to work together to do this, as set out in new clause 6 later on. But the government, unfortunately, is just saying they'll have targets in 2022. Those targets won't be legally enforceable. Those targets can be changed. It simply is not good enough. For airless state, for thousands of children up and down Britain, and for all of us, we need World Health Organization standards in legislation, and I hope that will be agreed today. Finally, I turn to new clause 11. The member for West Dorset has put that down. I put a plastics bill down in 2018. The fact is there'll be more plastic than fish in the sea by 2050. UK supermarkets alone produce 114 billion pieces a year. We've got a situation where we need the producers and the polluters to pay a tax on virgin plastic. I would certainly support. Millions of birds and animals are dying. We are ingesting microplastic that gets into fish, inhaling plastic that's in our clothes from washing machines. And so in a nutshell, as we approach COP26, we should be showing leadership to the world in stopping our oceans choking, stopping our children's choking, protecting our air, protecting our oceans, protecting our environment. I so move.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a groundbreaking bill. There is much of merit in this bill, although you wouldn't believe it to listen to some of the opposition benches. There are many good amendments. I'd single out new clauses 14 and new clauses 15 from my right honourable friend for Chipping Barnett about linking housing targets and planning permissions. But I just want to talk in the limited time about my Amendment 5 on interim targets. Madam Deputy Speaker, setting targets is easy. Governments like to set headline-grabbing targets, but too often the small print belies the ambition of the target, and the target date is in the dim, distant future. That can instill complacency and lethargy because there is plenty of time to hit the mark, so there is no need to panic. But when it comes to climate change, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is every need, if not to panic, at least to put the foot on the gas, metaphorically, and act with urgency and immediacy. The 2015 net zero target is almost 30 years away. It should be a last possible date by which, itself subject to a constant audit as to how quickly and by how far we can be constantly bringing that end date forward. It must also be an end date to a clearly set out progression to reducing harmful emissions and creating a net carbon environmentally benefiting economy. We need things to show marked improvement from today, and so it should be with the natural environmental improvement targets in this bill. So my amendment is simple. It just adds 4 words and an additional subclause to clause 4 on page 3. It's the duty of the Secretary of State to ensure that interim targets are met. That amendment would guarantee continuous incremental improvements in the natural environment, helping to keep all things environmental high up the government's list of priorities. It will bring the Environmental Bill target framework in line with the approach in the Climate Change Act, where there are 5-yearly legally binding targets as milestones to the long-term legally binding target of net zero by 2050. At the moment, the only recourse the Office for Environmental Protection has, if the government missed an interim target, will be to criticise them in their annual report. That can, of course, be ignored by ministers and governments until the long-term target is missed, until enforcement action actually then kicks in. Well, frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the power of policing this has got to have more teeth than the ability of the environmental policeman to shout "stop," or I'll shout "stop" again. As Friends of the Earth have said, if these targets are not binding upon the Secretary of State, it will be a huge missed opportunity to ensure that the EIP system drives sustained, tangible environmental improvement and would undermine the rationale for setting goals in the first place. I don't think so, but you're very kind. So 5-yearly interim targets also need to be set in the Environmental Improvement Plan. It's only because Madam Deputy Speaker is looking daggers at me. However, the Environmental Improvement Plans are not legally binding, they're simply policy documents, and all the plans need to be reviewed and potentially updated every 5 years and reported on every year. This is not the same as legal accountability. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many cases, I'm afraid, where targets haven't been met. The target set in 2010 for ending the inclusion of peat in amateur gardening products by 2020 will be missed. Targets set in 2011 for DEFRA to conserve 50% of England's SSIs by 2020 have been abandoned. So it's really important that interim targets must be legally binding to guarantee they'll be delivered on, and it's vital that there's a robust legal framework in place that actually holds the government and public authorities to account in the short term. Binding interim targets can provide near-term certainty for business, creating the sort of stable environment which encourages investment in their workforce and in green products and services. They would focus businesses on planning the trajectory towards the long-term targets and help drive innovation in the business model. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to have business support for this amendment as well. I'm particularly grateful to Aldersgate Group for the supporting letter from a group of businesses published today. So clear, binding interim targets, legally enforceable, can be good for certainty, good for business and good for the environment. Let's pass this amendment.
Video link, Jonathan Edwards.
Diolch, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak briefly in this debate the amendment in my name and in support of the many excellent amendments tabled by colleagues from across the House. One of the pleasures during this difficult lockdown has been that while they were open, my visits to schools were able to continue over Zoom. A common theme in these sessions are always questions around the climate crisis. The sense of urgency among young people is palpable. Yet I fear that in decades to come, they will look back at the decision makers of today and ask why, despite all the warning signs, didn't we do more when we had the chance? I want Wales to seize that chance, use our natural resources and innovation to fuel our recovery and transition to a sustainable economy. We have the capacity, the capability to do it. Too often our efforts have been hampered by Westminster. For instance, the refusal to support the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, a pitiful track record on rail investment, a flat refusal to empower the Welsh Government with powers over energy policy or meaningful economic levers. I fear greatly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the latest power grab will see any climate ambition set by the Senedd actively undermined by Westminster. I'm talking, of course, about the powers granted via the Internal Market Act to spend in devolved areas, which the British state intend using to deliver the Shared Prosperity Fund. It takes very little imagination to picture a scenario in which the British government bypassed the will of our democratically elected Senedd to pursue their Union Jack plastered pet project in Wales without any regard for the environmental consequences. Amendment 40 in my name seeks to defend Wales from Westminster intrusion. It would require that an impact assessment be carried out on the effect on environmental targets set by the Senedd of any infrastructure project the British state seek to deliver in Wales via the Shared Prosperity Fund or any other mechanism. Where the effect is found to be a negative one, my amendment would give the Senedd a veto on the project. Whilst I will not push this amendment to a vote this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do seek reassurances from the British government. I want to guarantee that Wales will be free to not only set, but to achieve more ambitious targets on achieving net zero, improving air quality and reducing plastic waste without any interference from Westminster. Introducing this bill, the British government has rightly made much of the importance of setting long-term environmental targets and establishing lines of accountability. Isn't it only right that the Welsh Government are fully accountable for any decisions which affect Wales's environmental targets? I would also like to briefly pledge my support for new clause 17, which would require the UK Government to deliver a strategy setting out how the economic recovery can be designed to improve our well-being and environment. I also support new clause 9, which would ensure that anyone with responsibility under this legislation must comply with the commitment to achieving a healthy, resilient, biodiverse natural environment. I welcome amendments which seek to strengthen and hold this government to account on their promise to combat global deforestation and to set targets for the reduction and replacement of animal testing for the purposes of chemicals regulation. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do have an opportunity to make a difference. And the next time I talk with young people in my constituency, I want to be able to show them that we are taking it. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Video link, Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by welcoming and praising the government for bringing this bill before the House. I know it's disappointing that it's not going to make it into law until the next session, but this is a world-leading piece of legislation. whether it's because of the scientific warnings about climate change, the loss of biodiversity, air quality issues, or just creating a better environment around all of us. The measures in this bill are a major step forward. And I hope that although there's going to be a lot of debate about whether this bill should be enhanced and how, that all of those who are proposing to make changes to the bill nonetheless recognise what an important measure it is. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I shall seek to catch your eye when this bill reaches the second day of report to move my amendment on the protection of the hedgehog and also to speak about the issue of forest protection. Today, though, I want to focus my attention on the first part of the bill, and particularly the requirements for an environmental improvement plan and for targets to be set for improvements. The 25-year environment plan produced 2 years ago by the government provides an essential and world-leading blueprint for the kind of change that is needed. It covers a whole range of issues, but in particular, I want to see the targets and the updates of the plan focusing on habitat restoration and protection here, and tangible measures to incentivise and support the restoration and protection of habitats in other parts of the world. We have got to be world leaders in protecting our species and encouraging other people to do the same. The loss of biodiversity in the UK has been tragic, whether it's the disappearance of birds from our gardens and hedgerows, the decline in the numbers of much loved species like the hedgehog, or the challenges in our marine environment. It is the job of this generation to start to turn the tide in the other direction. And in other parts of the world, the decline is even more tragic, with large numbers of iconic species in real danger of disappearing and habitat being lost at an alarming rate. The implementation of this bill, the targets set, and the ongoing improvement plan must tackle this disaster for our country and help do so for our planet. In other parts of the world, deforestation is a key part of the problem, and this bill must play a part in ensuring that the UK says to the world, enough is enough. We'll come back to that next time. But here, the issue is not deforestation. We've got more trees today here than we have for centuries and ambitions to plant more. But we have intense development pressures. We do need new homes. We do need to tackle some of our infrastructure challenges. But new developments must have a smart strategy for environmental protection alongside them, and in particular to avoid the unnecessary destruction of habitats. We need to grow more food here and to stop importing so much from around the world. So we do need a bigger and stronger farming sector, but it's got to be a farming sector that protects biodiversity as well. The measures in this bill and in the agriculture bill that do this are very welcome. We need to take, I think, also some tough decisions about invasive species. We have got to stop outsiders multiplying in a way that drives our native species to extinction. So the targets set by this bill must put biodiversity at the heart of our strategy. And the duties placed on local communities in the bill must also strengthen biodiversity. We're going to hear a lot in the coming weeks about things that could be done in addition to improve our environment. Lots of ideas, lots of thoughts, but we must give the government credit. This bill can and will make a difference. I look forward to it becoming law, but I would also say, given the delay, that the need to act on biodiversity starts now. So whilst I know that we have to wait for the bill to pass into statute, I want ministers to make this a central part of the work they do now. The powers in this bill will help them do this in the future, but protecting our species, protecting biodiversity here, and encouraging others to do the same around the world must start right now.
Number 13 withdrawn. So, Teresa Villas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support my new clauses 14 and 15. The core principle of this bill is that safeguarding the environment should be at the heart of decision-making right across government, and that must include the planning system. So these new clauses would give the OEP the power to veto or reduce housing targets and require new developments to be consistent with our net zero carbon target. Of course, the environment net gain provisions of this bill would generate via the planning system a welcome flow of investment into nature. I also welcome the government's recent abandonment of its housing target algorithm, which generated impossibly high numbers. But for London, that threat remains for the longer term. We also have a planning bill due soon. My fear is that the government's determination to build could compromise the environmental ambition of the bill that we're considering this afternoon. And let's face it, almost nothing has greater physical impact on the landscape than the buildings we construct. Successive generations have been judged by the legacy of the built environment that they've left behind. By giving environmental and climate concerns a greater weight in the housing and planning system, my new clauses are an appeal to ministers not to repeat the mistakes of the 60s and 70s, which their algorithm makes me fear that they will. Even with their change of heart on those housing targets and the algorithm, the targets do remain very high. That could mean a drive for ever denser, ever higher blocks consuming ever more of the green spaces that we value so much, never more so than at a time of COVID. Local input into the planning system provides a formidable defence for the environment, as honourable friends will know, and I would ask the government to drop their white paper proposals to remove local decision-making for areas designated for growth. But despite these additions that I'd like to see added to the bill, please be in no doubt of my strong support for this legislation, which I introduced as DEFRA Secretary in its first iteration in the last Parliament. The bill will mark a historic turning point as we establish a demanding and rigorous framework of legally binding targets, improvement plans, and measures to protect biodiversity and crack down on waste and plastics pollution. It is true, as many members have said, we are at a crisis point for nature and for climate. We need urgent action to arrest the decline in habitats and the threat posed to thousands of species, both here and overseas. We hold this earth in trust for those who come after us. If we're to have any chance of being the first generation to leave the natural environment in a better state than we found it, we need to make big changes to the way we do things in this country. And I'm confident that this bill will help us do that. Thank you.
Video link, Mick Whitley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ecological and climate crisis will be the defining issues of the 21st century. In a few short years, climate breakdown is likely to transform the way we live. And the floods that last week devastated communities across England provided a stark reminder of how incredibly high the stakes are. Now the heavy responsibility falls to those of us who serve here to ensure that the future generations inherit a livable planet. Through taking bold and decisive action now and driving forward change on the international stage, we can roll back the ecological crisis and build a fairer, greener economy in its wake. But I'm afraid that the government's ambitions fails to meet the scale of the challenge. The Prime Minister has called for a green Brexit, but at the same time is replacing the EU's comprehensive package of environmental protections with 4 simple targets that the Environment Secretary can change at will. That's why I urge members from across the House to support the new Clause 9, which would oblige anyone exercising responsibilities in relation to the Environment Bill to adhere to broader commitments like the Climate Change Act and the United Nations Leaders Pledge for the Future, Pledge for Nature. I would also look forward to supporting Amendment 39, which would guarantee parliamentary scrutiny when a government wants to allow the use of plant production products that endanger bees and other pollinators. I know that I was not alone in being concerned by the Environment Secretary's decision to temporarily lift the ban on bee-killing pesticides. The decision flies in the face of the government's own commitments to fight biodiversity loss and was done without consulting Parliament. Of course, we all sympathise with farmers who are currently wrestling with crop blight, but these pesticides pose an existential threat to bee populations and other pollinator species who play such a vital role in pollinating 70% of the crops we eat. I do not think that it's hyperbolic to say that our future depends on bees. I also want to warmly thank my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, for bringing forward new Clause 5, which would commit the Environment Secretary to tackling and reversing biodiversity loss in England by 2030. And while I welcome the proposed establishment of an Office of Environmental Protection, I'm deeply concerned that it would lack the necessary powers and independence to truly do its job. I will therefore be supporting Amendment 23. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government had the opportunity to use the bill to put the environment at the heart of his policy making. But as written, this bill fails to maintain even existing environmental standards, let alone make the UK a world leader in environmental policy. The fact that the bill will now be delayed until later this year is yet another dispiriting sign that the government, for all its rhetoric, just isn't serious about tackling the climate change and ecological emergencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I do want to try to accommodate everybody on the speaking list. So after the next speaker, I will reduce the time limit to 3 minutes. Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the amendment in my name, Amendment 28 to this important bill, which has so much to celebrate, is supported by the Chairman of the Environmental Audit Committee, the Right Honourable Member for Ludlow, the Member for Brighton Pavilion, and many others from different parties across this House. It would oblige the government to include steps to improve people's enjoyment of the natural environment in their environmental plan, rather than simply give it the option to do so. It substitutes a may for a must, an addition of one letter to recognise the vital importance of green spaces to all our constituents. This is especially true during the pandemic and lockdown, where our parks, big or small, have literally kept many of us sane. The numbers of visitors are up sharply, and some inequalities of access, for example, for those living in cities, and many ethnic minorities have also been exposed. It is estimated that for every £1 spent in a park, an extra £7 of value to well-being, health and the environment is created. 8 out of 10 adults agree that visiting the countryside is good for physical fitness and mental well-being. People spending time in green spaces can help reduce heart disease and obesity and cancer and also stress. And in this time of lockdown, we need all of those things more than ever. Many people in green spaces can and should also be a good thing, not a bad thing for the environment. For example, in my own constituency of Gloucester, we have the joy of a wonderful green space right in the heart of the city, the Robinswood Hill Country Park, which gives an opportunity for every child to have the experience of sitting on their mother or father's shoulders and watching for the first time on the top of the hill the sunset over the River Severn in the summer, one of the most beautiful things that anyone can do. And that in turn stimulates enjoyment of our green places and also environmentally friendly behaviour, encouraging litter picking, as well as bringing more people into the parks. Madam Deputy Speaker, in this short space of time, can I highlight the support of the Ramblers organisation, who understands so clearly the importance of our enjoyment of green spaces, and highlight that this amendment isn't purely about benefiting urban dwellers. For example, the National Trust estimates that people across Britain are missing out on 500 million park visits a year because of poorly equipped facilities. Basic upgrades from loos and income-generating cafes to play areas can hugely help accessibility. And Natural England has reported that insufficient footpaths in the presence of busy or dangerous roads can easily prevent access and deter their use. So there are aspects about this amendment which will benefit both those living in the countryside as well as those living in the towns. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Environment Secretary has always been supportive of many of these aims and has said himself that studies across the spectrum show us that it's in our best interest to look after nature. We know the connection with nature, well-being and improved mental health. So I hope that the Minister who's taking the bill through this House, whose career in the House of Commons has been dedicated to the environment, will share these feelings by recognising the opportunity to do more, find measures which can be used as targets to enhance people's enjoyment of our green spaces so that the may does become a must in time and the government does report on the improvement of people's enjoyment. Thank you.
Video link, Florence Eshalomi. That should be 3.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support all of Labour's amendments tabled today, but I'd like to concentrate my remarks on those specifically related to air quality. My constituency of Vauxhall contains some of the most busiest and most polluted roads in London and the country. Clapham Road and Brixton Road are both major routes for journeying in and out of South London, as well as rat runs for the everyday journeys to work, school and shops made by Vauxhall residents. But in making these journeys, they are constantly exposed to the dangerous pollutants emanating from cars and other vehicles. Brixton Road has made national headlines for exceeding the annual legal air pollution limit less than a few days into the new year. Like many of my constituents, I walk along this road on a daily basis. We know that these toxic pollutants can have a devastating impact on our hearts and lungs. And we know that PM 2.5 particles in particular are able to get deep into our lungs and bloodstreams, where they can have a significant impact on our overall health, both in the short and long term. PM 2.5 can be very bad for the health of our children. Madam Deputy Speaker, even before this pandemic, children in Vauxhall were regularly exposed to toxic and illegal levels of air pollution and were having to wear masks to school. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all have a role to play in reducing this pollution. We have to make less journeys by car, drive less pollutant vehicles, and we have to walk and cycle when we are able to do so. But the government has to play its part too. Reaching a WHO limit on PM 2.5 pollution is an achievable target. That is why I will be supporting Amendments 2 and 25 to ensure that these strict targets for air quality will be reached by 2030 at the latest. This will take us a step closer to making our air completely safe, both for today and for future generations. Thank you.
Chris Loder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate, and I'm very proud of the government's leadership on the environment, and may I commend the Minister's work for everything that she's done so far. Madam Deputy Speaker, you wouldn't think in my constituency of West Dorset that it has the worst place for air pollution in the entire country, but environmental issues affect us all. The village of Chiddock, between Bridport and Lyme Regis, has the highest levels of nitrogen dioxide in the entire country from traffic on the A35. The pollution is more than double the government limit. The issue is not new, it's been ongoing for years, but urgent cross-departmental action is required, and I would welcome the Minister's assurance that she will look at this issue in Chiddock as a matter of priority with the new powers that the bill will provide. Whilst plastic was once seen as the saviour of the rainforests, it has become the scourge of the sea. Half of all plastics ever made have been produced in the last 15 years. Less than a third of plastic in Britain is recycled, and British supermarkets still produce 114 billion items of single-use plastic. These supermarkets are devoid of real environmental responsibility for plastic packaging once it leaves their stores, and this is contributing to an environmental disaster. Greenpeace has just released its Checking Out Plastics report. It ranks the UK's biggest supermarkets on their plastics credentials and is recommended reading. For example, you will find there that on a per market share basis, Tesco total plastic use has increased by 2.2% between 2017 and 2019. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is for this reason that I have tabled new Clause 11, which would require the government to set specific targets and to reduce the volume of non-essential single-use plastic products sold by a designated date. This amendment seeks to work alongside the measures already set out in this bill to complement the government's ambitions to end this systemic overproduction and overconsumption of polluting plastics. I've greatly appreciated working with the West Dorset Environmental Alliance, a brilliant local group providing much needed insight and momentum. I'm also grateful for the support from the Conservative Environment Network and Friends of the Earth. This bill is key to achieving a green future. It will unleash our nation's potential to make our environment better for us all. Thank you.
Video link, Barry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to support the amendments in the name of the Shadow Secretary of State, the member for Leeds Central and the member for Brighton Pavilion. The government said that they had a desire to have a world-leading watchdog. I wonder whether there was a misprint, whether it should have said a world-leading lapdog. Do they really mean it? Now, look, I was on that hearing that met with Dame Glenys Stacey. She's a robust regulator with a proven record of independence, and I trust her. The Secretary of State should set the criteria and the parameters that he expects the Office of Environmental Protection to work to, but he should then leave it to the regulator to regulate. Dame Glenys, I believe, has been appointed as the right person, so let her do the job without further interference, but let her also have the benefit of interim targets. Because if you're regulating, targets can be really helpful. And I listened to the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, absolutely right. We need interim targets to be able to hold people to account, but also to be able to incentivize business and to give them clarity about what it is they have to achieve. When we're talking about enforcement, it's also perhaps salutary if I remind colleagues who were here when, as chair of the then all-party group on biodiversity, I worked with Friends of the Earth to organise a photo opportunity for colleagues who came to support ensuring that there was no relaxation of the ban on neonicotinoids. It was incredibly well supported. Over 100 members of Parliament came to support that campaign. And I have the photos to prove it. So those members who go into the lobby tonight saying that they will support the government in the lifting of the ban, maybe what we should do is dig out those photographs with Friends of the Earth and start publishing them one by one to show just how much they meant it when they had their photograph taken with that bee. Madam Deputy Speaker, on deforestation, the government is saying that there should be an imposition on companies to look at the legality of the sourcing of their materials like soy and timber. Legality is not enough. Yesterday, I met with a number of people representing the Brazilian interests as well as commercial interests. And it's clear that what happened already in Brazil is that the laws were reduced because of the pressure. It must be that the companies are asked to look at sustainability of their supply chain, not just the legality of it.
20 withdrawn, so we go to video link. Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Office of Environmental Protection concerns me greatly because I think it's going to offer us very little in terms of protection. Its powers include the terrifying capacity to point out that the government has failed to safeguard environmental protections or to maintain standards, but it cannot force the government to comply, it can't fine, it cannot prosecute, it can shame the government. But if I could be so flippant, Madam Deputy Speaker, this appears to be a government that knows no shame, demonstrated by the last-minute decision to delay this already criminally overdue bill by maybe 6 months or more. Now, this is outrageous, but the government will tough it out and will probably bear no consequences for doing so. But there will be huge consequences for our environment, for our biodiversity, for future generations, and indeed for farmers and for food producers. No formal regulation over these months and pretty much toothless enforcement thereafter will mean the steady erosion of animal welfare and environmental protections, just as it happens, as the government is engaging in negotiations of trade deals around the world. Some might consider this to be a rather convenient hiatus that would allow them to throw British farming under a bus once again. Farmers will lose the ability to look at our regulation as something that they can use to strengthen their hand when it comes to those negotiations. I want to say that the undermining of our land management community of our farmers is a massive, massive threat to our environment. Without them, we lose the practical capacity to deliver biodiversity gains. And this delay will also, of course, delay the setting of targets, which is key to the building blocks of the new environmental land management scheme. The chances of the environmental land management schemes being ready and available to all farmers and land managers by 2028 becomes less and less and less likely. And therefore, surely, if the government is going to protect those farmers who we depend on so much for biodiversity, then the government should now finally accept that they must extend the basic payment scheme at 2020 levels, at full levels, up until the time that the environmental land management scheme is available to all. Otherwise, the government will put out of business many of those, hundreds of those family farms that we rely on here in Cumbria and elsewhere, that are the very structure that has guaranteed Britain's high standards in the past. And finally, if the government is going to encourage a new generation of land managers to deliver those biodiversity gains, can I make a plea that the government directly funds a Newton Rig College in Penrith?
Video link, Saki Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And today I'll be speaking on the clauses relating to the Office for Environmental Protection. I had the privilege of being part of the Bill Committee scrutinising this landmark piece of legislation. And I'd like to commend the government and the Minister for taking this world-leading role through this legislation, not least by the introduction of the Office for Environmental Protection. It's no secret that the defining challenge of our era is to provide an effective mechanism for the preservation of our natural environment. In the wake of COVID-19, we've all read and seen the stories of nature hitting the reset button. To have meaningful protection for the environment that is sustainable, it will require countries across the world to work together, but will also require countries to show moral leadership on this issue. It actually reminds me of a speech from Margaret Thatcher delivered to the United Nations General Assembly in 1989, in which the then Prime Minister spoke to the international community about the acute dangers of environmental destruction. And she spoke about nations coming together in a global contribution to our planet's health. We need a concerted effort by each member of the international community. And I believe that this bill really demonstrates to the world that Britain will be a world leader in protecting our environment. And we really should be proud of this. And our environment is not two-dimensional. It is a complex tapestry of biodiversity. And protecting it is not easy, nor is it an overnight job. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Environment Bill is essential. It offers the guarantee that our 25-year plan needs. It offers the guarantee that our future generations demand. And it offers the guarantee that our environment requires. And I'm confident that the establishment of the OEP will deliver the necessary guarantees and safeguards for our natural environment. The OEP will be a watchdog with the ability to ensure that future governments stay the course in regards to environmental sustainability, and they make a significant contribution to the environment that we all desire. The persistent monitoring of progress that governments will be subjected to by the OEP will ensure that they are held to account and do not renege on our national pledge to the environment. And I also welcome the opportunity for local people to challenge the decisions made by their local authorities. Our communities care about the environment. By allowing this opportunity for people to challenge local authorities, we are recognising the pride that people have in the environment. And I'm keen for our communities to be given the powers to be able to hold public bodies to account through the OEP. Because if we're to meaningfully protect our environment, our communities will be essential. The environmental activism I've seen in my own constituency, from school children to volunteer groups to faith communities, has been nothing short of inspirational. And in the year that we take up the presidency of COP26, I also see a massive opportunity here to engage our faith communities in building a narrative and the case for moral leadership in protecting our environment. Madam Deputy Speaker, the global community shares in the inheritance of the health of our world and its aesthetic, but it also shares in the immediate danger of climate destruction. I have no doubt that the OEP will be a world-leading organisation, setting the UK at the forefront of environmental protections. For if we are to lead, Madam Deputy Speaker, the best way to do so must be by example. And through this legislation and through the OEP, I believe we will be exemplary.
Video link, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Environment Bill is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this place is currently scrutinising. This is not hyperbole. The evidence of a climate crisis and a crisis in the state of nature, where the survival of so many species, including our own, is under threat, is irrefutable, although I know some would like it to be refutable. I was very fortunate to be an observer of the first National Citizens' Assembly looking at climate change last year. people from all parts of the country, from all backgrounds, with wide-ranging opinions, randomly selected to reach consensus about action to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. During one of the sessions I attended, the fabulous David Attenborough came along to give us the benefit of his extensive experience, having seen the devastation being wrought on our planet, including here in the UK. It left a profound impact on me, and hopefully citizens' assemblies will be used at both national and local levels to engage with our communities to build consensus on many other important issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear from the many constituents who have contacted me, including many school students across Oldham and Saddleworth, how concerned they are about the state of the environment and the planet we temporarily inhabit. They want an environment legacy that is fit not just for them, but for their children and for the children's children. The environment is another issue of intergenerational inequality. As such, I would like to speak in support of those amendments and new clauses I've added my name to and which we are debating in this group. Firstly, I'm supporting the amendments calling for the bill to include an environmental objective to achieve and maintain biodiversity, support for human health and well-being, and sustainable use of resources. This provides an overarching focus for the bill, which I hope the government will support. Secondly, the bill needs to include governance measures to ensure that at least World Health Organization guidelines for air quality and particulates of 2.5 microns or less are monitored and enforced. Anyone who's followed the campaign of Ella Kissy Deborah's family following 9-year-old Ella's death from a fatal asthma attack contributed to by the poor air quality in London will recall the evidence to the recent inquest that pointed to Ella's death acting as a warning of the risk of poor air quality to the health of other Londoners. In Ella's memory, we must act. Thirdly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill must include the opportunity for parliamentary scrutiny where the government seeks exemptions to the use of pesticides such as neonicotinoids and others banned under EU law. We must point to the recent question, the DEFRA sector, on how his recent decision to authorise the use of neonicotinoids in place of non-chemical alternatives for controlling the yellow beet virus. Finally, I'm supporting the amendment in my right honourable friend, the member of Leeds Central's name, for the State of Nature report. It is only by committing to a binding target to halt and begin to reverse the decline in the state of nature at home, showing the domestic leadership that's needed, that the government can have any credibility in trying to secure the support for a global deal.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her speech. I'm afraid we must move on now to Sally Ann Hart, video link.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Environment Bill is major legislation and a mark of this government's commitment to our environment and combating climate change. As the Prime Minister himself said, it is a lodestar by which we will guide our country towards a cleaner and greener future. This bill is the flagship of a wider package of DEFRA legislation, including the Agriculture and Fisheries Acts, which seeks to deliver on the government's pledge to leave the environment in a better state than it inherited it. Amendment NC11 on environmental targets for plastic pollution has been brought by my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, and this is what I'd like to focus my comments on today. Plastic pollutes land, oceans, and contributes to greenhouse gas emissions at every stage of its lifestyle, from its production to its refining and the way it is managed as a waste product. The scourge of plastic waste, the litter we see in our oceans, on our beaches, our streets, pavements and roadsides takes hundreds of years to decompose, contaminating our soil and water. The toxic chemicals used to manufacture plastic gets transferred to animal tissue and eventually entering the human food chain, risking our health. In my constituency of beautiful Hastings and Rye, we have a number of stunning beaches at Camber, Winchelsea, Pett and Hastings. Plastic, single-use plastic such as straws, cups, bottles, bags, blight, all parts of our environment. Litter-picking groups such as Hastings Beach Clean, Tidy Up St Leonard's and Rye Harbour Beach Clean pick up bag loads of plastic every time they go out. But there is no doubt that this government has taken the plastic challenge seriously, and in 2018 published a resources and waste strategy and has taken some plastic measures, including a ban on plastic straws, microbeads, leading global efforts to tackle ocean pollution, including launching the Commonwealth Clean Ocean Alliance alongside Vanuatu, requiring large retailers to charge 5p for single-use plastic carrier bags, which has seen plastic bag sales down 90% since its introduction. The bill does include a range of measures to tackle plastic use and disposal, for example, new charges on single-use plastic and a new deposit return scheme, and this should incentivise consumers to choose more sustainable products over plastic ones. The amendment seeks to work with the grain of the measures already set out in the bill to end systemic overproduction and consumption of polluting plastics and non-essential single-use items. However, it would also require the government to set specific targets to reduce plastic pollution and reduce the volume of non-essential single-use plastic products sold by a designated date. And it is for these reasons that I support this amendment.
Video link. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking today in support of Amendments 21 and 28 tabled by the Honourable Members for Brighton, for Billion and for Gloucester. I would also like to thank the Ramblers and other campaign groups which are supporting these amendments and campaigning to promote public access to nature. These amendments have a simple purpose, which is to extend this act from just protecting nature to ensuring that we can all access nature. The lockdowns and restrictions of the past year have shown us how important it is for people to have access to high quality outside space. While we've all been staying home to protect the NHS, getting out for regular exercise, whether that's walking, cycling or running, has been vital to protecting people's mental health. This use of outside space is something to be encouraged after the pandemic, not written off as a temporary phase. But this will mean protecting and expanding green spaces in our cities, and supporting and encouraging people to get out into the countryside. Now, as it stands, this bill allows the government to set targets for promoting access to nature, which is welcome. I'm concerned that it may end up as a low priority, and we should not allow that to happen. These amendments would guarantee that future governments have to take action to protect our access to nature. They would ensure that nature is available to more people, not just those who can afford to access it. And we need this to change because there are already serious inequalities in access to open spaces. Only 57% of adults in the UK live within 5 minutes walk of green space, whether that is a park, field or canal path. But even that disappointing headline figure hides significant further inequalities. Only 2 in 5 people from Black and other minority ethnic communities say they can walk to a green space within 5 minutes. And adults with a household income below 15,000 are twice as likely to say they cannot access green space as those with a household income of 70,000. 1 in 4 people in my local area of Salford are in that lower income band. And in the most deprived areas of England, people tend to have the poorest health and significantly less green space than wealthier areas. We need to do much more to ensure that access to nature is equitable for everyone. So can the Minister confirm that the government will set targets for public access to nature and that these targets will include widening access to ensure that more people are able to enjoy it? And these targets are only the first step. We will also need concerted action, such as subsidies to farmers to promote access over their land and promoting public transport links from inner city areas to green open spaces and to the countryside. Without this action and without clear targets to prompt it, there remains a danger that access to nature will continue to be denied to many people. So I urge the government to accept these amendments.
Ben Everett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before the Honourable Member for Vauxhall gave her contribution over video link, I thought I was going to be the only member here to rise without submitting a new clause or amendment. Because the truth is, I actually quite like this bill. I quite like the bill. It's a good bill. I'm feeling like we're having a good day at the office. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be debating it, of course, and that's what I'm here to do. And chiefly, I am disappointed by the delay. Climate change is obviously the biggest, most strategic threat that we face as a country and, of course, as a planet. Of course, we have a tactical, immediate threat of coronavirus, and it's unfortunate but understandable that the legislative timetable may split. Like my colleague, the Honourable Member from Ludlow, I remain confident that this bill will return in the next session and seek assurances from the Minister that my colleagues do still have that ambition and that enthusiasm to make sure that these changes become law. I'll talk briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, about New Clause 1. Give a quick shout out to Amendment 231, and then if there's time I'll add some more stuff in at the end. But really, what I wanted to say was that the scale of ambition that we have in government is phenomenal. It's amazing. It's almost too much. When I rose to speak in the agriculture debate, I said our farmers are the custodians of the countryside. And of course, that applies to all of us too. We are the custodians of our environment. And this bill works hand in hand with the agriculture bill. And as my right honourable friend from Chipping Norton, Jim Barnett, described, it also works hand in hand with the white paper on housing that's coming through. All of that put together puts an enormous burden on our public sector, local and national. We are asking our civil servants, our professionals, to do new things, lots of new things, all at once, and we need to be very careful that we don't overload and try to do too much. That said, ambition is not a crime, and we should be ambitious because the world is watching us. As we approach COP22, this legislation shows how ambitious we are and how we can match that ambition with action. Now, a number of members noted that the new regulator might seem toothless and those targets might need a bit more oomph. And I'm sort of sympathetic to that. But what we have got is a new environmental improvement plan placed on a statutory footing by what we are doing today. We're literally making law, changing the law to make the environment better. This is a good day at the office.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The world has changed immeasurably in the year since this bill's first reading. In the last 12 months, COVID-19 has devastated lives, torn through communities and paralysed economies across the globe. This pandemic has taken so much. Lives, of course, but also hugs, handshakes, kisses, birthdays, Christmas, Eid. It's given to mental health issues, domestic violence and poverty. But it's also, during the height of this pandemic in the lockdown, given us much lower emissions and much better air quality. Anecdotal evidence suggests that those suffering from certain respiratory illnesses, somewhat ironically, were fared much better during the first lockdown. So it gives us a brief window into what would be, unfortunately, a future if we manage to take hold of it post-pandemic. So what we need to do is to try and create that long-term structural change, which we need robust legislation to underpin. In my city of Leeds, you're 20 times more likely to die from air pollution than you are to die in a car accident. 20 times. Across the UK, air pollution is responsible for 40,000 early deaths and £20 billion a year economic cost, according to the Royal College of Physicians. For that reason, I believe it's my moral duty to support Amendment 25 to ensure that particulate matter target for air quality be at least as strict as the WHO guidelines. Call I made to the government when we introduced the charging clean air zone in Leeds, a commitment the government have abandoned, but we need to reintroduce the clean air zone if we pass this amendment. In terms of our nature, State Nature report that the UK species diversity is in freefall. 15% of UK species are at risk of going extinct. Scottish wildcats, red squirrels, water voles, some of the much loved animals at risk. I'm the RSPB Parliamentary Species Champion for the white-clawed crayfish. If we passed New Clause 5, it would give all of those species a much better chance of survival. Also, we have the bee-harming neonicotinoids. The UK government recently granted an emergency authorisation for seeds to be treated by neonicotinoids to be used in sugar beet. This is banned under EU law, and we can't allow this to come through the back door, so we need to pass Amendment 39. Finally, on the OEP, whose progress has been followed in the EAC for 3 years, supposedly independent, but its budget, board and chair set by the government. Just recently, the Secretary of State said, and I quote, would be able to guide the OEP. It's worth noting the government has no comparable power in relation to any existing enforcement bodies. So we need to pass Amendment 23 to bring a semblance of independence back to that important regulatory body and ensure that we move forward and not have another pause in this legislation. Thank you.
Video link, Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking to you from the Isle of Wight, where in addition to being a UNESCO biosphere, we hope in the next couple of years to become the UK's first island park, if the government intends to bring forward the new Protected Landscapes Bill, which clearly I hope it does. I'm supporting this bill very much. I think it's a great bill, but I wish to speak in favour of new clause 14 and 15 briefly to argue the case for minimising the impact of housing on the environment. It's great, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government wants to design better, and frankly, we need better design in this country. But a well-designed, low-density greenfield housing estate is still a low-density greenfield housing estate. And these housing estates are by nature unsustainable. New clause 14 would allow for a handbrake to stop environmentally damaging housing, because it would make, by law, carbon efficient housing, or it would by law prioritise carbon efficient housing and carbon efficient locations. House building, along with everything else that we do, needs to align with the UK's binding Paris Climate Accords, carbon neutral and carbon efficient obligations, as well as the government's justified world leading commitment to net zero by 2050. But to do that, as I say, we need carbon efficient housing solutions. And that implies a focus on cities as opposed to suburban and rural development. If we don't get that carbon efficient housing in this bill mandated by this amendment, then can we please look at it for the housing bill? For me, it also means that we need to do more to incentivise brownfield development in not only suburban, but rural areas as well, which is where very often brownfield sites are too small to be used efficiently under the current financial regime, and it is much cheaper to build inefficiently on greenfield sites. And we know that greenfield sites, as well as being the most carbon intensive because you're building detached houses, are also dependent on car use, are built outside existing communities. So they're dependent on not only carbon emitting cars, but also of people having to travel to get near amenities rather than those amenities being built near them. Research provided by the House of Commons Library shows that homes built in urban areas are significantly less carbon emitting than those built in suburban and rural areas. So I welcome this bill, but can we please look at the legal requirement for the most carbon efficient housing in the most carbon efficient locations, not only for our climate change commitments, but also for quality of life in cities, in suburbs and in the rural areas. Thank you.
Ben Lake.
As others have expressed this afternoon, I'm also disappointed that the government has failed to make swifter progress with this bill, especially given the urgent need to act not only to address the causes of climate change but also biodiversity loss. But in such an important year for climate change mitigation and adaptation, I do hope that the government will make meaningful effort to get this bill onto the started work as soon as possible in the next session. It's a pleasure to speak to several amendments, including new clause 9, which draws attention to our international commitments and the importance of action to protect our natural environment both here at home and abroad. In particular, I hope this amendment will draw further attention to the plight of our forests, the lungs of our world, and vital habitats for species great and small. In addition, of course, to the need for measures to discourage trade in products of deforestation abroad. I also hope that new clause 9 will draw attention to an equally pertinent issue, that of the offshoring of our emissions and associated resource consumption. The WWF believes that as much as 46% of the UK's carbon footprint is not currently accounted for by national reporting or included in the UK's net zero target. Madam Deputy Speaker, this simply must be addressed if we are serious about our role in tackling climate change. Now, the bill also focuses minds on the constraints imposed by the Internal Market Act on action to protect our natural world across the 4 nations of the UK. This is reflected in Amendment 40 and new clause 1, both of which Plaid Cymru will be supporting. Wales is rightfully proud of its status as a world leader in recycling, and as a nation where sustainable development is a constitutional duty. Yet one of the many reasons why the Senedd withheld consent from the Internal Market Act and why the Welsh Government is now taking legal action against the UK Government is the issue of plastic pollution, as raised by the Senedd's Constitutional Affairs and Justice Committee. Due to the Internal Market Act, Wales will be legally prohibited from taking action to restrict the use of single-use plastic due to the Act's non-discrimination clauses. These clauses not only makes the bill's lack of ambition even more egregious, but draws attention to how this government is hindering environmental action by working against, rather than with, the devolved nations and their record of action in this field. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a duty to do all that we can to protect our natural world for present and future generations. We cannot afford to ignore this most profound duty, and so I hope the Government will actively listen and reflect on the constructive debate that we've had here today.
Video link, Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's been a real pleasure listening to contributions from colleagues on both sides of the House today on this bill, and it's clear that there's widespread support for the ambitions in the bill, and that's a support that I share. I'd also say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been a pleasure to listen to my constituents over the past 12 months, to the school children, to the farmers, to the businesses, and if I may say, most of all, to Lorinda and the Time Is Now group, because it's clear that out in the country, the ambitions that the government have set in this bill are equally shared. And as many have said, we are eager to see this bill get onto the statute book. I'd like, if I may, to focus on the issues of biodiversity and housing and draw the Minister's attention to the new clauses in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Chipping Barnet. In North East Bedfordshire, we look to have one of the fastest rates of growth in housing development, and it's crucially important that whatever the level of housing is, and of course those numbers need to come down, but that the housing development takes into account the maintenance, encouragement, and resilience of our biodiversity in our local communities. And I urge the Minister to listen to representations from the CPRE and also from the RSPB, based in my constituency, about the importance of how biodiversity is incorporated into legislation when it comes to the expansion of housing developments and new developments across the country. May I spare a moment, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the Minister herself and for the team. It's clear that these ambitions coming from all directions at some point have to be corralled into a piece of legislation for a whole. And there are lots and lots of tensions about what people want to achieve. But as she will know, and as her colleagues will know, in addition to setting targets, we've got to make sure that we maintain support and buy-in from the various constituents who are affected by those targets. And I wish her all the best in bringing forward this bill and give it my strong support today.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to take part in this debate. As my honourable friend said from the front bench, the delay for this bill sends a terrible message in view of the climate emergency. Now we have left the EU, it is vital we maintain the highest environmental standards, but this bill replaces the EU's comprehensive environmental protections with targets that the Secretary of State has near discretion on to change at any time, which is why the amendments in this group are so important, to seek to maintain the independence of the Office of Environmental Protection, place duties on public authorities to act in accordance with key environmental principles, and enhance protections for biodiversity. It's so important today, and which is why we on these benches are supporting them. Many constituents have been in touch about Amendment 39 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Plymouth South and Devonport, which seeks greater transparency on decisions on banned bee and other species-killing pesticides. I wanted to say a few words in support, not least because the Welsh Government has led the way in its initiatives to make Wales a pollinator-friendly nation. The Newport Council has also taken up the baton. We are a bee-friendly city. Bee-friendly initiatives are hopefully having an effect, with a population of small scabious bees found in St Julian's and the Gwent Levels being home to the UK's rarest bumblebee, the shrill carter bee. Gwent Wildlife Trust and RSPB are doing fantastic work locally. We know their importance to the ecosystem is towering. 90% of the world's flowering and plant species are dependent on insect pollination, and many species are dependent on bees because their food sources rely on pollination. And tragically, we know they're in decline. Reasons for the decline are various, but also include bee-killing insecticides, which were rightly banned across the EU in 2018. Although ministers previously said they'd keep the restrictions on pesticides in place, less than 3 years on, we now hear they'll allow them to treat sugar beet. This not only puts pollinator populations at risk, but also sets a precedent that ministers can strike out other hard-won protections, and we must not allow this to happen. Thank you.
Robbie Moore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a real privilege to be called to speak into this in this debate. Improving the environment is a topic which I'm incredibly passionate about, and I should refer the House to my register of members' interests. And I would like to start by saying that it has been great to serve on the committee bill for this piece of legislation, and there is so much good in this bill, and I want to give particular thanks to the Minister, the Honourable Member for Taunton Deane, for her energy and enthusiasm in driving this bill forward. Protecting the environment and our natural environment is without doubt one of the greatest gifts that we can pass on to the next generation. And protecting the environment is something which is exceptionally close to my heart, but of course many of my constituents. And I want to focus my comments in this part of today's debate on governance. And this bill is of crucial importance to providing a legal framework for our environmental governments for a post-Brexit global Britain. Because as it stands right now, our environmental law and policies are mostly driven from the European Union. But I know that, particularly when it comes to the environment, the government is keen to go further and go beyond the baseline standards we adopted whilst within the European Union. All policy should be long-term, but for environmental policy, it is particularly important that this goes above and beyond. And that is why I really welcome the fact that this Environment Bill will allow the setting of new, long-term, legally binding and joined-up targets, focusing on air quality, biodiversity, water and waste reduction and resource efficiency. The Office of Environmental Protection will go a long way to deterring the breaches of environmental law, because for far too long in Britain, many people have felt that breaches of environmental law have gone unchecked, and it is almost being seen as a second or third tier offence, and that actually enforcement power should be better spent elsewhere. Of course, that is wrong, and that is why I am so pleased that the Office for Environmental Protection will be given the flexibility to go a long way to help changing that. Damaging the environment damages us all, and I would therefore stress that on this point to the Minister, it is absolutely vital that the OEP is fully independent, properly funded to have teeth and weight to take action, and that it is allowed to take the enforcement action that it deems necessary. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is always much more that we can do, and I would urge the government to push this piece of legislation forward at pace. We all have a duty to leave the environment in a cleaner, greener state than we found it, and this bill does help achieve that.
Video link, Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite the infectious enthusiasm of the Minister, I have to say the deficiencies of this bill sadly bolster my scepticism about the Prime Minister's supposedly Damascene conversion to eco-warrior from someone who only in 2015 claimed the science surrounding warming temperatures was without foundation. But if his government wants to prove me wrong, they certainly have the chance to do so today. Firstly, support new Clause 9. This clause would provide that anyone with duties under the bill must comply with an environmental objective to achieve and maintain biodiversity, support for human health and well-being, and sustainable use of resources. and with specified environmental commitments that have been made by the government, including the UN Leaders' Pledge for Nature of September 2020 and under the Climate Change Act. Secondly, support Amendments 25 and 2, whose principles are supported by the British Lung Foundation and set parameters on the face of the bill to ensure that the PM 2.5 target for air quality will be at least as strict as the 2005 WHO guidelines, with an attainment deadline of 2030 at the latest. As it stands, the bill does not set a minimum level of ambition or a deadline for its achievement. And I must stress to the Minister the importance of these amendments for my own constituents. A 2018 report showed that Salford and Manchester were in breach of these WHO guidelines, and air pollution, primarily caused by vehicles, is said to contribute to at least 1,200 deaths a year across Greater Manchester. Finally, support Amendment 39. There is huge concern regarding the overturning of the decision to allow a derogation to the use of certain neonicotinoids. The decision goes against all commitments the government made to help nature, including an explicit pledge to keep pesticide restrictions after Brexit. Now, there's a significant risk that without the scrutiny Amendment 39 provides, emergency authorisation of such pesticides could sadly become a common occurrence. There are so many other additional amendments in this section that have been eloquently articulated by members today, but it's clear we're in a climate and ecological emergency, and we need this environment bill to create the highest of environmental standards. Without the changes outlined, it simply doesn't. It's just greenwash.
Video link to Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a good and a welcome bill, and I support it, but I want it to go further. And that's why I put my name to Amendment 2 in the name of my Honourable Fred, the member for Tavistock and Honiton. One area where particularly we should go further, which is of concern to my constituents, is in relation to PM 2.5, particulate pollution, perhaps the most dangerous type of pollution to human health. Its effects on things like asthma, CPD, coronary heart disease, stroke, lung cancer are very well documented, and it's something where we need to go further. I recognise the fact that the bill as it stands commits to bringing a new target for PM 2.5 before Parliament by October 2022. That's good, and that's what ministers have always said in previous debates. But I think we need to go further than that. It doesn't, for example, commit to meeting WHO, World Health Organization guidelines, and doesn't give a timescale for adopting them, even though ministers again have said that is their ambition. Now, as I understand it, and certainly it's been said as I understand it in the House before, DEFRA has done studies in the past that show that it can achieve the WHO standard of 10 micrograms per cubic metre by 2030. That would be a reasonable time frame, and if it can be done, there's no reason why we shouldn't put that into the bill. It's important, even in a constituency like mine, a comparatively leafy London suburb, which has better scores on pollution than many parts of London, but is still above the UK average in a number of respects, and is still a matter of real concern for my constituents. So putting that commitment, which we want to achieve anyway, onto the face of a bill, would show willing on our part towards our own citizens. But I also think it's worth saying that it would increase our influence on these matters abroad, because these matters have, at the end of the day, to be tackled internationally. There's a great deal of focus generated on the international review, the integrated review that's undertaking. And many countries have actually punched above their weight by taking a lead on this. New Zealand is a great example. So are many of the Scandinavian countries. If we were to set out our stall and commit ourselves to tackling PM 2.5 particulate pollution in this way, on the face of this bill, that will be a really positive message for global Britain, and particularly something that will be very positive in the run-up to COP26 in November. So I hope that the Minister, when she responds to this debate, will indicate that the government want to move positively and vigorously on this, and I suggest that's a way forward in which they can do so.
Link, Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A number of my constituents have contacted me to stress that the Office for Environmental Protection should be an independent and powerful body capable of making sure the government upholds environmental laws on everything from plastic pollution to air quality. They are concerned about clause 24 of this bill and have pointed out that if the government has the power to tell the Office for Environmental Protection how to do its job, the office can't be truly effective. I very much share their concerns. The Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee has remarked that it is essential that every step is taken to ensure that the Office for Environmental Protection is as independent from the government as possible to give the public confidence that the government will be properly held to account on its duty to protect the environment. I will therefore be supporting Amendment 23, which would delete clause 24. The quality of the air that we breathe is vital to our well-being. One of my constituents wrote to me last week to say that air pollution is a daily issue for her and others like her suffering with lung conditions. She told me how on days when air pollution is high, her symptoms can flare up so badly she's unable to leave her home. The government has already committed to adopting a new binding target for particular matter 2.5 through this bill. However, as Friends of the Earth have pointed out, the bill does not set a minimum level of ambition or a deadline for its achievement. Amendment 25 is intended to set parameters on the face of the bill to ensure that PM 2.5 target for air quality will be at least as strict as the 2005 World Health Organization guidelines of below 10 micrograms per cubic metre, with an attainment deadline of 2030 at the latest. And now I turn to the matter of bees, and I pay tribute to the work of Flourish at Ford Way in Upton for the work that they do in keeping hives and producing excellent honey. More than 50,000 people have signed a Wildlife Trust petition urging the Prime Minister to overturn the Environment Secretary's recent authorisation for the emergency use of a bee-killing pesticide for farmers to use on sugar beet crops in England. This shows the real strength of public feeling on this issue. Amendment 39 requires Minister to allow parliamentary scrutiny of exemptions granted to allow plant protection products banned under retained EU law, such as neonicotinoid pesticides, where they are likely to impact bees and other species covered by an environment improvement plan. In conclusion, I would urge members to back these key amendments to ensure the independence of the Office for Environmental Protection, improve air quality and protect bees. Thank you.
Link, Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad this bill has finally returned to the Commons after months of delay. It's been a frustratingly long time since, as a member of the Environmental Audit Committee and the EFRA Select Committee, I took part in pre-legislative scrutiny, and nearly a year since I attended the first meetings of the Bill Committee. And now we're being told we need to wait months more for the second day of report stage and for the bill to become law. This bill should have been in place before the end of transition. Can we even be sure now it will be in place before COP26? There's absolutely no excuse for the government's laxity, and one can only attribute it to a lack of ambition and urgency in tackling the nature and climate emergencies. Leaving the EU without a fully functioning, properly resourced and independent Office of Environmental Protection, which can take public authorities to court over the most serious breaches of environmental law, leaves a regulatory gap, which so many of us warned against. And we were promised the Office of Environmental Protection would be located in Bristol with the creation of 120 jobs. This was publicly reported, and I was told this by ministers on more than one occasion. Yet the minister has today announced without a hint of shame, in fact with more than a hint of smugness, that the OEP will be based in Worcester. Rest assured, I will be seeking an explanation from her as to why this hugely disappointing and, given Bristol's record, inexplicable decision was made. As has been said, this bill is not all it could be and needs to be strengthened today. Labour's new Clause 9 would place firm duties on officials to achieve and maintain biodiversity, human health and sustainable use of resources. New Clause 1 would put a duty on public officials to act in accordance with environmental principles. And again, we were repeatedly told during pre-legislative scrutiny that a policy statement on environmental principles would be published imminently. So where is it? Or was that just another ploy to stave off awkward questioning at the time? New Clause 5 would set the equivalent of a net zero target for tackling the decline in nature, the 2030 target, to begin to reverse the devastating losses we've seen in recent decades. And we need these protections in law because, as we've seen repeatedly, the government's actions don't always match its words. Take Amendment 39, which would allow parliamentary scrutiny of the use of harmful pesticides such as bee-killing neonicotinoids. This has been tabled in response to the government's emergency authorisation of these pesticides. Labour will always back good British farming practices and farmers, but faced with a devastating decline in biodiversity in our bee populations, we cannot uncritically give the green light to the use of harmful pesticides without scrutiny. So to conclude, this bill needs to be better, the OEP needs to be stronger, and we need proper environmental governance in place without further delay. The natural world is in crisis, and we must do all we can to address that, not just the bare minimum.
Video link, Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, my constituents were given a salutary reminder of the very real threat that we face from the climate and ecological emergency that Parliament declared just 18 months ago. We faced the worst floods potentially in living memory, with water levels over a metre higher than ever previously recorded. We were saved because the River Alt burst its banks, demolishing an embankment over a 30-mile stretch using floodplain rather than flooding 500 or so properties in Maghull in my constituency. And that's one of the reasons why new clause 9 is so important. Anyone with duties under the bill must comply with environmental objectives. We were lucky on flooding last week, but we may not be next time. It's a good example. Red squirrels, looked after by the National Trust in Formby in my constituency, desperately need the intervention of my honourable friend's new clause 5. Local action in supporting them is no substitute for wider action on habitat and on species. It's a very important step that is needed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I come to air quality and the importance of the amendments on that subject. The government wants to build a port access road to the Port of Liverpool. People living near the Port of Liverpool have some of the lowest life expectancy in the country, living 10 years less than those just 2 miles away. We heard earlier from honourable members that 40,000 people a year die because of poor air quality. So why do we not have a system in government where everybody plays their part, including the Department for Transport, where we're not building new roads to improve the transport in isolation, but we're taking account of air quality and protecting people and the effect on the climate as well. There should be a rail link, and that's the third element in my constituency that brings to life what this bill means in practice. And all three of them in common indicate why the Office for Environmental Protection must have teeth to be able to intervene across government. It can't be that there are so-called guidances from the Secretary of State that intervene and interfere and dilute the effectiveness. There is so much that is needed on these areas. I gave 3 examples just from my constituency. There are so many more, Madam Deputy Speaker. We must pass these amendments. This must go on the statute book quickly. And for this country, for my constituents and for the world, we must have the intervention now.
Liz Twist.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to speak at report stage of this Environment Bill. My constituency of Blaydon is a green and pleasant place, by and large, but we have seen our fair share of environmental damage and change and still endure landfill sites and the scars of our industrial heritage. Environmental issues of all kinds are hugely important to my constituents, from the school children I speak to, like those at Birtley East Primary School, who told me that they'd written to the Prime Minister, as they had to me, to persuade us that we must protect the environment for their sake. So I want to start by commenting on this grouping of amendments on oversight and environmental protection. This Environment Bill is welcome. But we have to take the opportunity to make sure that it really hits the spot, that it has the strength to really protect our environment locally and nationally, and contributes to the environmental protection internationally and globally as well. Talking to many environmental organisations, it's clear that there's widespread agreement that we need to build into this bill stronger measures. We need targets and we need to build in independence for the Office of Environmental Protection. And most of all, we need to see this bill become law. It's sad that there is a delay, but we must see this bill become law urgently, and certainly before COP26 in Glasgow. So I'd like to speak briefly about new clause 9. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House has already declared a climate emergency, so that it's right that the bill really tackles that emergency in a consistent and ambitious way. And new clause 9, as we've heard from previous speakers, provides that anyone with duties under the bill must comply with an overarching environmental objective. Amendment 23, we've already mentioned earlier, the Office of Environmental Protection. It needs to be independent of government, and as others have said, clause 24 of the bill, added by the government in committee stage, allows the Secretary of State to provide guidance. We really need that independence, so I hope this amendment will be supported. On Amendment 39, I'm sure that most honourable members, like me, have been flooded with representations on the granting of the licence to use neonicotinoids. It's right that we have proper scrutiny when such licences are granted. In fact, we shouldn't be granting them at all. There are difficult decisions to be made on environmental issues, and we really need to step up and try to make them. And then finally, on Amendment 25, on air quality, it's becoming more and more important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our air quality is a health and environmental issue. So I support this amendment. There's so much more that I would like to say on different parts of this bill, but I don't have time today. So I hope that this debate today will help us to make those tough decisions.
Video link, Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I share with many others the frustration at the delay in this bill, which started out long before other pieces of legislation, including some incredibly consequential bills around Brexit that were rammed through with minimal scrutiny. I want to focus in particular around Clause 20 from the government, but also briefly new Clause 17 and offer my support for other progressive amendments. By way of context arising from the protocol, there is a greater ongoing requirement for Northern Ireland to remain aligned to the European Union. This is a good thing. However, governance needs to be considered separately from policy. It should go without saying that independence and an ability to effectively prosecute are critical to the Office for Environmental Protection. However, this isn't the case. This bill grants the Secretary of State in England and DERA in Northern Ireland the power to issue guidance to the OEP on certain matters that must be included in the OEP's enforcement policy. The government claims the new power does not grant the Secretary of State nor DERA any ability to intervene in decision-making about specific or individual cases, and that the OEP does not have to act strictly in accordance with the guidance where it has clear reasons not to do so. While technically correct, but especially in the context of all other government amendments, it is clear that the new power will have the effect of allocating ministers a central role in shaping the basic principles of the watchdog and have a severely constraining effect on the OEP's ability to act independently. This power to provide guidance therefore inverts the intended hierarchy in which the OEP oversees ministers and gives ministers the role of overseeing the OEP. I do not believe that this role has been given sufficient scrutiny in Northern Ireland with respect to the role of DERA. I also want to stress that the Office of Environmental Protection is not the summit of environmental governance in Northern Ireland. The New Decade New Approach Agreement, which restored the Northern Ireland Executive this time last year, contained a commitment to an independent Environment Protection Agency. This will be different in its scope and role from the OEP, and that the OEP should not be used as an excuse for not proceeding with an EPA. Finally, I want to speak very briefly in support of new Clause 17. The pandemic has laid bare the need for a new outlook on our economy and wider society. We need to look, therefore, at a new, more holistic and inclusive economic model, including more sophisticated economic objectives and indicators, environmental regeneration, renewable energy, and the UK's impact overseas, alongside health, income security, equality, inclusion, affordable housing, and the well-being of future generations. Thank you.
Video link, Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For all that members have said, this is a good and necessary bill. Devolution also means it's a bill which doesn't have a huge impact on my constituents, but those aspects of the bill which do have received legislative consent from the Scottish Parliament. Now, I think that achieving that legislative consent was an important step, and it's one looking more widely, which needs to be respected by the UK government more often than just when it happens to suit the government to do so. Speaking to amendments 43 and 44 in the name of my SNP and Plaid Cymru colleagues, those amendments are not going to go to the vote, but I think the importance of the principles behind those amendments remains. Those amendments would remove the exceptions for the armed forces, defence and national security policy from the requirement to have due regard to the policy statement on environmental principles and environmental law, and also remove the exemptions for tax spending and the allocation of resources. In that, we know of the long-term problems caused by munitions dumped at Beaufort's Dyke between Scotland and Northern Ireland, the impact that military research can have on the environment, radioactivity on beaches in Fife, the problems left long-term by the decommissioning of nuclear-powered submarines. All have left us with a literally toxic environmental legacy. And like decisions on taxation, spending and allocating resources, decisions on those matters cannot be divorced from their environmental impact or the government exempted from its wider responsibilities in those regards. So it's not about subordinating security or decisions on the economy to the needs of the environment or vice versa. It would be about ensuring the wider policy considerations and our responsibilities to the environment in that respect are given due regard at all times in the decision-making process. Finally, I think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, to recognise that the EU has some of the strongest environmental targets, laws and protections in the world, and that our departure from the EU has put that under some threat. As an EU member, the UK was forced to match these standards, and unlike the Scottish Parliament's EU Continuity Bill, sadly this legislation at this point does not include any non-regression clauses in that regard. I think the promises of non-regression rely on the intent of the present and potential future governments to stand very much by that pledge. It would give me, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm certain a great many others, much greater assurance of the government's good intentions in the future if it were to allow the insertion of a non-regression principle in this bill as it progresses through the other place.
Video link, Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the winter of 2019-20, the people of Hull planted 1,300 alder buckthorn trees as part of the Butterfly City Community Initiative. This was done with Hull City Council, local primary schools and community orchard and garden groups across the city. The principal aim was to benefit the brimstone butterfly as the leaves are food for it. But it's also important to start a conversation about biodiversity. The planting of the trees was not just about biodiversity, but also to help to clean our air. Improving the quality of the air we breathe is a priority for Hull. In 2017, the last year for which records were available, the Centre for Cities Analysis estimated over 1,500 deaths in Hull, that's 1 in 20, were due to air pollution, making it the most badly affected place in Yorkshire. A major disease-causing component of air pollution is known as fine particulate matter, or PM2.5. This can be any solid or liquid particles that are smaller than 2.5 micrometers and suspended in the air. The tiny size of these particles make this form of pollution effectively invisible to the human eye. It is not smog or the haze that we normally associate with pollution and can be present on what even appears to be a clear and sunny day. There is no effective defence, no mitigation that we can make if we live in an area of high levels. The particles settle in our airways and then are small enough to enter our bloodstream. A study by King's College London of people living within 50 metres of a major road showed that roadside air pollution can stunt children's lung growth, make asthmatic children more likely to cough, raise people's risk of a heart attack, stroke, heart disease and lung cancer. Studies from around the world have linked PM2.5 to low birth weight, diabetes and diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Air pollution doesn't just have a cost in terms of health and quality of life, it has a financial cost, estimated to be up to £20 billion every year. Based on 2018 data, it's estimated that over 22 million people in the UK live in areas with levels of PM2.5 above those recommended by the World Health Organization. And yet these deadly levels of air pollution are entirely legal. The government is well aware of the problems, the costs and the number of deaths. The 2019 Air Quality Strategy clearly states that air quality is the largest environmental health risk in the UK. Now, the Labour Party want this country to be the best to grow up in, the best to grow old in, and we want that for everyone, regardless of where they happen to live. And that's why we're calling for the adoption of the World Health Organization air quality standards into law. And I urge this government, take action today, clean up the air and accept our amendment.
Video link, Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill has had an exceptionally long gestation, and it is a matter of great regret to me and to my party that unfortunately we've learned today that it's still to be delayed even further. This should be an area where there is an easy consensus to be built. Surely in the year when we are due to host COP26, this should be a matter where all parties are brought together and are able to bring meaningful advance. And it is a matter of infinite regret that we're not able to do so. So I think my first plea to the Minister today and to the government is that if we are to have further delay, then can we please use the time that we've got now a bit better than we have used the time that we have had so far, so that when it comes to us hosting COP26 later this year, we can point to something as being a significant achievement and an instance where we are leading the world rather than somewhere, an area which is of such vital importance to all future generations, where we are being pulled along. The Minister, the Honourable Lady for Taunton Deane, was somebody with whom I worked regularly when she was in the backbenches in relation to the subject of plastic pollution. And it does pain me to say that the bill in this respect is a major disappointment. We realise, of course, as a consequence of many of the changes that have been necessary in the short term for tackling the pandemic, the progress that we were making on the use of single-use plastic has been put onto the back burner. Regrettable, possibly necessary, but it really does now require a concerted effort by government. The pandemic and the measure, the restrictions under which we are living won't last forever, but it feels like the plastic pollution that we're generating now will do. It will certainly be with us for decades, and that's why it's necessary that we look to the lessons of how we've constructed, for example, the Climate Act change. We get on with the business of setting meaningful targets and having meaningful ways of holding the government to account in regard to meeting them. She's got the new clause 11 from her honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. Surely that's something which in the intervening period, now that more time is to be put into the management of this bill, could be given greater focus and greater impetus. She's worked well on the back benches with people across the House in relation to this subject. Will she now carry on doing that work while she's on the front bench, while she's a minister?
Video link, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to the government amendments made at committee stage to clarify the Office of Environmental Protection's enforcement powers in England. But in particular, the further amendments will be made to ensure that these remain aligned to the OEP functions in Northern Ireland. Perhaps the Minister could confirm that that would be the case. I'm aware that there has been cooperation with the Northern Ireland ministers who have requested that these amendments also be made in relation to Northern Ireland. And I welcome their inclusion and their alignment. If only we could see, Minister, similar in all aspects of our government, such as trade, we would be in a much healthier position with full shell, but that is perhaps another day for another debate. I would endorse the comments by the Honourable Member for Orkney and Seppin in relation to plastic pollution. And I do request, as he did, a concerted effort by Minister and Government to maintain the reduction of plastic pollution. Although we've seen a lot of reduction, we still need to see more. A concern of mine is always enforceability. It is right and proper that we introduce greater and more effective legislation, but however, there's no use in this. There's no doubt about the interpretation of the OEP enforcement provisions and, of course, ability to grant remedies. So the courts can and will enforce the provisions in this bill. I'm a country sports enthusiast, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Minister is aware of that. I'm proud of my part of being a country sports enthusiast. Is also a dedication and commitment to conservation. That's why this bill is important. So it's an essential component of us moving forward. That's what I always seek to do. So there's an obligation, I believe, to think about legislatively introducing environmental principles, and I welcome this addition. And I believe that this does not go far enough, and I seek further clarification from the Minister, if she would be so kind, during the summing up, to outline the rationale behind excluding defence and procurement from these obligations, so that every government department is doing what they should be doing. Well, it's not the priority of defence to think of the economy first, the safety of the nation is first. And my constituents believe that there should still be an obligation to give consideration to the impact within reasoning decisions. I also want to speak as chair of the APPT and Healthy Homes. For when it comes to the environment, I do believe that more can be done to include and to ensure that government works with developers to help new projects be much more sustainable. For example, instead of a developer being responsible for the full price of sewer works and water disposal, put in the lease that can be expected to enable them to turn a profit. Surely government or the local council assistance should be in place to environmentally, for the environmentally long-term sustainable, more costly infrastructure that benefits us all. I'd also make the point for the air quality, for the insulation, for the heating, for the play areas, for the well-being for all buildings for the future. So I'm very conscious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Minister has a lot there on her plate, a lot of questions perhaps to answer. But I thank her for the time and hope that the Minister can take these matters on board. Thank you.
I've just been informed that 44 has withdrawn, so we go straight to video link with Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking my constituents who have contributed to this debate by sending me emails. We are in a climate and ecological emergency. Considering the scale and urgency of this crisis we're facing, it is staggering that the government has seen fit to postpone this bill yet again. We have a responsibility to take rapid and radical action towards sustainability and environmental protection. Delaying this core piece of legislation is a major step back to that work. In the run-up to hosting COP26 later this year, this bill should be an absolute priority, as should commitments to maintaining and enhancing environmental protection. That it's not speaks volumes about the commitment of this government to the environment, to our global responsibilities and to future generations. The bill as it stands has been called a missed opportunity by the Environmental Audit Committee that has failed to enshrine action on climate change at the heart of government policy. Environmental campaigners and organisations across the board have been clear that we need ambitious targets enforced by a fully independent watchdog with significant powers to effectively dissuade contraventions of environmental legislation. However, if a watchdog is to be effective, it must be capable of holding the government to account, and that means full independence and serious powers to prosecute and impose financial penalties. The bill currently allows the OEP to be guided by the Secretary of State, threatening to turn it from a watchdog into a lapdog. I support many of the various amendments which have been tabled today to strengthen this bill, including Amendment 23, which would ensure the independence of the OEP. With the extra time we now have due to the postponement, we could go even further. Will the Minister confirm that the government will take on board the recommendations of countless environmental campaign groups, endless research projects and recognition by the UN itself that the environmental crisis cannot be tackled without powerful legislation and a fundamental rethink of our economic strategy? This bill must take the opportunity to put forward a radical vision that puts climate justice and sustainability at the heart of government through a massive programme of investment and regulation to offer every worker in high carbon and unsustainable industries the option of retraining and to be relocated into high skilled, high wage jobs in their own communities, from insulating houses to green tech to expanding public transport. Redeployment, not redundancy, must be the strategy. The working class must not pay the price for the corporate greed ravaging the earth. Instead, strategic support and investment must be undertaken to protect both people and planet, clamp down on tax avoidance and use the income to generate sustainable jobs and invest in a carbon zero economy. Tinkering at the edges is not an option. This government to take the rapid and radical action needed to get a grip. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Video link, Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to say I'll be voting in favour of Amendment 25 to the Environmental Bill to ingrain World Health Organisation targets on air quality, Amendment 23 to ensure the Office of Environmental Protection is truly independent, and new Clause 9 to enforce commitments to protecting biodiversity, health and wellbeing and the sustainable use of resources. But due to time constraints, I will focus on Labour's Amendment 39 and the importance of Parliament scrutinising the granting of any exemptions for the use of banned pesticides. I share the concerns of my Luton South constituents who have contacted me and the over 50,000 people who've signed the Wildlife Trust's petition about protecting bees from the use of neonicotinoids. Their existence is too important to the functioning and survival of ecosystems. The protection of bees is non-negotiable. It's important to recognise, though, that bees aren't just in rural areas. The bees in Luton South produce the delicious Hightown honey just round the corner. And it's won several prizes at the Bedfordshire Beekeepers Association Honey Show. But the decline of bees will have a disastrous impact on food security. Bees pollinate around 70% of the fruits, vegetables, nuts and seeds we eat. And in the UK, 13 bee species are already extinct. And 1 in 10 of Europe's wild bee species are under threat. The Secretary of State authorised the use of neonicotinoid for farmers to use on sugar beet crops, even though it is widely recognised that it kills bees. The government's justification that sugar beet is not a flowering crop and the risk is acceptable does not stand up to scrutiny. A similar application for the neonicotinoids use in 2018 was refused by the UK Expert Committee on Pesticides because of unacceptable environmental risks. This is not to say overall I don't recognise the genuine concerns of sugar beet growers across the east of England, but the government should back farmers to help create a sustainable solution through better support for the sector, accelerating the introduction of blight-resistant crops and including allowances for crop loss in next year's sugar contracts. The government's decision to allow the use of banned pesticides has too big a consequence for there to be no parliamentary scrutiny. The emergency authorisation of pesticides must never become common practice. The government has a clear choice today. Vote to speed up the decline of our bee population or uphold the ban, allow parliamentary scrutiny of future exemptions and save our bees.
Thank you. I thank colleagues for all their cooperation. We have managed to get everybody from the backbenchers in this debate. And I now call the Minister, Rebecca Powell.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you in the seat today. The hot seat, I like to call it. Thank you. And I would like to thank all those members, honourable friends and members who have tabled amendments and contributed to this debate today and helped in scrutinising this bill. And I think it highlights just how importantly so many people take this issue of the environment, how important it is that we tackle biodiversity loss, climate change and environmental risks to public health. I wanted to thank in particular those members who are so positive about this bill, which of course I am. And I've got to name my honourable friend from Meriden, who's done so much work with his faith groups on the case of the environment. Also honourable friends from Epsom and Mule, from Milton Keynes North and from Keighley for their absolute enthusiasm. And this, of course, is a phenomenal ambition, as the honourable friend from Milton Keynes North said, and this is a good day out at the office. In fact, it's actually very exciting to get out of the office, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start, though, with the environmental principles and respond to the concerns raised by honourable members. We are legislating to ensure the environment is front and centre stage of our future policy making. However, we do need to ensure that our approach is balanced. That is why we must reject new Clause 1 and Amendment 1. brought by the Honourable Member from Brighton Pavilion, which she raised so eloquently in her open speech, but we must also reject Amendments 43 and 44. Removing the requirement to act proportionally as set out in Amendment 1 would require ministers to prioritise the principles even where they incur significant and disproportionate costs to society or hinder innovation and sustainable development. This is not our intention. Now, before I move to the Honourable Member for Edinburgh North and Leith's amendments, I did want to clarify, Madam Deputy Speaker, that contrary to her comments, this is not an England-only bill. Over half the measures extend beyond England, bringing the benefits right across the UK. Now, moving to Amendments 43 and 44, which relate to exemptions. The exemptions to the definition of environmental law simply means that legislation concerning the armed forces, national security, tax spending and allocation of resources would be excluded. I do note, however, that the Scottish Government has taken a similar approach in the Scottish Continuity Bill on defence and national security, exempting that. Our exemptions do not alter the accountability of public authorities where duties are imposed on them under existing environmental legislation. For example, the MOD's duties under the Habitats regulations. And I've actually discussed the MOD's strong commitment on environmental protections with my counterpart in the MOD. Now, similarly, New Clause 1 would place a major burden on government and public authorities without adding any significant environmental benefit. Applying the duty to individual decisions risks public authorities being overwhelmed by an all-encompassing duty and creating additional complexity and cost. With this in mind, I would like to address the important concerns raised in Amendment 4 by the honourable friend, the member of for the Cotswolds, who I had the pleasure of meeting very recently and whom I have just written to. I agree with the sentiment behind his amendment and can reassure him that our approach to the precautionary principle includes a proportionate and risk-focused application, respecting the balance with social, economic and other considerations. This will be provided for in the policy statement, which will be published for consultation very shortly. If the use of the principles relied on information included in an alternative statutory document, the Regulatory Code, Amendment 4 refers to, then the clarity of its proportional interpretation and application may be confused or even lost. I will now address the points raised by honourable members relating to the setting of long-term targets in the bill. Regarding New Clause 5, long-term targets will be developed via a robust evidence-led process, and we shall not prejudge where this will take us. I can commit to the Right Honourable Member that our proposed objectives for biodiversity targets include restoring species populations and priority habitats, which will improve the state of nature. By setting targets of at least 15 years, we will ensure that governments look beyond the short term, but this does not mean we shouldn't make progress until 2030. We are confident that the process we've put in place to develop targets will contribute to meeting new global goals set under the Convention of Biological Diversity. In addition, with regards to New Clause 17, the government's economic objectives and decision-making processes are already aligned with ambitious commitments to net zero and to improving the natural environment within a generation. HM Treasury's world-leading Green Book requires that all impacts to society as a whole, including environmental impacts, are assessed when developing policy options. This includes monetised and non-monetised climate and environmental impacts. Policies must also consider any legal constraints, such as the net zero target. Now, continuing on to New Clause 11, I want to thank my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. However, we cannot accept the amendment proposed, as we actually want to see a more ambitious resources and waste target under the bill, which applies holistically to all materials, not just plastic. Turning to Amendments 21 and 28, we would all agree that the pandemic has underlined the important role of nature in our health and well-being. This has been recognised through our Green Social Prescribing project and the £80 million that we contributed to our Green Recovery Challenge Fund. Through its environmental improvement plan, the government will be able to set out further steps it intends to take to improve people's enjoyment of the natural world. 10 goals, one of the 10 goals of the 25-year environment plan also commits to enhancing beauty, heritage and engagement with the natural environment. The 25-year environment plan is the first environmental improvement plan, so it's clearly in there, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now turning to Amendments 2 and 25, and another of raised by the member from Tiverton, Honiton and Newport West. Similarly, members from Swansea West, Vauxhall, Bromley and Chislehurst have all referred to this. Honourable members' desire, I do share the honourable members' desire for ambitious action to reduce public exposure to PM 2.5, but these amendments would not allow for robust scientific analysis before setting targets. The World Health Organization are clear that the air quality guidelines should inform the setting of air quality standards, but acknowledge that they are not ready-made targets ready for adoption. But I can absolutely assure honourable members and friends that we will be considering the World Health Organisation's guideline level for PM 2.5 when setting these new air quality targets. And I personally met with Rosamond Kissy-Deborah, and it's a humbling experience meeting her, and I want to give assurances that we will give this our full attention. Setting a target for PM 2.5 is technically highly challenging, and we must have a clear pathway to the delivery of the target, and we will seek expert input and stakeholder views to develop not just one target, but 2 legally binding air quality targets. I'm going to move on now to Amendment 5, brought by the honourable friend from East Worthing and Shoreham. Interim targets will set the trajectory towards long-term legally binding targets and drive environmental ambition. And the bill introduces a robust system for making sure that we take these targets seriously and report on them. We all know that the trajectory of environmental improvement can be unpredictable, particularly for areas such as biodiversity. But setting interim targets in the Environment Improvement Plan provides a degree of flexibility while still ensuring there is a clear framework for transparency and accountability. Now, I'm going to move to the Amendment 39, tabled by the Honourable Member from Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, and referred to by a great many of the opposition colleagues today. Pesticides are already subject to strict regulation. They may only be used if they have been authorised following an assessment of risks to people and the environment. I know all this because I grew up on a farm. On the decision to grant an emergency authorisation for a neonicotinoid seed treatment for sugar beet, a non-flowering crop, I might highlight, this is fully in line with the EU regulations that were retained in UK law at the end of the transition period. 10 member states, including Belgium, Denmark and Spain, granted similar emergency authorisations in 2020, and I would like to assure members of the strict conditions attached to this decision to minimise environmental risks, including important protection for bees and other pollinators. I garden for wildlife at home. I know how important it is to look after our pollinators. Now, our opposition on neonicotinoids has not changed. We support the ban in 2018 and we stand by that now. I must just penultimately turn to the OEP. I wish to respond to the Amendment 23, which removes Clause 24, which provides an important power for the Secretary of State to issue guidance for the OEP. This is intended to address ambiguities relating to the OEP's enforcement functions, and I think that considered very important. It does not provide the Secretary of State with any power to issue directions or intervene on specific decisions. And I'm going to... I just wanted to touch on the Clause 14 by the Honourable Member from Chipping Barnet. I'd like to assure my right honourable friend that there are already strong protections for the environment in the planning system. I am now going to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I know you're humming at me. thought you said 540, so I'm going for it. I just wanted to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are delivering on our commitment for the environment despite the pandemic. We want to build back a fairer and greener, more resilient future. We will continue work between the gap before the second day comes of this report stage, and we will achieve royal assent before COP26. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Video link, Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank all members for their important contributions to this debate. But there is only really one test that matters when it comes to this bill. Does it improve on the protections that we enjoyed as EU members? And is it up to the challenge of the accelerating nature and climate emergencies? And sadly, the answer is no on both counts. Time and again this afternoon, we've heard that this bill lacks both ambition and urgency. And as many honourable members have said, with 2 vital UN meetings on biodiversity and climate this year, it's even more important that we have our own house in order. We can't hope to influence the performance of other countries if we haven't demonstrated leadership ourselves in our own domestic policy. I particularly support those speeches in favour of more ambitious, legally enforceable air quality targets, which are needed now. A number of honourable members made reference to the tragic death of 9-year-old Ellie Kissy-Deborah. Strong, binding legislation would be the only fitting tribute to her and her mother, who has campaigned so tirelessly for this. And I welcome the fact that the Minister has said she'll look at this again. On the state of nature, the case for legally binding interim targets has been powerfully made by members on all sides of the House, so I hope the Minister will take account of that. I noticed she didn't commit to legally binding targets for 2030, nor that the interim targets should be binding. Yet that's essential if we're to improve on the government's woeful record, where it's actually gone backwards on 6 of the 20 UN biodiversity targets. I'm not reassured by what the Minister has said about the independence of the OEP or about the strength of the environmental principles. She says on the OEP that the guidance is intended simply to address ambiguities. That is not the way that this is written. This is written in such a way that the Minister will be able to give instruction to this body, not least because they are also giving that body its budget and having the major say on who makes up its board. That means it has disproportionate impact on this body, which should be truly independent. On the principles, I noticed with interest that the Minister appears to have given up trying to persuade us that due regard is at least as strong as in accordance with. I assume that's because she recognises that that case cannot be made because it simply isn't true. And in that case, I hope she'll undertake to revise that element of the bill. She says that applying the principles to public bodies as well as to ministers is too burdensome. I'd remind her it simply replicates what we enjoyed as members of the EU, which was not seen to be too burdensome. And I'd remind her as well that her government has promised that they would increase the ambition of EU legislation, not water it down in this way. The Environmental Audit Committee, in its pre-legislative scrutiny, concluded, and I quote, "This aspect of the bill is not fit for purpose," and they recommended that it be put on an unqualified legal basis and extended to all public bodies, and I echo that conclusion. Madam Deputy Speaker, I take heart by the strong statements of support for more ambitious action on environment from all sides of the House. But those on the government side need to understand that as it's currently drafted, this bill will not even make up for the protections we've lost as a result of leaving the EU, let alone improve upon them. And that unless we fix our broken economic system, as my new clause 17 sets out, we won't achieve anything like sustainability anywhere near fast enough. So I urge the Minister again to use the time gained by the delay to this bill to increase its strength and ambition. It could not be more urgent. Over the course of my lifetime alone, populations of some of our most important wildlife have plummeted by over half, and over 15% of species are now threatened with extinction. As the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central said in his powerful intervention, if we're not going to be ambitious now, when are we? New Clause 1 would re-establish a legally binding architecture for essential environmental protections, and I would therefore like to push it to a vote.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and David Linden. Tell us for the noes, Maggie Throop and Leo Doherty. Lock the doors. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 266. The noes to the left, 366.
Ayes to the right, 266. The noes to the left, 366. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Order. Under the order of the House today, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on consideration to a conclusion. New Clause 5 has been selected for separate decision. The Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central has indicated that he wishes to move New Clause 5 formally. I can therefore announce to the House that the new clause has been moved. The question is that New Clause 5 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that New Clause 1 be... Sorry. New Clause... I was thrown. The question is that New Clause 5 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Colleen Fletcher and Liz Twist. Tellers for the noes, Leo Doherty and Maggie Throop. Lock the doors. Or Bruce. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 217. The noes to the left, 360.
The ayes to the right, 217. The noes to the left, 360. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 25 has been selected for separate decision. I now call Ruth Jones to move Amendment 25 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 25 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Okay. Keep it as yet. Well, I can't if it's not here.